And welcome to the monthly meeting of the City of Des Moines Zoning Board of Adjustment. This board has the power under Iowa law and the zoning ordinance of the City of Des Moines to hear requests for variances and exceptions from the regulations in the zoning ordinance, conditional use permits, and appeals from the decision of the staff and the administration of the zoning ordinance, and to make decisions in such matters. This is an open and informal meeting and is currently being recorded. The board members have received a copy of the agenda, staff report, and recommendations. Copies of these are available in the trays on the door on my far left. We're going to have, at one time or another, a 7-member board, and I'm going to introduce some members and how long they can be here. I'm going to start Jay Christensen on my left. Will be here till about 2:45. Next to him is Mel Pins. Next to him is Linda Westergaard. My far right will be Brooke Rosenberg. He'll be an hour late. Cindy Smith will be here at 2:45, and then Cherie Mortiz. My name is Bill Gray. Representing City Legal today, we have on my left Mike Kelly. Representing City Staff, we have Bert Drost, City Planner, Eric Lundy, City Planner, and Sue Ann Donovan, the Zoning Enforcement Officer. The Board is required to base its decisions in each case upon the criteria established by law for the type of relief sought by the applicant. The law applicable to each case is identified in the written staff report. If the facts as determined by the Board demonstrate that the criteria established by the law for granting the relief have been satisfied, then the Board must grant the relief. Otherwise, the Board must deny the relief. All speakers are requested to focus their comments upon those facts that demonstrate whether or not the criteria established by law have been satisfied. Each appeal will be announced in order, and the staff will present a brief explanation of the appeal. Any written comments received by the staff prior to the hearing will be distributed to the Board or otherwise identified. All speakers are requested to speak from the podium over here on my right and begin their presentation by giving both their name and address. The applicant or representative of the applicant will be allowed to speak first and be allowed 10 minutes to present their appeal. Anyone else present in support of the appeal will then be allowed 5 minutes each to present his or her comments. Anyone present in opposition to the appeal will then be allowed 5 minutes each to present his or her comments. The applicant then will be allowed 3 minutes for rebuttal or other closing comments. The meeting will then be closed to public comment, and the Board will deliberate the request and make a decision. If your appeal is approved, we ask that you wait until tomorrow to go to the Permit and Development Center to apply for any building permits. Items listed on the consent portion of the agenda will not be individually discussed and will be considered for approval in accordance with the recommendation in the staff report unless an individual present or a member of the Board requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda and separately considered under the public hearing agenda. The decisions of this Board can only be appealed to the Polk County District Court. If you believe you have been harmed by an error made by this Board, your only remedy is to seek relief through the District Court within 30 days of the filing of the Board's decision and order. If you believe the zoning regulations applied by this Board are wrong, you may petition the City Council to change those regulations. All material written or otherwise used today as part of any presentation will become a permanent part of the record and will not be returned. If you have cell phones on, we ask that you put them on vibrate or turn them off because they get to be very disruptive to the process here. We will be taking a short break around the 3 or 3:30 time frame, and hopefully we'll finish up in a decent amount of time. As I mentioned, we have a few changes. We will get into the consent agenda in a second. Bert, the changes you've got there?
Item number 4 on the consent agenda needs to be discussed just real briefly. So we're going to ask that to be taken off the consent agenda. And then items number 18 and 19, we've recommended approval of these 2 garages. It's the same gentleman owns 2 properties next to each other. He had something come up. He couldn't be here today, but he is in agreement with the staff recommendation, and we had only positive cards come back in support, so we feel those 2 items can be moved to the consent agenda. And then item number 23 is a variance for the Wayne Dennis Supply Company on New York Avenue. We've recommended approval, and it's another case we've only received positive feedback from neighbors, so we feel that one could go to the consent agenda as well. So.
Okay. Let's take a look at items 18, 19, and 23, and I'm going to read those off. Item 18 is a variance and exception at 140 East 29th Court. Item 19 is an exception and variance at 2915 Dean Avenue. And item 23 is a variance at 315 New York Avenue and 2804 4th Street. Is there anybody here present that is here to speak in objection to those 3 that I just read off? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to move those 3 items to the consent agenda.
Be my guest. Mr. Chair, I move items 18, 19, and 23 be added to the consent agenda.
For a second?
I second.
Okay, it's been moved and second. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Also, before we get too far, the other item I wanted to mention was item number 8, which was the cell tower at 3100 Easton Boulevard. That was withdrawn by the applicant this morning, so we will not be holding the public hearing.
So if there's anybody here that's here to speak against item 8 or for item 8, it has been withdrawn. We are not going to hear it, so you're welcome to sit and watch your government at work, or you can go, but we will not be hearing that case today. Any other changes, Bert?
I think that's it.
Okay. Then, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to go through a consent agenda items. These are items that are minor in nature. The applicant and the city staff have worked out an agreement that as will pass this through, and we're going to vote them as all in one block. So I'm going to read those off, and if you're in objection, let us know. First one is item 1. It's an exception at 3807 Madison Avenue. Item 2 is a variance and exception at 3901 Kingman Boulevard. Item 3 is an exception at 4140 Greenwood Drive. Item 5 is an exception at 3627 Cottage Grove. Item 6 is a variance at 500 Southwest 7th. Item 7 is a special permit at 2914 East 14th Street. Then item 18 is variance and exception at 140 East 29th Court. Item 19, an exception and variance at 2915 Dean Avenue. And item 23 is a variance at 315 New York Avenue and 2804 4th Street. Is anybody here present here to speak against any of those items I just read off? Anybody on the board have any objections? Okay, I'd entertain a motion for accepting the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the variances, exceptions, and special permits requested, subject to staff recommendations on items 1, 2, and 3, 5, 6, and 7, and 18, 19, and 23.
Do we hear a second?
Second.
Okay, it's moved and second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 5-0. So all those items have been approved. You're welcome to stay and watch your government at work, or you can go and enjoy the rest of the nice, warm afternoon. See you.
Bet, have a good day.
All right. Our first item is item 4, an exception at 206 East Fulton Drive.
I'm going to make this pretty brief since staff's recommending approval just subject to 4 conditions. The applicant doesn't agree with condition number 2. They're proposing to build a new single-family dwelling on this property at 206 East Fulton Avenue. They're wanting to do a covered awning on the east side over an entrance here, so they need an exception to the side yard setback. As a trade-off, we had recommended a few design conditions. Here's the dwelling they're proposing. Our conditions, I'll just go through them quickly. The first was that they provide a sidewalk to the front door. Originally, they were having a garage door in this area, but they've changed it to a door. They have agreed to putting the sidewalk to that door. Number 2, we've recommended masonry wainscot along both sides of this door. That was, I guess, our intent was to dress up this main entrance to the house. Item number 3 was they provide shrubs on both sides of the door, and then number 4, they comply with the building code. They're preferring not to do the wainscot. They feel there's already 2 different building materials on the front facade. A third building material might make it busier. Staff would also point out that with the shrubs in condition number 3, much of that wainscot is going to be screened by the shrubs. So maybe condition number 2 isn't as important as we had earlier felt, but we'll leave it up to the board if the board wants to require the wainscot or not require that. So,
Okay.
any questions?
Now, that was the question I was going to ask. I think if you're going to put shrubs around the foundation, you'll probably never see it again in about 5 years, so. Any other questions? Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant? Go. Do you want,
No, we agree with what Bert said.
so, but, well, I do need you up here for just to give your name and address. And I just have one question. So, go ahead and give your name and address.
Bob McKenzie, and currently at 111 10th Street, Des Moines, Unit
Okay.
511,
So you're okay if we knock out the
the wainscoting.
yeah,
That's
just
correct.
shrub, okay. So we're going to strike item, condition 2 then. You're good with that, right?
Number 2, yeah.
Yep, okay.
Okay?
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion, go to board decision.
How about I make it easy?
I like that.
I make a motion to approve the requested exemption, subject to staff recommendations, minus recommendation number 2.
Do we hear a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Motion carries 5-0. You got one of the express treatments today, so thanks for stopping. Item 9 was continued from the July 24th meeting. It's a conditional use permit and variance at 2800 East University.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, item number 9 is a request for a liquor store at 2800 East University. It's currently operating as the Smokin' Joe's Liquor and Tobacco, I believe. They're not meeting the 60-40% threshold that's required to be there. Right now they're operating as a grocery store, but they're not meeting that 60% of sales coming from items other than alcohol or tobacco. So they are needing a conditional use permit. As you all know, as part of the changes to the conditional use permit criteria for liquor stores that were adopted by council last year, we do require 500 feet of separation from any church, park, school, or daycare for liquor stores. And this site does meet that requirement. However, we also require a 4th mile separation from any existing business selling liquor with a Class E liquor license. In this instance, we have 2 such businesses within the 1/4 mile. We have the Last Stop Beverage Shop directly across University Avenue, and then the Quick Trip a block to the east, also selling liquor. So they do need the variances to get that. Here's a picture of the site as it appears. There's the Baker, I believe it's lawnmower and small engine repair in the west half of the building, and then the Smokin' Joe's Tobacco and Liquor is in the east portion of the building. And here's another. From the angle you can see the Baker machine is in the west part, the Smokin' Joe's is in the east part. So another perspective. And this is the business here on the left. Next door there is a cigarette and energy drink shop. They don't have a Class E liquor license, so there's no need to separate from that business there. This is just looking at the back of the building. You can see there's a single-family house just to the north of the site. Then they have a layout that shows the general layout of the building where the coolers are around the perimeter. So, and the consent map, we did get a few cards back in opposition. So, staff has recommended denial of the conditional use permit. We feel that since there's the variance to the separation distances that is triggered by this proposal, we feel it doesn't meet the criteria necessary for granting a variance. We don't feel they've demonstrated an unnecessary hardship. There is another economic use for this property if the variance is denied. So we have recommended denial of the relief requested in Part A. As you'll notice in the staff report, there is a Part B to this, that if the board denies the conditional use permit for a liquor store, the board could consider a conditional use permit for a limited food and retail sales establishment where less than 40% of the gross receipts would be derived from the sale of alcohol, alcoholic liquors, wine, beer, and/or tobacco products. As you probably remember, in the code, we have a provision that states all existing small grocery stores are going to be required to come in for conditional use permits within the next year. So in order for this business to continue operating as they are today, which is supposed to be as a grocery store, they do need a conditional use permit to do that. There aren't any separation distances for the limited food and retail sales establishment, so all you're considering at that instance would be the conditional use permit. Staff did feel that they have demonstrated the criteria necessary for a conditional use permit for a limited food and retail sales establishment. So we have recommended approval subject to 11 conditions, and for the sake of time I won't go through all of those, but they're in your packets. And I do know that the applicant would prefer to go with the conditional use in Part A, which would allow them to be the liquor store. So I'll let them make their case. But again, staff's recommending denial of a liquor store, but approval of a limited food and retail sales establishment. So,
Bert, do we have any idea what their percentage sales is now? Because it looks like a pretty small store.
right.
And the only advertising I see is for tobacco.
Yeah, so I
Okay.
would guess they're over 50%.
Okay. Questions for staff? Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant.
Thank you. I have some things here that might be of interest to you. I'll share with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Joe DePape. I'm the owner of Smokin' Joe's. It's one of several stores. It's located at 2800 East University. I would like to explain a little bit of the history of Smokin' Joe's. Smokin' Joe's, previously cigarette outlet, has been conducting business on University Avenue for the past 14 years, so we're not new. We've been around. Smokin' Joe's has had a liquor license longer than Quick Trip or Walgreens, and that are also located on University Avenue. During the 14 years Smokin' Joe's has been in Des Moines, I was wrong about that, it's actually 16, we have been in violation of selling liquor to minors one time, well, actually twice, but that was a long time ago. Let's see, I lost my place here. Our company tries very hard to prevent the sale of liquor or tobacco to minors. All our employees are required to attend a state-sponsored class designed to teach clerks how to avoid selling alcohol to minors. We pay all our employees for the time they spend attending these classes. We make them go twice a year. Every employee goes to the state and is tested twice every year. Both of the violations that occurred for Smokin' Joe's happened to trained employees. We stress each employee is the importance of not selling alcohol or tobacco to minors. Employees are also made aware of the consequences they personally face. If they do so, they will pay a hefty fine and be terminated from employment immediately. Also, during the past 16 years, Smokin' Joe's employees have been rewarded $25 bonuses when they pass a sting. We have given out many bonuses during the year. We also have conducted our stings checks our employees. During these in-house stings, we have never caught an employee selling either alcohol or tobacco to minors. Our employees are constantly told to card everyone, even the Pope. After our first violation, we reacted immediately. We reacted immediately. We put in a state-of-the-art cash register, even though we thought we had fired the weak link. We still thought we would take further action. At this time, we again lectured our employees about the importance of not selling to minors and asked every employee if they were paying attention when they attended the state-sponsored class. We also spent a great deal of money to put in cash registers that required the employee to manually put in the customer's birth date. If the employee didn't do this, the sale was refused. Employees also instructed that they must personally see the customer's ID photo and inspect it for tampering. They were instructed the IDs must be shown even if the customer appears to be 100 years old. We have stated as strongly as possible that there are no exceptions. We thought we had done everything possible. Upon our second violation, which was a year and a half ago, we put in the latest high-tech equipment, which we are currently using. This equipment requires the employees to actually scan a customer's ID. If the ID is not accepted by the scanner, the sale is denied. With this new equipment, no liquor or tobacco sale can be completed without first being accepted by the scanner. We continue to pay our employees wages while they attend the state-sponsored class and repeatedly warn them never to sell to minors. No company tries harder to avoid selling alcohol or tobacco to minors than Smokin' Joe's. I would also like to make you aware of the timeline of our major remodel of the current location. We originally opened our store about 1.5 blocks away from our current location. Originally, we opened in a small storefront because at the time the economy was so strong that we could not find a perfect location. However, as the economy faltered, several new locations opened. One of them was a newly vacant Napa store. It was in a bad shape and dire need of remodeling. At that time, we considered our existing sales and our potential sales and decided to take a chance and lease it. We invested $220,000 in the remodel. Part of this remodel was $60,000 walk-in cooler, $15,000 to install it. We put in new wiring, new floor, new high ceiling, new windows. We entered in a 20-year lease, 10-year base lease with 2 5-year options. We were happy to do this because we thought we could amortize these expenses on our existing location over 20 years. This was all done before the city decided to change the liquor license policy, which requires an annual special use permit. Had this policy been in place, or if we had acknowledged or knew that the city was contemplating this policy, we wouldn't have invested all that money in remodeling. We will suffer great financial losses if our liquor license is not renewed. We have 7 years remaining on our base lease with an outlay of $220,000 in remodeling costs. We will suffer lost profits from the business, part of the profits from the business going toward the management company's operating expenses. If we lose these revenues from the Des Moines store, each of our other stores will be required to pay more of the expenses of the management company. This would cost the entire 16-store chain profitability. We estimate the financial loss will be well over $300,000 in the first year. I reiterate that we would not have made this sizable investment if we had any idea of the city's plans to change the liquor license policy. I would also be remiss not to mention that my current employees, who have never sold liquor or tobacco to minors, would be unemployed. Some of the things that came up that we were made aware of, I guess there was some police reports in our area. None of them had anything to do with us. We had 2, which one was the minor, and then there was a disorderly assault causing bodily injury. An employee refused to sell alcohol to a customer, but they didn't have an ID. That customer jumped the employee, and that time we called the police. So we've only called the police once in our history, period. So all these other police calls, I don't know what they are. We do 425 transactions, or about 155,000 a day, or about 155,000 transactions a year. 2.5 million transactions since we've been there. We have $12 million we've sold out of that property since we've been there. $742,000 in sales tax we've provided over the 16 years that we've been there. I guess I don't know what to say. I just wish you would consider giving us the liquor license so we didn't have to do this all the time. And I mean, we're not new to the area. We've been here 16 years. So we were there before Quick Shop, before Walgreens. We're not a fly-by-night. If you'll take a look at the pictures that I provided in the brochures I gave you, you'll see that we don't run a head shop. It's a clean, nice store, and we run a respectable business. I've been in business for over 40 years, and I think I pride myself in doing it the right way. So with your consideration to give us a full-fledged liquor license would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Questions?
Joe, I'm curious, you mentioned this a few times that you have 16 stores.
Yes, sir.
Do you have other stores here in Des Moines, or are they all within Iowa?
They're all in Iowa. This is the farthest west that we go.
Okay.
We have them in Davenport, and we have them in Fort Madison and Ottumwa, and I mean, several places.
Okay. So this is your only store in Des Moines?
No, there are 2 stores in Des Moines, one on Euclid.
Okay.
Yeah,
And what
that
license?
doesn't have liquor, though.
All right, it doesn't have liquor.
No.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have some other people
Well,
who
I,
would like to speak. if it's
Mr.
all
Chair,
right.
I would have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Joe, I appreciate your presentation. I know you care about your business. Looks like you run it very well. The regulations and the way we have to make our decisions also has a fair amount of restrictions for us as well on how we can make our decisions and what factors we can look at. But I'm curious, if we were not able to look at granting Part A, which would be to grant you that conditional use permit as a liquor store, would Part B, although it would not be what you would want, would it be
Well,
something that
Part
would
B
keep your
be
doors
accept-
open?
Would be acceptable, but what I'm wondering is then, do we have to come back every year to do this, or?
No.
Once that is authorized, then we're done?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
God bless you. Then maybe I'll just sit down and be thankful.
Well,
You know?
but under Part B, less than 40% of your gross receipts would be able to come from liquors, wine, beer, and tobacco products,
Okay, then
correct?
that would not work for us.
Right, I just want to be clear that,
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I misunderstood
yeah,
that then.
you'd have to sell more Wonder Bread and
Yeah,
Hostess and,
we're not geared to do that. I guess
Okay.
we'd have to go find a Subway or something and try to put it in.
Well-
I don't know what we'd do.
that's why I'm curious. You mentioned you had another store here in Des Moines that did not sell liquor, and
And
I
we just
just,
closed it today
okay.
because it will not survive. That was a test we did on Euclid. It will not survive. If you'll drive by it, you'll see it's
I-
closed today.
Sure, okay. All right, thank you.
I think I have some other people who would like to.
We'll give them a chance. Thank
Okay.
you.
Can I
Thank you very
just
much.
ask one
Oh,
question?
go ahead.
Yes,
You know, I've been in your store, and
bless
you
you.
have a ton of floor space.
yes.
I think that, that appeared to me to be empty floor space. Seems like you have a lot of flexibility there to maybe make some transition. Do you not see that as a feasibility?
Well, I don't have any knowledge of the food business. It's not what I've done my whole life. I had a chain of convenience stores in the Quad Cities called Mother Hubbard's Cupboard that I ran for 22 years before I ventured into this business, or I ventured into this business while I was doing those stores. I since sold them to 7-Eleven. Very limited knowledge of preparing food. I don't know how I would do that. I'd have to, I'm 67 years old. You want me to go back to school and learn a new business? I'm not geared to do that.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here to speak in support? Oh, I'm sorry, go right ahead.
Oh, yep. Perfectly happy to wait. My name is Kim. I am one of the managers for Smoke and Joe's. I run one of the Cedar Rapids locations.
Need your full name and your address,
Kim Kopetsky.
okay?
Do you want my home address or my store address?
Home,
825 C Avenue, Cedar Rapids.
okay.
As Joe was saying, we are all trained twice a year on liquor policy, tobacco policy. We are state trained. We have to renew our licenses twice a year. We do have state-of-the-art equipment that pretty much forbids us from selling to minors. If there is even a remote possibility that we sell to a minor, we are immediately terminated. The fines do come to the clerks themselves, not the corporation. It is a high risk. Our employees are well aware of the risks, and we have passed many, many, many stings without ever being terminated, of course. We do everything possible to make sure that our corporation is safe and secure for children and adults as well. We do have state-of-the-art camera systems to where we know who's coming in and out of our locations at all times. Managers are well aware of everything that happens at their locations. We do everything we can possibly do to run a safe, secure, clean environment business. We sincerely hope that we can keep operating as we are now.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak in support?
My name is Mike Grip. Believe it or not, I'm the founder of Tobacco, Smoking Joe's Tobacco, and sold it to Joe. On the A and the B, just so you know, I don't know for sure, but 85% of our dollars are tobacco. We are a tobacco liquor store. That's where it gets hard for us to be able to put enough, you couldn't put enough food in there to sell it. We are a tobacco store. Cartons of cigarettes are $60. So it's just like Tobacco Outlet Plus, our competitor. Along with all the other tobacco items, the e-cigarettes that are now exploding on the market, everything is tobacco related. We are a tobacco/liquor. We opened up as liquor. We had liquor on the floor. We moved liquor back. We condensed our liquor. Our liquor's only 12 feet, 14 feet, 84 inches high. So that's where that A and B comes in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support?
I'm Terry Ann Christner. I'm the manager of the Burlington store. I live at 723 Avenue E in Fort Madison. I came up today just for this meeting. Let me start off with, our company is a great company to work for. Our owners care about us so much. We want to provide legal product to legal adults. I've worked for the company for 7 years. No employee underneath of me, nor myself, have ever been caught in any sting. We have my store has never been caught, as many of our other stores are. If you took tobacco out of it, we'd be able to meet your criterion. But when you add tobacco into it, it makes it so we cannot meet your percentage. I mean, liquor, like Mike said, is just a part of it. But the other side of Smoking Joe's you guys don't get to know about is that we donate to charitable organizations. We give to the veterans all the time. We want to give back to our community. That's why we've cleaned up our businesses. We've remodeled our businesses. We're trying to create a company that is something that you can really work for and be proud to work for their company. I know a lot of people don't like tobacco and liquor, but it is a legal product that, American citizens, every single one of you, I'm sure at some time has had a drink. That's all we want to do is provide that service to people who want to drink legally. They've all gone over our scanning and ID. I mean, our company protects us. It protects us so that we do not give that product to the wrong people, underage people. We follow no ID to the hilt. I guess the other part of it is, do you guys even realize if we lose just that percentage of money from this one store, it also affects everyone who invests their retirement with this company? I'm a forever Smoking Joe's employee. My retirement from that loss of funds and every other employee in our other stores will lose money. I mean, that's how we plan to retire someday, and our company has been awesome enough to give us that opportunity to be able to have a retirement. How many small businesses allow that? Quick Trip has other sales. They could go underneath that, 40% margin because they carry that other stuff, gasoline, hot dogs, soda pop. That's their sales. I mean, I just don't see why we would not be allowed to truthfully get the licensing we need, especially considering liquor is just like part of our sales. You take tobacco out of it, we'll be able to meet your criterion. All the other stuff, we can lock our liquor up if that's what you want, We have no problem with stuff like that, but, denying us our right to be able to make money, provide for our employees, our company, I mean, I don't know, it just kind of feels like you hinder, me all the way down in Burlington, Iowa. If you could just reconsider. I mean, we really do care about our employees, our owners care about us, and they care about the communities they're in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here to speak in support?
My name is Jeff Baker. I live at 6020 Meadowlark Court in Pleasant Hill, and I own the building at 2800 East University. And since day one, when I leased the building to Smoking Joe's, safety of the customers has been paramount. Number one, they wanted to light the parking lot up immediately, so people wouldn't be afraid to come in at night. Number two, they put a full security system, 360 degrees around the building to watch any criminal activity that arise that we could address. They're totally for safety of the public. They aren't afraid to spend the money to take care of their customers. They've been excellent tenants, and quite frankly, don't want an empty building. If anything you could do to help, we'd greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak in support?
How many more are there?
Yeah, how many more are here to speak in support? That's it? Okay. Thank you.
My name is Ruth Wright, and I live at 1250 Eure Street in Moines, and I've been with Smoking Joe's for 7 years. And just recently, I had to have 5 surgeries, and I didn't lose my job like some people would, and I'm thankful for that. And I'm back to work now, and they've always treated me good, and I appreciate it. Anytime you need time off for something, you write it on the counter and you get it off. They don't fuss at you for nothing, unless you do something wrong. Then that's your fault. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if that's the last one to speak in support, is there anybody here to speak in opposition? We have something,
Good afternoon. Marty Mock, 2701 Arthur. I appreciate the fact of all the things that the store has done to make the inside safe. It's what we would expect of any business conducting business selling alcohol and tobacco products. But the problem we have here is not an issue of how they actually run their stores, it's a problem of proliferation of liquor stores throughout the city of Des Moines, and particularly in the areas that we're looking at here. You have a number of them. He's mentioned Quick Trip. He's mentioned Walgreens. He didn't mention too much about Last Stop Beverage. I think he had actually was involved in that business across the street, which lends me to the first problem here. This is not something of his own making where he didn't know what was going on. He's been involved in the business. He knows what it takes. He knows about rules and regulations. And so he doesn't meet even one of the tests already, a test of having a variance for this situation. Secondly, as well as a business can be ran, when you have a proliferation of businesses that are adult-oriented in particular neighborhoods, it does affect the consistency, the long-term viability of a neighborhood. This is the whole reason why the quarter-mile separation was put into effect a number of years ago. I actually was sitting on the board during that time with this whole process. We had a proliferation. We tried to find ways that our neighborhoods would not be typecast as an alcohol neighborhood or a neighborhood full of adult establishments. And the quarter mile felt a reasonable way of being able to separate these so that we don't have any kind of tag on the neighborhood. If you begin looking at some of the neighborhoods in the northeast side, you start looking at University, not only this location but others, you start seeing a number of bars, taverns, liquor stores, things like that. You do the same thing while you drive up Hubble Avenue, and we have a number of those. You guys just approved one a few months ago out on the northeast part of Hubble Avenue. You even have them now coming up in other areas that aren't even that well traveled. The reality is that this is here for the purpose of not typifying a neighborhood in a way that will be downgrading it to the possibility of people wanting to move in. The applicant has not met at least 2 of the tests of a variance. And they are, number one, that they would lose all beneficial and productive use of the land. And the staff has correctly noted that that is absolutely false. There are only a number of kinds of establishments that go in that space and make a go of it. And then number 2, the plight of the owner is due to unique circumstances, not of the owner's own making, which unique circumstances must relate specifically to the land in question, et cetera, like that. And obviously, this is a gentleman who's been in the liquor business for years and years and years, and there's no way he can claim ignorance in the whole area of this. So I encourage you to, and I'm assuming right now we're only dealing with number A, right? Letter
Right.
A? Okay. And number A, I'd encourage you to deny. Thank you.
Marty?
Suzette Jensen, President of Northeast Neighbors. Our organization has voted to support the Accent neighborhood and requesting your denial of this request for conditional use. This area of our community is overwhelmed with bars and liquor stores at the moment. This does not meet the requirements for a variance, and we would ask that you deny it as the city has requested.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak in opposition? Yes, in a second here. I mean, but, do you want to go before the rebuttal, or? Okay. We're going to hear zoning enforcement officer.
Chair, members of the board, Sue Ann Donovan, zoning enforcement officer for the city of Des Moines. Briefly, as Mr. Mock pointed out to the board, the city council has directed staff to enforce an ordinance that impacts this property. Back in December of 2010 was the first ordinance change regarding changing a business use from 50/50, which is what they signed an application probably in about August of 2010 saying that they would have 50/50 sales of merchandise versus alcohol. Shortly thereafter, and I was a part of that, we were discussing publicly that the change would go to 60/40 and take tobacco out of the mix on the percentages. I believe that you can't necessarily argue that you didn't understand what you were coming into when the public discussions were being held and the ordinance was changed shortly thereafter. The City Council has directed that we, by the use of these ordinances, try to limit the proliferation of alcohol in neighborhoods and move some of these businesses toward a different model, which would be more convenience store, food items, that type of thing, so they're better suited for the neighborhood environment. I would argue that there are other business uses for this building. They've already said that 85% of the business is tobacco, so just take the liquor out, you still have a business use. There are other uses for the building. Change your model, do something else to make it work, but I would argue that the board should deny the conditional use permit and the variances.
Question, can I
Well,
ask?
let me, when we bring staff back, we still have a procedure we have to follow.
Okay, all right,
Okay.
that's fine,
We'll probably call you back.
that's fine.
Joe, now's your time for rebuttal. You got about 3 minutes. Oh,
Were you going to hold a separate hearing on B?
I don't think so.
Because I think the way you answered that one question of whether it was just for A, there may be some people that had a different, they may be in favor on B but not on A, for example.
Well.
So I didn't know if you wanted to, if there was anybody that wanted to speak
No,
to
there'd be
B
two people.
Yeah,
before the rebuttal.
we'll take it under advisement.
Okay.
Thanks,
See where-
Eric.
See where we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, yes.
I hope I made sense of what was said, because I don't hear very well. I lost some of that years ago in Vietnam. But I think there's a window for you to approve this because we were there first. You know, why is it our liquor store that's being closed? Why isn't it the one across the street? Why isn't it Walgreens? They didn't have their liquor license before us. We've had a liquor license a long time. So we're not a new game in town, and we're being treated like we just arrived on the scene. We invested all this money prior to there ever being any changes in any of I mean, we should be grandfathered in, I think, because we were there before any of this happened. And now it comes up and we're up here trying to explain that, you know, we're good guys and we're a good business, and we are. We obey the law. We do our best to run a good, tight ship. I spend a lot of extra money that I probably wouldn't have to in order to make sure that I send all my employees for training. You won't find that at my competitors. They got a drive-up liquor store across the street. I mean, how do you control selling to minors when you got a drive-up liquor store? I mean, I hate I'm going to pat myself on the back. I probably run the best ship in the state of Iowa, bar none. And I think that my employees can attest to that. And we should be grandfathered in. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Thank you. Any last questions for staff? And I think there might be. Sue Ann?
Yeah. Sue, I just want to clarify a couple points. This is proposed sale of liquor, correct?
They have a Class E, they can't make the 60/40.
Okay, all right, they have a
That's my
Class E.
understanding.
Okay. And the question about tobacco, so let's say David's Briar Shop wanted to open a tobacco store at this spot. Tobacco sales would be almost 100% of their sales. Would they need to have the same kind of conditional use permit?
There's no conditional use permit required for a retail shop that sells only
Just tobacco. But as soon as we want to bring alcohol into the mix, then the tobacco sales get lumped in with that, and that's how we either run into our 40-60 split or vice versa, correct?
Tobacco is taken out of the mix on the 60/40. You can't count that as merchandise when you do your
Right.
your 60/40.
Right. So in order for him, even if we want, well, and I might be ahead of myself, even if we want to look at Part B, he'd have to be selling something besides tobacco, liquors, wine, beer, if he wanted to try to still be a limited food sales establishment.
Correct.
Because the tobacco is also part of the equation here.
Yes.
And I might go as far to say part of the concern in neighborhoods. Is that correct?
The concern came up, if I can explain. People were coming in and saying we're a grocery store, and the requirements at the time were 50/50.
Okay.
Well, tobacco products rose in price, and so then all of a sudden your Twinkies and your bread are gone because you don't need it to make the 50/50. They turn into a liquor store.
Okay.
So we said, well, how can we not have these be liquor stores? Well, if you you change it to 60/40, so you got to sell meat, bread, and other items so that you are a convenience or a small grocery store.
Okay.
So that was the first attempt to regulate how these were impacting the neighborhoods.
Okay. I've got you. All right. Thank you.
Sue, does he meet the 50/50 criteria that he originally signed up for in 2010 that you mentioned?
He signed in 2010 a 50/50 and in 11 a 50/50, and I'm sure he's not even operating under the 50/50. But the intent of the ordinance was to give them several years to change the business model and move to the 60/40, and that's why it's coming up now. Next year you'll be hearing more of these, I'm sure.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? Either staff? Thanks, Sue Ann. Thanks. We'll close the public portion, go to board decision. Is there a need to have a separate hearing for Part B? Well, let's vote on Part A first. We'll decide what we want to do with Part B, okay?
Okay. So, a little discussion.
Well, we're talking about grandfathering, so. There isn't.
No, there's no grandfathering here. He'd have through December 31st of this year, and that would be it.
Right.
Right. If we do nothing here.
Right.
Okay. Well, if this was a model agenda presentation for both sides, I like what everybody said on both sides. This is a business that, it sounds to me, is trying hard, and barring any data from the city, it doesn't look like we've had any big crime issues there. And while I wasn't on some of the committees that looked at the whole liquor convenience store proliferation thing, the thing I took away from a lot of that was one of the city's biggest concerns was crimes related to this. People getting shot in front of these parking lots at these places, people committing crimes on these properties. I don't see that here, but by the same token, with some of the other comments that were given, our latitude here isn't just about nice people and people that work hard, and I kind of wish it was. Our latitude has to go to some of these other issues, and to a certain degree, our hands are kind of tied with that. We just can't look at the character of the owner, the character of the site. We have to see how that character fits into the neighborhood. We have to look at the other parts of the ordinance, and there has been some time spent at every level to look at that. And if the owner didn't like that, he could have been talking to his city council people here and doing a little research on that. So with Part A here, I don't know what we can really do here.
Unfortunately, I think you're right, Mel. When you look at this, it's falling under the quarter-mile rule. Now, if it was a quarter mile less than a foot, I might be able to see a little bit of latitude in that. But the city council's come hard and fast, and the idea here is that we don't want a proliferation of liquor stores. And so, I love your model. I love the way things work, but sometimes even we're handcuffed by the terms that the city council's laid out. I'd love to be able to support you folks in that, but as Marty pointed out, there's just too many. You got to go through a variance very carefully to make sure you meet all of the requirements, and there's two of them that appear to be glaring, and the distance is probably the number one issue for me, so I don't think I can support it. Part A, anyway.
Okay.
Anybody else? I'll entertain a motion then on Part A.
Well, I'll make a motion then to deny Part A, which would be the request of the conditional use permit and variance to allow for conversion of the existing limited food sales establishment to a liquor store.
So that'd be essentially staff's recommendation.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 5-0. On Part B, for the conditional use for the less than 40%, do you want to have a separate hearing, or can we just vote on that?
For purposes of discussion, if somebody has something they want to add in the audience, pro or con.
Okay.
I would conduct a hearing on Part B because I think there was an impression that Part B wasn't being treated when we were discussing Part B.
Okay. If there's a way that we can kind of do that with the brass tacks, I would be all for that. Just get to the essence.
All right. Do you want to give a presentation again, Bert? Okay. We're going to hear Part B of the same request, and that's grant a conditional use permit for a limited food and retail sales establishment where less than 40% of gross receipts from sales on the premises may be derived from the sale of alcoholic liquors, wine, beer, and tobacco products.
Part B would essentially allow them to continue operating in accordance with the agreements that they've already signed the past few years when they've been issued their liquor license. They've signed the agreements to say we're meeting the 60-40, which is how they've been able to get the liquor licenses the last few years. So we've recommended approval of a conditional use permit that's necessary to allow them to continue with that 60-40 model. And again, the conditional use permit for a limited food and retail sales establishment that sells liquor, that does not require any separation distances, so there's no need for any variances to that. So it's just the conditional use permit. We feel that they do meet the intent of the conditional use permit criteria as long as they comply with these 11 conditions. Again, one of those spells out that they shall derive less than 40% of gross receipts from the sale of alcoholic liquors, wine, beer, and tobacco products. 2, that they are limited to the existing 2,911 square foot business. 3, they have a liquor license or operate in accordance with liquor license issued by the city clerk and approved by city council. 4, that the display of alcoholic liquor shall only be in a locked case or behind a counter accessible only to employees. 5, they shall conspicuously post 24-hour contact information for a manager or owner. 6, they shall institute a strict no loitering business and post signs. 7, they shall not dispense alcoholic beverages through a drive-through window. 8, they shall provide litter and trash receptacles inside and outside. 8 or 9, the parking area shall be adequately lit. 10, any renovations to the site must be in compliance with the building code. And number 11, if the zoning officer determines the business violates these conditions or is constituting a nuisance to the neighborhood, the zoning officer can bring it back to the board for reconsideration. Any questions?
Mel?
So in essence, they've already agreed by their current permit to the 60/40, which we would be discussing here.
Right.
Has there been an audit to date?
There has not been.
Okay, all right. I'll just leave it at that. All right, thanks.
Any other questions? You'll get a chance in a second here. Yeah. Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant, you can come up and get all the clarification you want. Joe, come on up. I understand. I'm in that same boat.
I guess I just wanted clarification in so much as we had our liquor license before this ordinance was put in place. We put all this money into this place before the ordinance was put in place. So I don't know how you can come back after that date and say, okay, we allowed you to put $300,000 into that building. We gave you the liquor license. We did everything to assist you in putting this operation together. And now we've changed our minds a year later and changed the statutes. And the statutes don't apply to the people across the street. I mean, what's the difference between them? They've had a liquor license longer than that statute. We've had a liquor license longer than that statute. We've had a liquor license longer than Walgreens, longer than the people that you're saying, well, you're too close to these stores. Well, those stores weren't there. They weren't selling liquor when we opened up selling liquor. The Quick Shop didn't get a liquor license, and this ordinance wasn't passed until after the state of Iowa decided that gas stations should be able to sell liquor. Once that happened, then all these gas stations started selling liquor. We put this store in long before that ordinance ever happened, long before, I mean, I don't think you grasp this. This is going to cost $300,000. I don't know about you, that's a lot of money to me. And we were there first, and we were there in good faith. And we put all this money in good faith. And we had our liquor license before the ordinance was changed. I don't understand. I don't understand how you can not grandfather us in.
That was part of the discussion I had with legal here while we were going through this. And I'm going to let Mike Kelly, our city legal, explain what it means, what we just did.
This is a question not of when you were granted a liquor license, but a change in the zoning laws to try to prevent the proliferation of stores selling classy liquor, or stores with a classy liquor license in this town. But it's a zoning question, not a Chapter 123 State of Iowa.
Do you understand that, for instance, here's just an example. There was a law passed where child molesters could not live within 1,000 feet of the school. They came back later and they said, but if you already lived there, we're going to allow you to continue to live there, even though you're within 1,000 feet of the school. I think a precedence has been set here. I mean, I don't want this thing to end up in litigation, but we're not going down just laying down. We've done nothing wrong.
Understand?
And I think that if you re-examine this and call this to another vote, we can eliminate all these problems. We've done nothing wrong. We were there in good faith. We beat your ordinance. We were there first. Why aren't you putting the liquor store across the street out of business? Why is he allowed to be there when we're not? What is the difference? I think you're going to find this is lawsuit city.
You applied for a conditional use permit.
We applied for a liquor license.
No, you went to the wrong office. You should have applied to the liquor license with the clerk, and it would have to be approved by the state of Iowa.
All we did was transfer our liquor license. I think you'll find that you're incorrect. We transferred an existing liquor license from a block and a half away down the street. We've had that same liquor license for 16 years. 16 years. It's not, we transferred it.
Well, the zoning enforcement officer would like to explain this to you, and it's a question of where liquor licenses, where liquor stores can be placed within the city.
Any that can be placed in the future after the ordinance, but if it's there prior to the ordinance, I don't understand.
Well, it's not a legal non-conforming use question or anything like that. It's really a zoning question that says.
Well, you guys write me a check for 300 grand and I'll just close up, no problem.
You have been classified as a limited food sales
I've been
establishment.
reclassified. I was a liquor license. I've been, 16 years I've had a liquor license. I can verify, I can prove that.
This can go on for longer, but
And
it's not a
probably
question
will
of
come down to that,
grandfather
but
rights.
we're going to hear a couple more things.
Whatever.
Just one thing,
Yeah,
and then we're done.
Okay.
Just so you know, he's emotional. We will be put out of business. What the lady said about tobacco. We are a tobacco store. Our competition will leave us. I mean, our customers will leave us and go to Quick Trip and the Last Stop. And believe it or not, the guy that happened to open up right next to us in the parking lot because he knew we were going to lose our license. So we lose on everything here. We just closed a store in Euclid because it doesn't work, the model. Tobacco Outlet Plus has 50, 60 tobacco liquor stores. Every one of them has liquor in. There's very few freestanding, I can't think of any, freestanding tobacco-only stores that make it. We will be out of business.
The reason we did Euclid is we owned the building, so we thought we'd give it a shot.
Okay, here's what, I'm going to give you a chance to rebut. The city legal or staff has some comments to make, and I'll let you talk right after that.
Yeah, just to clarify, you're right, he's right, he's been able to sell liquor as the limited retail establishment or a little grocery store, but he's never had the approval to be a liquor store where more than 50% of the sales have been permitted to come from beer, wine, or tobacco, or beer, wine, or liquor. The Last Stop Beverage Shop across the street, that's been there for years, that has the conditional use permit, is a liquor store, so they are allowed to sell more than 50% of their business from alcohol and tobacco. But in this case, this site has never had the conditional use permit to allow them to exceed the 50%, which had been in effect up until 2010. In 2010, it went down to 60-40. So they've never had the ability to exceed that.
So Bert, as a question, I like to simplify things. He operated and agreed to 50-50. Now it's 60-40. That's a 10% tighter restriction. The city's putting a little rope around operations.
But in his defense at that time, when it went from 50 to 40, the tobacco got lumped into that.
Lumped in as well.
With the tobacco business
Okay. All right, and I'll have a question for Joe on that, too.
We went back to that situation.
Joe, we'll get to you in a second, okay?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Bert.
So, Ann, did you have anything more to add on that, or you just?
I think Bert explained it.
Okay.
I think I want to clarify also, this isn't a licensing issue.
Right.
We're not issuing licenses here. We're dealing with land use issues, the zoning of the property. He may have had a license for 16 years and moved it, and he had to meet all the requirements at this site. It was a new license on this site. It isn't a continuation where you just pull it out wherever you want in the city, and you still have to comply with the basic zoning ordinances of the land.
Okay.
He signed a 50-50 agreement. Every time he signs one in the last 2 years, it said next in 2013 you have to meet 60-40. That's the change in the business model that council wants. They want people to not be liquor stores calling themselves grocery stores. So that's what we're asking them to do.
Okay.
At $70 a carton for cigarettes, we could easily meet the 50-50 if you pulled cigarettes off of that table.
Right.
Which is what we agreed to originally, apparently, on that agreement. So this has been a change on the city's position after we went into business, after we, in good faith, spent $300,000. Well, $220,000 actually, but we'd lose $300,000.
Well, if you had gone in as a full liquor store, this wouldn't have been an issue today.
Competition dictated that. Right across the street, we were losing business because we didn't have liquor. This change started as tobacco only.
I understand, but you understand where we're coming. We are bound by a set of rules. Yeah, and I want to accommodate as much as I can. I think you got a good model. But what I'm trying to tell you is that because you went in as a conditional use at 50-50 and that model changed to 60-40, that's where you're caught. If you had a license.
Tobacco was lumped in with it. Suddenly, out of nowhere, here comes tobacco. We were fine because we had tobacco to more than offset the liquor.
Right.
And now they've thrown them together, so it's kind of a dirty trick by the city, quite honestly.
I wish we're bound by that.
You sound like a nice person, and I think you're on my side, but you can't, but you can't bend your rules. But I think that, because I've been around the block. I sued the city of Moline, and I got one of the council people fired, and I got my liquor license, and they were denying it because I had gasoline. They were discriminating. I'm not a new kid on the block.
No, I understand, and you know you do have options at the district court. That's really where, after our decision, that's really your next step. We're bound by a tight set of rules.
I feel like you're on my side, but you can't. But your hands are tied.
Joe, you're picking up what I'm laying down. That's right.
Okay. I do think that the city council, I guess we'll address the city council, but they changed the ordinance and they changed the laws in the middle of the game.
I know, and like I say, if there's more latitude that we had to deal with, we could probably help you out. But in the instance like this, as it's been pointed out, about the only thing that we can do is debate how close you are to the nearest liquor store. And that's our toughest thing. A quarter mile is what they want, and 641 feet. That's
one last thing then. The liquor store across the street has been owned by the guy that's there now for about a year. The original owner is not there anymore. So we've had our liquor license technically longer than the gentleman across the street.
But as they pointed out, it's a different kind of a license, and that's
It's a
where
permit, not a license.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
But Joe, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
No, I appreciate your time. I don't like your decision, but I appreciate it.
Okay. I think we're ready to close up. Are there any last questions?
I think since we're doing a hearing on Part B, I think people in support and people in opposition still.
Well, according to Joe and Mike, they were the only ones going to talk. At least that's what they said. Is there anybody?
I thought one of the people in opposition wanted to talk to.
That was why.
All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Marty.
Marty Mock, 2701 Arthur. It's the reason why I asked you about, is this Part A only? Looking at the history of this particular location, looking at the way they've ran the business, I think that from a standpoint of looking at neighborhoods, looking at good businesses, we would like to be in support of letter B to grant the business to 60/40. If it's up to them to find the model they need, but I think you guys have clearly hit the problem. The problem is the proliferation of liquor stores. And I think that the quarter-mile separation was done for a very good reason after large amounts of discussion and committee work and things like that. I think it has to be a real critical issue to do a variance over that quarter-mile separation. They do not present that from a standpoint of zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Joe, if you want to have...
2 minutes.
I do have 16 stores. Would it be possible for me to sell my other stores food, wholesale, out of that location, which would run my numbers way up?
It's retail
on
sales,
food
isn't it, at the establishment?
Is it all retail? Yeah. Is that in the ordinance?
They're nodding behind us, yes.
Yes.
So, and Donna, the zoning enforcement officer for the city of Des Moines, this land is not zoned for wholesale
Right.
Storage and transfer. It would have to be a retail sales establishment.
Right. Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Good try.
Joe, I'll tell you, it's one of the hardest decisions we've had to make, and I'll tell you what, it took a full hour to get through this, so.
Yeah.
Well, in Vietnam, for God's sakes, this is the way you treat your veterans. Yeah, wonderful.
Okay, let's go to the public portion, go to board decision.
Believe it or not, I'm not even mad at you guys. I'm mad at City Council.
I understand.
God bless you all.
Thank you. Now we're voting.
Well,
40% conditional use permit. Any discussion? I say let's go ahead.
I'm just disappointed they've left before we vote. I wanted to give them credit to have people come from Burlington and Cedar Rapids as employees, and they said what they felt, not what they were told. I give that a lot of credit. this is one of the few things I don't like about our volunteer service here.
There you go. That's right. Do I hear a motion to accept staff recommendation on Part B?
In good faith for the business, I will move that we approve Part A, which would be a approval of, or Part B, I'm sorry, Part B, which would be a conditional use permit approval to allow the business to operate as a limited food sales establishment, subject to conditions 1 through 11 as presented by staff.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 5-0. That's a tough decision, folks. We got it done. Item 10 was continued from the July 24th meeting. It's the appeal of the zoning enforcement officer's decision at 315 Southwest 14th.
Veteran stuff out, because that makes me mad, because I support veterans, but I don't like it used as a crutch.
I'm going to allow the appellate to speak.
Sitting up there.
Tim Hogan, Hogan Law Office, 3101. The information provided, and I think your local rule is if there isn't a full board, or at least 5 or under, you defer to the next meeting. We were hopeful there would be a full board, but they haven't arrived yet, so we would elect to defer if that's possible.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, do we have the latitude to say, hey, we'll put you at the end of the line today if you're willing to stay? Can we do
Well,
that?
Jake's going to have to go, so,
Okay.
yeah.
And I always say we can never guarantee a full board, but, you know,
I think.
would 6 be better than 5 or?
Let's, well, first, is there anybody here to speak against item 10? What do you think? What's next, September? 25, okay. Sue-Ann?
I will be gone at the September meeting. I'll be out of state. So since it's my decision, I'm presenting, it would have to go to October if the board should decide to continue it.
So October would be 23? Okay.
It's been continued once. I mean, in recent times, I don't know that we've ever had a full board.
It's up to us.
It's rare.
Well, I know we've continued things twice, but when we get to that third strike, I'm like, we need to hear it even if there's 4 of us.
Yeah.
So I might not be opposed to one more deferral, but that's at their risk. I wouldn't be inclined to grant another one.
Have to be October.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure he's hearing
Go
what
ahead,
we're
Mel.
saying here. We have deferred things twice before, but not a third time, and which would be up to our discretion. So if you get to next month and you don't have a full board, I don't know if you'd have a vote for me to defer a third time, because we just can't keep coming around on the merry-go-wheel.
Yeah, and not deferring just to defer. I would like
Okay.
to know that first deferral occurred a little bit because of a communication between our offices on
Okay.
scheduling.
Okay.
This one, I read your notice to us to say if it's 5 or under, you may request. That's why I was
Sure,
requesting.
okay. I do appreciate that.
And I think from a scheduling standpoint, it would probably be the October, because we would want to accommodate to make sure that Sue-Ann is here to make a full presentation as
Okay.
well. So we mean to
Okay.
make a full, fair presentation and have it
Okay.
fully considered.
So basically, you'd be prepared to come and ready in October regardless of, if there's just 5 of us here, there'll be 5 of us in October.
I guess that would be the situation we'd face today, so
Well, that's
we would
kind of
hope
what
to
I'm
have a
saying,
full board.
Okay.
Entertain a motion for continuance?
I'd make a motion to continuance to the October meeting,
23rd?
23rd of October.
Second?
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 5-0. We'll see you in October.
Okay, thank you for your courtesy.
Okay. Item 11 is an amended conditional use permit at 2335 Hickman Road.
Item number 11 is a request for a patio at a tavern. If it looks familiar, it's because they had a comparable request last month for a larger patio. They've since revised their proposal to reduce the area of the patio and also proposed additional landscaping and a sound barrier around the perimeter of the site. The site is the Scores Sports Bar at the corner of Hickman and 24th Street. directly across from Bike World is a car wash to the east, and then apartment buildings both across Hickman to the south and then to the north. Here's the layout of the business, or of the site. Again, here's the tavern. They're proposing a 20-foot by 40-foot patio on the north side of the tavern. As you remember from the aerial, there are apartments up the hill from this site that overlooks the patio. It's kind of a change in grade that'll be evident from these photos. As I mentioned, the business owner is proposing a sound barrier be installed within the fence. I can pass around this handout that gives a little more information on this sound barrier. As you can see from the photo, there's a, I guess, acoustic material that absorbs sound that would be placed between wood, so you wouldn't actually see it, but it would be contained within the fence. So I'll pass these around. Sure, if you don't mind. Pass it around. Thank you. Here's some site photos. This is looking to the east from 24th Street. Here's the tavern. The patio would be within this area, open space to the north of the building. This is looking from the east at the building. They have an existing 6-foot wide patio in front. The 20 by 40 patio would be located to the north of the building. And here's another photo of that area where the patio would be. Just another perspective of the business. And this photo here is really a good example of why staff is recommending denial of the conditional use permit. Even with the 8-foot tall fence around the patio here, we feel that sound is still going to travel over that 8-foot tall fence and to this apartment building here. And given the hours of a tavern, usually late at night, on weekends, if there are families or children sleeping in these apartments, there's definitely the possibility that the noise generated from the patio could be a disturbance. Again, here's the consent map. The cards are going around, and there's also a card from the Martin Hickman Neighborhood Association. In talking with the applicant before the meeting, she said that there's a chance the Martin Hickman Neighborhood Association is going to be being combined with the Prospect Park neighborhood. But at the time being, Martin Hickman is definitely a recognized neighborhood association. So they've submitted their card, and I believe I saw Laura from that neighborhood here to speak also. So again, staff has recommended denial. We don't feel that this amended proposal satisfies the criteria necessary for granting the conditional use permit. We feel that given the topography change and the proximity to these apartments, we feel that it could have an adverse impact on the neighbors. So we've recommended denial. Any questions?
Questions for staff?
Quick one. Julie says in her proposal that she'd be willing to plant as many as 5 trees and 5 evergreens to also help prevent noise and still retain 5,600 square feet of green space behind the fence. Were you aware of that as part of her proposal?
Yeah, but again, trees would take a few years to get established. Sure. And to get to any height that would, adequately absorb noise that could, carry up the hill towards those apartments.
If someone does come to you with a site plan for development, just let's take this off the table for a minute. What's the minimum size of trees that they can install to meet site plan requirements from square one?
A 6-foot tall evergreen.
Okay. And then for like a sapling for a deciduous tree?
I think it's
caliper?
1.5-inch caliper.
Okay. Which would be probably at least an 8-foot tall tree, I guess, somewhere in 6 to 8 foot. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, just kind of curious. Thank you.
Bert, have you seen the booklet that Julie put together?
Actually, I did not. She just handed those to me at the
She's
start
got
of the meeting.
a list of people that approved this for 2413 24th. Is that apartment building back here? I'm assuming it is. Probably asked the wrong person.
I don't know if the title holder signed it, though. They might just be tenants of that building.
That's what it appeared. We can probably ask.
There's another one from the owner of the building.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Thanks, Bert. Applicant, representative of the applicant?
Good afternoon. Julie White, 801 55th Street. Before you again from the July 24th meeting when we discussed this. At that time, I believe Mr. Pins, you kind of put out there if you scaled it down, it might be a little bit better. And Mr. Gray, you also said if there were some changes made that it might be more acceptable at that time as well. So
I also said to go out and see the neighbors. And that's
exactly. And so immediately I did some research and tried to figure out what I could do for this plan. So what I did was I scaled down the patio. I brought the fence in from 87.5 feet to 40 feet now, just out. So that created more of a larger buffer zone. I found the acoustic fencing out of California that I've already talked to them. They can have it shipped here during construction phase. I've gone to Outdoor Right Tree Solutions and picked out trees. And if I'm bound by any kind, by zoning stating I need to get this large of a tree, I'm fine with that. Then as well, I have talked to the neighbors. There is 16 apartments there. 2 are vacant, and 4 families I could not reach in the 5 different times that I have tried. And I have spoke with 10 families, 8 who signed the form, 2 who were a little hesitant to sign their names. The gentleman at the last meeting stated that there was a lot of Spanish-speaking people in this apartment building. So I also did bring an interpreter with me to make sure that they fully understood everything that I planned to do, showed them my plans, and they were in support of it. I also spoke with the owner, Sean Fouch, regarding my whole plan, and we went over some concerns that he may have regarding noise and visibility, and he has also agreed to support me in this proposal. As well as that, I also went to the August 18th meeting of Prospect Park and explained to the members of the board there exactly what I wanted to do, answered all their questions, that type of thing, and I believe I have their support. I was also forwarded a letter that Ms. Reddick, I'm sorry if I say that wrong, sent out to the neighbors, and in turn did a mass email to those people, tried to answer any questions through a letter, and also asked if there was any questions, please come see me, email me, talk to me, call me. I welcome criticism. I just need to know what people are thinking so I can improve. Nobody contacted me. I also have been in contact with the 2 buildings on businesses on either side of us. The car wash is Craig Havens, who is actually selling me the back lot to do this patio addition, so he's in support of it. And the owner, Forest Ridgeway of Bike World, also doesn't have any problems with it. And I think the only cards that were, I know neither one of them sent in any kind of cards. I also have a letter of support in there from our armed security guard stating, just kind of giving you a reason why he thinks it's necessary to have this back patio as well. So I believe that I have done everything in my power to notify the community, the business owners, the apartment complex, the residents, received support on the people that will have direct impact of this. I believe I also have done everything I can for sound barriers to improve this. What I really want to do is explain to you the reasons why I want to do this area. It is not to increase my business. What I'm trying to do, we already have a problem, as Ms. Reddick will tell you, of congestion, and it's mainly Friday and Saturday nights. The reason I have this congestion is what I do is I have a 25-year age restriction. Nobody is allowed in my premise unless they are 25 years of age. I have quite a few people of 21 to 24 age people that want to try and get in. They're not allowed in, and they will go and park on that street right there and in the surrounding businesses to try and be a part of that crowd. I know it sounds kind of strange, but people do that. And as you'll see in the letter from Jay Woods, who is our armed security guard, he kind of explains the reasons why people do that. They're sitting in their cars. They're trying to be a part of the crowd. They're trying to talk to the patrons. They're trying to, and they'll even be drinking in their cars. I've also called the police on this several times, but I can't call the police every Friday and Saturday night to try and get these people to move, and I can't patrol that area because I have limited access to do that because it's not my property to patrol. I have 4 security guards and 1 armed security guard every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights. I also pat down every single person that walks in our establishment. We have 12 security cameras. I care about safety in my business, and I take it very, very serious. My problem is patrolling the people that are lingering around my business. I don't have control over them. And if I can't control the people going outside as well who smoke and want to be outside when it's nice outside. So I have this small patio that people try and crowd in that area, which spills a little bit into the parking lot. What I'm trying to do is relocate those people to the nice sit-down area, calm, relaxing environment, created ambiance that is very enclosed. You cannot see it from the street. And so I get rid of all those extra cars. So I didn't look at my notes, but I hope I have all my points. Oh, another big point is I'm investing hundreds of thousands of dollars into these 2 parcels, the building and the remodeling project. I'm not going to take it lightly. I'm not going to haphazardly do something and have something happen because I know zoning enforcement can come in and say that it's a nuisance and it'll be taken away. So I'm not going to let that happen. I want to assure you of that. In closing, I just want to let you know I'm just extremely passionate about this project, and that's why I'm here before you again. Just because I know that it's going to help the neighborhood. I know it's going to help the control in my business. I have a problem already existing. I'm trying to be proactive for a solution, and this is my solution, to take them back in an enclosed area where you cannot visibly see the people on the side streets, Hickman, and I get rid of all the extra cars that are just parking all over.
Julie, one thing I remember in the previous application, I don't know where it sits in this one, was the music that would be played out and back.
Yes.
Is that still?
Right. The only thing there will not be, and another point, I was here last year for the sound permits, and you granted for a year. I've never requested one. I've never asked for one. I've never taken advantage of that, and I'm not going to take advantage of this either. I'm not going to have any kind of loud music, any kind of events on this patio. What I want to do is have one small speaker and keep it at a very small level, because I understand that there's children sleeping there, and I would never want to disrupt that. And I just feel that if you have that ambiance of the music and you keep it at a certain level, then people are going to lower their voices to that level. That's the reason why I'm requesting that as well.
Questions for the applicant?
Julie.
Yes.
I like your site map, and I'm a big site map, site plan person here to kind of see what people are proposing. So when you said you want to have the 20 by 40 concrete patio and you'd be cutting it down by 400 square feet, I'm like, okay, I'm interested, tell me more. But when I see this, I see that basically I could step off the patio then and I could have full reign to run around and climb on your retaining wall and check out all your trees and still be within kind of a fenced stockade area back there.
Right. There. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, so, and I guess my question would be, I would be more interested in having the 20 by 40 concrete patio as you propose, your pergola, but have the fence directly around the 20 by 40 concrete patio. Because in my opinion, once you've got people out the back door, if that area is quote open, that's part of the area to me. And you could still have people running up toward the fence or getting in a fight with who knows who, or a yelling match about something.
Sure.
If we were to consider this, would you be amenable to, okay, you can have the serving area, whatever you want to call it, the patio area, but your fencing has to be right around that 20 by 40 area, like at an 8-foot, if that's acceptable with the city?
If that is my only option, I definitely would
Okay.
consider that. I'll tell you the reasons
Sure.
why I planned
And I'm sure
it
you
the
probably
way
have
that
a reason.
I did, is first of all, the patio would go off the 2 back doors.
Right, I've got that.
And then the retaining wall is because of the slope.
Yep.
And
Got
then
that.
what I was going to do behind the retaining wall is plant extra trees, and then behind the fence, plant extra trees. And there's not much space, and I know you have to have like a root base, so I don't foresee people going up beyond that retaining wall. And then on the patio is lounge furniture.
Sure.
That will set kind of, and it'll just have like a 5-foot area that I'm planting bushes.
Okay, so
Right
you want to have a
along.
little greenery around your
Right,
patio,
so
is what you're saying.
there's no like open space, and trust me, I have definitely thought of, you create more area and they can go different
'Cause
places.
that's what I might have done.
Right. And I've even thought of with the pergola.
I'd go run around,
just
check 'em out.
enclosing the pergola in with like a 4-foot fence
Okay.
to keep them kind of contained in that area as
Okay.
well.
And the retaining wall is necessary just so you can cut flat for your patio, and then you're obviously going to have a notch into the hill, and you'd need that.
Yes.
But in essence, that retaining wall would be visible by the patrons and kind of in their area.
Yes, the
right?
fence would be
Okay.
behind that.
Okay.
And then the fence going off of 2 sides of the building, I just thought would be better for beautification of the neighborhood as well.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition?
Afternoon. I'm Laura Reddick, 2535 24th Street. I've been a homeowner and a resident on 24th Street for 35 years. I was also co-founder and have been president of the Martin Hickman Neighborhood Association since 2009. When our home was purchased, Scores was a 7-Eleven convenience store and should never have been allowed to be converted into a tavern due to the proximity to the residents and the insufficient parking in the lot and on the street. I have brought copies of the emails that I have sent to our residents, in case you would like to see those. Informing them of the proposed patio. Residents who responded, as well as myself, are opposed to the patio because of the noise it would create, the lack of parking, and the increase in traffic on 24th Street and Bennett. 24th going north intersects with Bennett at a T intersection, and Bennett then goes east to intersect with ML King. Let me address the noise factor. As you know, the tavern is located at the bottom of the hill on 24th Street. Despite having an acoustical fence surrounding the patio and the trees as a buffer, the noise will travel over the fence, up the hill, impacting the residents in the apartment buildings directly north of the tavern, as well as those on Holcomb and on 24th Street. It may even impact those residents living on Bennett at the north end of 24th Street. Anyone who has frequented, lived close to, or walked by any kind of bar, or certainly an outside venue, knows that the noise can get out of control very easily. It's not out of control for those enjoying themselves, but it's out of control for someone trying to sleep next door or across the street at midnight. The first single-family residence is just 100 steps, those would be my steps, from where the patio would be located. And I have a photo of that. This photo was taken at the back corner of the first family residence on 24th. And as you can see, it's just 100 steps from where the patio would be. The house was recently sold, and the new owners have spent over $30,000 getting it back in shape. They are not in favor of this proposal. There is limited parking in the tavern lot as well as on 24th Street. I've witnessed cars parked almost to the stop sign on 24th Street, leaving insufficient room for a car to turn onto 24th from Hickman because the rear end of the car stopped at the stop sign is sticking out onto 24th rather than being parallel with the curb. With parking along the west side of 24th Street, it essentially reduces that street to one lane from Holcomb to Hickman. Bike World has 3 driveways on 24th Street, but with cars parked in front of these driveways, there is no place for a car to pull over to let another one pass. If you meet another car, someone has to back up. No parking is allowed on the east side of the street. However, cars do go over the curb and park in the empty lot parallel to 24th. And that would be this area right here. They go over the curb and park along here, which I don't know if that's classified as parking since there's no sidewalk.
No, it's not. We don't allow that, do we?
I understand the tavern owner has no control over the street parking, but something needs to be done about the present parking situation, which I assume will get worse with any expansion plans for the tavern. Parking always has and always will be an issue unless the tavern owner puts a parking lot where they want to put the patio in the empty lot north of the bar. The traffic generated by the bar is an issue for those people living on 24th Street and also on Bennett Avenue. On the weekends, it's pretty much constant. Cars speed down 24th Street, and there are a lot of children riding their bikes and walking in the streets. This is a safety issue. It is also a nuisance because of the loud music emanating from those cars with their heavy bass rattling the windows. It can be heard from the time they leave the bar until they are halfway down Bennett on their way to ML King. And let me expand on the safety issue. I obtained a trip log from the Des Moines Police Department showing how many times the police have been called to the tavern. And I have copies of those also for each of you. In the past 12 months, the police have been dispatched to the tavern 34 times. On one day, there were 5 trips. The first one at 1:15 p.m. and the last at 9:01 p.m. I was quite concerned when I learned at the July 24th Board of Adjustment meeting that the bar has an armed security guard. This is perfectly legal, but doesn't speak highly of the clientele if the tavern owner feels they need to have an armed security guard on site. At the July 24th meeting, the tavern owner also stated that there had not been any calls to the police due to music. In the past 12 months, there have been 5 calls for disturbing the peace and quiet, and 3 of those were for music. Last but not least, I must address the beautification factor. At the July 24th meeting, the tavern owner stated, and I quote, "Beautification is important to us," unquote, and proceeded to show a picture of the front of the tavern prior to them owning it and after. They had repainted and installed the tavern name across the front of the building. However, as you can see in this picture, it's a little hard, but the back of the building has not been repainted. This little wooden shed here is dilapidated and about ready to fall down, has a chain link fence gate hanging off of it. Here we have the trash receptacle and another little outbuilding. This is what the residents see, the residents from Holcomb and Bennett and 24th Street as they drive down 24th to Hickman. There's also...
Laura, about 1 more minute.
Not done. There's also the dumpster, which is not enclosed. And in this picture is quite full, inviting the crows and raccoons to have their way with the trash. The tavern owner has stated her security team picks up trash from the area surrounding the bar, but on windy days, it's blown up the street, and no one but the residents pick it up. Regardless of the size of the patio, the noise, parking, and traffic will remain. It is a quality of life issue, and I urge the board to consider the impact on the residents, not just in the apartment buildings, but those residents living in single-family homes on Holcomb and 24th Street. Thank you for your time.
Lloyd, can I ask a question, please?
Sure.
On the picture that's in front of us right now,
Yes.
it has the dumpster that's open and then the little building. Would you put that other picture that you had up that it?
So you can see that. See, that's the backside.
So that's the back side that we're
Yes.
seeing. Okay. Okay. So on the
That
other
would be-
side, that's open.
Right,
Okay.
this would be the north side of the building, and this
I got it.
would be on the front.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we have to keep those pictures.
Do you?
Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak in opposition? May I ask, is there anybody, is this it, or is there going to be more people speaking in opposition? Okay.
Hi, my name is Mark Nelson. I'm the Executive Director of Freedom for Youth Ministries, located at 2301 Hickman Road. Our campus sits directly east of the car wash. We also own vacant property behind the car wash. And also on the same block around the corner on Bennett, we recently built a new transitional home for homeless young women. And so we are seeing at our campus now over 200 children a week. We have about 800 volunteers from the community that come in during the course of a year. We are really beginning to change the makeup of the neighborhood. And although I can sympathize with the bar owner in wanting to improve her establishment, I don't think it's conducive to what's happening on that block. A lot of our children, including our young ladies, walk right by that bar to get to our campus, and we do not feel that it is a good option. And increased congestion on that corner will only cause more problems in the future. Thank you.
I think that was it. Is there anybody else here to speak in opposition? Julie, you got 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
The comment regarding the
Still
youth
vote if you have to go.
ministries, I believe should actually be in favor of, because if the children are walking down Hickman, I'm taking the people from the front to an enclosed back area where the children aren't walking. So I think that's kind of contrary to really what I'm trying to do here as well. As Renee mentioned, the parking, I'm required to have 11 parking places. I do have 22. I know that that's still not enough, and they are parking on the streets. The primary problem is Friday and Saturday nights, and it doesn't start until about 11:30 at night when the majority of the people are coming. And they are parking along the streets and kind of parking everywhere. But I'm telling you, 50% of those people, 50 might be a little high, a lot of those cars that are parking, they're sitting in their cars. They're drinking in their cars. I cannot patrol them. I cannot control it. I'm asking for help to control it. I don't have an opportunity to pat down any of those people. I don't know how old they are. I don't know if they're drinking. I don't know what they're doing. I need help to patrol my area. I need this approval to get the people that are actually my patrons in my business in the back, not in the front lingering around. The back of the building was painted. The shed will be gone, obviously, with this project. The back of the building used to have vines growing all over. That was all taken down. The garbage enclosure will be enclosed with this thing. It'll be enclosed regardless because it needs to be. But we do have plans to get that done, and it should have been done by now, honestly. The only other thing is she's concerned about the safety. Well, I'd rather have the armed guard there. I'd rather have my 25-year age restriction. I'd rather patrol my lots and have the security guards and have the pat-downs already in place before something could or does happen. So if it's that kind of place, it's that kind of place. It's the bar business. I have primarily a minority-owned or minority business there. I have different challenges than maybe a different location. But I take the measures into consideration. Safety is my number one thing, and I'm trying to create more safety by having these people in the back in an enclosed area instead of all over where I don't have control over them. It's not going to change. If you don't give me this, the problem is not going to change because I don't have control over it. I want to redesign my place of business. I don't want these people at my place of business. I want the older people I just want a nice older clientele. And if I provide them a nice place, nice area, I will get rid of the young ones that linger around. I need help changing the dynamics of my business to have more control over it. Thank you.
Any last questions for staff?
I have a question for staff.
Okay.
Help me understand, I've got this report, and then we've got this report.
Yeah, the
This
report
has a lot more
Sure.
on it than this report
Yeah,
does.
the list of reports I passed around were the confirmed incidences where the police issued a citation or where there was a documented infraction, where the list that Ms. Reddick passed around was actual police calls, which may or may not have been substantiated
Okay,
police calls.
I got it.
Any other questions? Thanks, Bert. Close the public portion, go to board decision then. We got 4 people voting on this one. Right.
Okay, because Cindy wasn't here to hear the case, right? Okay.
Right.
I'm going to make this kind of simple. I'd like to scale down what she's proposed and see if we can find a way to do this. I don't know if you all are interested in that or not.
I guess I still have some concerns. I think one of her biggest challenges is she has a ton of parking space in front of that facility, and that's where the cruising in and out is happening. I think, a patio by any size is going to increase her population. I mean, people want to be outdoors. So I think the management challenge that she has is, essentially the landscape. I don't know how she's ever going to be able to police that frontage area that allows that and the drinking that's going on there. So, I'm not sure that the acoustic fencing is going to do anything. She mentioned that she wants, she's not going to have loud music, but she didn't define that, Outdoor band is going to be loud, even if it's acoustic.
No, we wouldn't.
If you pipe music out, it can be. So what is not loud to me can be very loud to somebody else. It looked as though she had about 5 units out of that whole apartment complex in favor of it. Now, I'm sure there are many families that are not comfortable with that, but I don't see the acoustic fencing helping the sound issue. The trees might buffer visually in a few years, but to address the immediate challenges, I don't see that any of those 2 things are going to help. I think she just has an incredible challenge just because of the open space in front of there. And I'm not sure she's ever going to be able to get a handle on people that are cruising in and out, parking, checking out who's there, drinking in their car. I think she's up against a really big challenge.
Well, and actually, I believe, according to city ordinance, if a car is parked on a city street and somebody's consuming alcohol in it, I don't think you can do that. So I think, Julie, even if they're a patron or not, that's not the patron you want. If you see that, have your security call the police, because, well, I know. Yeah, and I would like to see this patio area as a place where maybe a smoker would come or somebody minorly wants to go outside, not a big outdoor party area, not a area to encourage more people to come, but just to get some of those people off the street. I'm still in favor of scaling down an outdoor venue here. I don't even want to call it a venue. And I think if push came to shove, you'd be okay with zero music out there if we could make this happen. No speakers at all, no little tiny Bluetooth speaker for your iPod. I mean, because that's all I think you would probably have would be just enough, a little waterproof speaker that would be out there. But nonetheless, I don't know, again, with Cherie's comments, I don't know where we would be headed, but I'd like to propose a very scaled back patio with a fence that's tighter around that. Also with the landscaping outside the fenced area. Buffer this thing in, clean up the back area. You'd have to move your proposed secondary door. I see you got it shown here, but I'd say you're going to slide that back in a little because we're going to be a little tighter. I'd like to have the pergola the same size, but look at a patio area no larger than 20 by 32, and then the fence would have to be within 4 feet around that. So then you can still have your little landscaping inside a grass strip or something. But with so few of us here to discuss, it sinks or swims.
Yeah, we're being hit on all sides. We're getting hit with the loudness, we're getting hit with the parking. A lot of these aren't, I mean, it's good information, but that's not part of the decision.
No. Well, congestion on streets could be, the question is this part of that congestion? I look at this as a bar. It's a tavern now. I'd rather make it a better tavern because it's either going to be a really bad tavern, and if it's no tavern at all, I don't see what else will be coming in here except for an empty parking lot with loitering. I'd rather try to fix up what we've got. I'm going to give Julie a little credit here. Maybe it's earned. She's persistent. So.
Yeah, Julie, I've got to hand it to you. You've really been working this from every angle, and you've used some pretty good strategies in a way. My concern is just that the patio is in fact going to increase the patrons that are coming, and that's where the pressure, begins to be felt.
Are we keeping people out of the front if we have the patio?
Yeah.
Are there people, can people be out in front of that tavern now? They can be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just by law. There's,
Okay,
unless
so
the property
they
owner
can't be
tells them to
outside,
leave.
But they can just take a beer out. They can't be served. Okay.
Right. Right. But the out front is kind of the attractive thing to get other people to cruise by. Hey, maybe there's a cute girl. Hey, maybe there's some guy I can hassle and yell at and see if he responds, and
Would an option be to remove the front patio? Would that help?
I don't know if removing it as much as perhaps if there are chairs or tables out front now, maybe those could be removed. I mean, an awning or a porch I don't have a problem with to just, keep people out of the rain as they enter and exit. I don't know how she's using that now. You'd have to call her up here to ask her if we want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, it seems to me that's what the attraction is people are maybe hanging out front.
Too much out front,
People
right,
are cruising
right.
by on the street.
Right.
Whereas if everybody were in the back.
Yeah. We approved a smoker's enclosed fence patio in the Army Post Plaza on Army Post Road where Bourbon Street Bar is, one of the few things in that little strip mall there. Bourbon Street had been there for years. And I watched that. They put that in behind there. I drive on that little Dickman Road that goes through there all the time. And it's 8 foot tall. I can't even see in as I drive by. I can't see anybody out there. And they only use it kind of as a smoking patio, get a little fresh air. If it was on that scale, again, and this is about discussing with you all, I certainly wouldn't have a problem with it. If this is scaled down, I don't think we'll attract more. I think it would keep the people who would be inclined to hang out front in the back.
Well, I think we're getting close here.
But if it's fundamentally against someone here, if one person says no, I don't want to beat this to death for 15 minutes. If somebody is not, if we aren't all on the same page of can we design it to work? If somebody doesn't want to design it, that's their prerogative. We have to have 4. Yeah, you can't have a simple majority of 4.
Yeah. The challenge I think with that establishment again is the
Yeah.
front patio because it's just railing And so
Right.
you can cruise in there and you can see who's hanging out.
Sure,
And people
sure.
do hang out there.
Sure. Do we have a picture of the front of the business from your past case or anything, or even today, Bert?
You want to see the picture, what it used to look like?
Of the front with her, yeah, see, she's got that, but see, I see there's chairs out there now, correct? So then maybe we remove the chairs, or maybe,
I don't want people out there any longer. I want to direct everyone.
so what if you took away the OK Corral fence that people like to lean on?
I mean, it's not a problem really to take it away, or if people want to go out there, they're going to go out there.
Right, but I'd be inclined to go out there if I could put my elbows on there and my drink on the rail and hang out and watch the traffic on Hickman. And I'm not saying to look like that back in the day, because that's a closed 7-Eleven. But to still have, just to kind of get rid of the railings there, because that looks like kind of an enclosed space. I'm going to pause there, I'm going to linger, I'm going to lean on the rail. If you didn't have that,
They're not going to be allowed out there.
if this happens. So now you allow it,
Now it's allowed.
because you don't have a choice, in a way.
Have them out in the back, lingering around.
Right, because you don't really have a choice.
Right, but that's the patrol area.
But even if you said you don't want them out there now, if we grant you the back, how about you take the railing down completely then? Because it still looks like a front patio to hang out at.
Leave it, but nobody could be out front. I mean, I'm just trying to, I'm listening to what the neighbors say, and I am concerned about the young people that walk by there and have to listen to the
Right.
comments. If it's there and there isn't anything we can do about it, and Julie has, I mean, Julie, you have been tenacious with this. I look at your book and you've done a really good job. If it's gonna be there, I'd rather have it in the back, where it's closed, with a private fence, no music. At least that would help the neighborhood.
Right.
I've driven by here a couple of Saturdays ago and I saw all kinds of people hanging around. And I thought, oh, you know. So, I don't know if that's a compromise, but.
I don't know, would that help? It would?
Would that help?
Okay.
Well, and I remember what we did at Bourbon Street, and
Yeah.
that helped.
And I drop in there once in a while.
I mean, I'm just trying to make it better. If it's
Yeah.
better for the neighborhood,
Right.
if we do nothing, she can keep people in the
Right.
front.
Is this part of a conditional use? If it's not working, we can tell her, sorry, you got to close your patio. So if you spend all these tens of thousands of dollars and you don't keep a lid on it, we'll tell you, sorry, you got to tear it out now. Sue Ann would have to tell you that first, but it'd come back here and we would uphold that.
So no one, anybody who's outside wouldn't really be seen because of the fence. Is there a limit into the fencing that she can have? Can it be more than 6 feet, or do we want it more than 6 feet? Do we want it,
Well, if it's
I mean,
interior to the property a certain depth, it can be taller than,
Right,
can
it
it?
could be 8 feet tall since it's within the rear yard area. And I think 8 feet is what she's proposing.
She's got up to, I think, 10 feet on the far back, but I don't know if I would need that, as at least from my perspective. I'd rather see a uniform height fence within 4 feet around the patio area that I would propose here. Then more than likely, you might have your retaining wall just in or outside of that fence, because you'll still need it. And then there's going to be trees still outside of that fenced area to have a secondary buffer and still do your acoustic paneling. And no music outside.
but no music? And I don't want to hear that the neighbors have been disturbed. I mean, that's my concern. We've ran into that before, and we've been back and back before this board, and I don't think that's fair to do that to the neighbors.
I think we're somewhere close to consensus, and in deference to all these people that are sitting there waiting for it, let's put a motion on the floor.
Okay. Would it be okay for me to give it a try at this?
Give it a
Yes.
try.
Okay. Let's see here. What page was the staff recommendation on in the actual staff report?
7.
I want to make sure, in the actual staff report, not in the agenda.
Oh.
Yeah,
34, thank you, Cindy. What page?
I got 41.
Okay. Okay. All right, since staff is recommending denial.
So anything that we approve.
Right, I just wanted to see if we had something. Okay. I am going to recommend approval of the requested amendment to the conditional use permit, subject to the following conditions. 1, any construction must be in compliance with current building codes necessary. Bert, that's some of your general language. 2, the patio areas shall be limited to an area of 20 by 32. She was asking for 20 by 40 yet. The pergola will be limited to a area of no more than 14 by 20, which is what she asked for. Fencing shall be of 8-foot uniform height, no more than a distance of no more than 4 foot from the perimeter of the patio. She will then have to plant 5 deciduous trees and 5 evergreens, 2 of which shall be on the west side of the property, on the west side of that fence. Does that make sense? You kind of help her with that? Such plantings will be in conformance with size and caliper of plantings normally required in site plans. And she has to remove the railing on the front of the business.
No loitering.
And post signs that say no loitering, which I think you might have that already. I saw you got some kind of sign.
An acoustic fence.
And, yeah, and the fencing shall have acoustic paneling as described by the applicant. So, 2 questions. Would that work for you, Julie? You can just nod. Maybe? Okay. And to my colleagues, thoughts?
If not, she'll be back
Yes.
next month.
So you're saying remove the patio or the railing from the patio out front, but are you saying sacrifice the conditional use permit that allows them to have seating out there still?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she'd sacrifice the front seating. Thank you, Bert. But I also want to get rid of the railing. Because I'd go hang out on your railing and just, check it out.
Yeah. I think it's probably the best compromise we're going to come up with.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
I think this time we have addressed the neighbors. We're addressing the business. I think we've got something we can work with, so.
Consensus is somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
So,
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Couldn't have gotten any closer.
There's one abstention.
Cindy.
She was,
Here, she was here for the end of the.
so we still counted as an abstention? Okay.
So
One abstention.
Okay,
All
thanks,
right.
Cindy. Thank you, colleagues. Okay.
Item 12.
We just jump out of order real quick. Item number 15 is requesting a continuance. They just came up and asked.
Okay.
I'll let him make that request right now.
My name is Rick Carpenter, 5616 Arbor Lake Drive, Executive Director of Southridge Facility. I'd like to ask for a full board and a contingency due to the fact that I have a time conflict.
Okay. I think that's fair.
Is this
folks.
concerning Southridge?
That's correct. We can make it quick.
Are you sure you need a full board?
Well, I have a time conflict. I need to get back.
Well, if everybody could make their presentation quick.
How much time?
Or we can.
Or can I go now?
Oh, he's not next.
No, I'm not next. I would like to go next.
Sorry. I didn't mean to get ahead of ourselves.
Let's give him a continuance.
Yeah.
I don't want.
Is that okay?
Everybody's been patient here.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Which one's that?
Make a motion, Mel.
Which item was that?
15.
I make a motion to continue item 15 to the next regularly scheduled agenda.
That'll be great.
Okay.
I second.
Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. See you. I think it's the 28th,
It's Des Moines Community College.
25th.
Why aren't we just allowing it?
Well,
Thanks, Bert.
it should be able to be allowed pretty easy.
Item 12 is a variance at 1050 6th Avenue.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Eric Lundy, Senior City Planner. This item is coming in front of you. The appellant is the owner of the Holiday Inn in the Mercy Campus area. I think I grabbed the wrong file here.
I know when I went in. Yeah.
Apologize for that. The large high-rise you see on the freeway, off the freeway between 6th Avenue and 7th Street. Might be a little blurry. So the building is here. The area that's in question is here near the east drive entrance off of 6th Avenue. And what the appellant is seeking to do is create an area to conceal some of the mechanical equipment and activity with this exterior entrance so that it's not as visible to the street. And that is a highly visible corridor along 6th Avenue just north of the freeway there, so thousands of vehicles pass per day that would see that. I'm going to zoom in on that a little bit to show you there's some regulator pipes and things that probably can't be easily relocated. The solution that's being proposed by the appellant is a kind of a wood slat type fence. It's not really a type of fence you see a lot around this community, but while it's certainly an attractive fence in the picture, staff's concern is the longevity and the duration at which that'll be maintained. And so staff's perspective is that we would rather see something that would be a continuation of what you see on the other portion of the building, which would be something more of a concrete kind of panel system, or even something that would be somewhat open like this up in this area. It would still conceal a lot of this equipment. So at this time, staff's recommending in favor of the appeal, but we want it to be conditioned upon the type of material being of a masonry or concrete design to tie in with the architecture of the building. Of course, any fence, we would require a permit. So, is there any questions?
Have we talked to the applicant about?
I think my understanding from talking to Bert is that he's had, I think there's some, I think they prefer their proposal.
Okay.
So.
Any other questions?
Is it just along that property there, that front there?
Yes.
It doesn't go along that edge there? It doesn't turn there? Just a straight fence?
I guess that you'd have to ask them. They're not showing anything in their drawing, whether it would wrap that, but they're showing, they are very tight to the property line. So I think there is some limitation on, where they can actually place that without having to go through some kind of vacation or areaway permit. So. Wait a minute. But as far as I know, it's just this area.
East side.
They sort of square off that corner.
I'm confused. It sits on 6th.
Wait a minute, Eric, I'm sorry, I'd step out for a moment. Is this on the east side of the building where they want this, or the west side?
It is on the east side.
That other picture you had was the west side to just show the architecture? It's that photo you just showed us.
No, this photo is on the...
That's on the west side of the building, isn't it?
No, this is the east side.
No?
Yeah.
It is on the east side. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yep. So 6th Avenue would be going from
Okay.
right here.
Because the rotunda is visible from both sides of the structure.
Maybe the sign might chip you off a little bit too.
Gotcha.
Any other questions? Thanks, Eric. Applicant, you represent the applicant?
Good afternoon. I'm Gene Caleb, and I'm here to represent 6th Avenue Hotel Partnership and R.J. Conley. My address is 1050 6th Avenue, which is the address of the business. We appreciate you approving the fence, because as you can see, that's the main entrance to a hotel, and it's just a terrible view. Our only concern is we've proposed a very nice wooden fence and foliage and plants around it, which will cost us about $10,000. Yeah. Go ahead. However, the proposal of putting a concrete fence over there, I just got my notice from staff recommendations about 3 days ago. We had Bryles Construction Company give us a bid, and tentatively they said you're looking at $65,000 to $70,000. What we're asking is let us put a wooden fence over there, put some plantings in front of it.
Sure.
And it would be a great improvement over what we have right now.
Okay.
We care about this a lot because this is the main entrance to our building. So we won't do anything to take away from that.
And what was the approximate length of the fence as you proposed?
80 feet? 70 to 80 feet.
70 to 80, so about 75 feet on average, we'll
Correct.
say. Okay.
Now, Bryholes hasn't had time to come in and do a thorough study, but they'd indicated that they'd have to put footings in there. The other thing is, just so you're aware, that is where everything gets unloaded. It's also the loading dock. If I put a concrete fence up there, I'm going to be repairing that on a regular basis. I think it'd be easier for me on an ongoing basis to repair a wooden fence than to replace concrete.
Any questions?
I guess maybe I'd have one.
All right.
Sure.
You're two ends of the spectrum from what the city wants and what you want. What if we could do something in between where maybe the bollard, or you've got kind of like a gate post that's made out of brick at the end of the fence, and maybe one or two of those as you go down the length of the fence to just kind of give it some significance architecturally, and then you can do wood in between. I'm not a landscape architect, but...
No, we could take a look at it. I just wouldn't know what the cost would be right now.
Right.
I don't know if you're aware, but we're doing about a $3 million renovation. Most of it is done. All the funds are already in place and have been spent.
Okay.
This is something that came up at the last minute.
Yeah.
And we're trying to come up with the money to do it. We're going to make it look good. It is on
Sure.
entrance.
It's kind of like your welcome mat. A welcome mat doesn't cost a lot at a house, but it's a nice thing.
But we would be willing to take a look at that and not have to hire an architect then and do a lot of things and see what it would cost. But we'd be willing to look at it, sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you.
I just need some clarification.
Sure.
Would that just be replacing that slatted fence
That
there?
fence in the back would be gone, and this new fence, Johnny, can
Would
you
be
put
on
that
the
in?
outside,
Would
kind of
cover
along the
everything
edge.
up.
Okay, got it.
See?
That's what I thought it was going to look
So
like.
all that stuff would be gone, and this is part of the 6th Avenue beautification project as well.
Okay.
Sure.
We're involved with that. We're trying to improve that whole appearance of 6th Avenue. Cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anybody else here to speak in support? Is anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion, go to board decision.
Sorry, my brain's working slow. Can I ask staff what they would think of a way to put some language together on a in-between proposal? Eric, can you put that picture up there of his proposed perimeter there? Has that been submitted for the record? Yeah, so imagine if where those verticals are, there was some kind of a bollard or a more solid vertical that appeared to be the anchor for those sections, and then you had your wooden fence in between those. It could even have some other anchoring behind the fence to support the wooden sections, but what you'd see from the street, just like I think at Woodland Cemetery.
Might even, I would say based on the architecture of the building, if you're suggesting something of that nature, probably, there's really nothing on the building that says brick or limestone or, which are,
So
those
just-
types of columns,
Yeah.
that we can visualize those.
Okay.
If I can appreciate what you're saying about having some kind of more significant member.
Right, what if it was just a neutral colored block or...
Or poured concrete pillar.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
That would certainly be better than the fence, yes.
Well, the only thing I got, Mel, is if he's going to have, it's also loading and unloading, like you said, he's going to be out there replacing a lot of things. So
Okay.
try to keep it I want to keep it looking good.
Okay.
Won't have a piece of concrete out there,
Okay.
half chipped away.
Okay.
Just my thoughts.
You can lead with that. That's fine.
Yeah, and even, I mean, if the concern is that, because the loading's gonna come from the north side.
Right.
So, staff is ultimately concerned about the edge. As it wraps around, it's still important, but
Yeah.
if you wanted to do something different or allow something different with that, that seems to make sense, given the concern of the, of the loading hazard there. So, I mean, my rebuttal to that argument would be don't do the concrete into the site, just do it on the edge.
Sure. Mr. Gray, you following with that one? Okay. So the wrap around the corner could be of a standard wooden post in case somebody takes that out.
What do you mean, in case?
I got my CDL. I don't back into fences. That's how you get fired.
Go ahead. We'll see what we got here.
All right.
We'll close the public portion. Go to
Yeah. Are we ready for that?
Yep, we are.
Okay. I'd make a motion to recommend approval of the requested variance subject to the following. I want to amend item 1. The fence may be constructed of wooden slats or panels. However, there must be a masonry or concrete, is it a bollard? Or a, or yeah, a masonry or concrete pillar positioned no more than every 20 feet along the perimeter of the fence. It's on the east side, not including the wraparound of no greater than 5 feet for the interior.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Moved.
You make that work, Bert.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Let's try and get one more in, folks, before we take a break. Item 13 is an exception at 99 East Hillside.
Item number 13 is a request for an exception to the front yard setback. They're required to have a 30-foot front yard setback. They're proposing a deck that would be within 18 feet of the front property line, so they're needing an exception of 12 less than the required 30. Subject property is located on the south side of Hillside Avenue, just a few properties in from Indianola Avenue. The site contains a single-family dwelling with a tucked-under garage. They're proposing a 10-foot by 14-foot deck in front that would replace these existing concrete steps. Here's the house from another angle. Again, the deck would stick out 10 feet and be 14 feet wide. Here's just an example of what they're proposing. So I imagine these steps here would line up where the existing steps are now. Another layout of the proposed deck. We got a few comment cards back, all in support. From staff's perspective, we were concerned that putting a 10-foot deck on the front of this might have like a pier-like appearance given the change in topography. So we were kind of concerned that, you know, given the change in grade, having this deck up high would kind of really stick out more than if the front yard was flat. We thought that there might be an opportunity for doing like a patio or some other seating area that doesn't require a structure above 3 feet in height. So we have recommended denial of the request just based on the character appearance. So just throw out there, if the board does feel inclined to grant the deck, maybe you could require some shrubs around the base or something to kind of soften the appearance of looking up underneath the deck.
Okay.
So. Any questions?
Bert, what if it just wasn't quite as large an area? You know, because I might come to permit and development and say, hey, my concrete pour, my blocks are getting bad. I'm going to replace that. If I own that house, I'd want a wider porch approach area there too. I don't see how you could, get anything in and out of there of any significance. I'd want a larger area off the front myself.
Right.
Now, a large deck, that's maybe a different call. That's kind of what you're after here, right?
Yeah, a 10-foot by 14-foot deck did seem kind of large.
It appeared pretty sizable.
To have that high up from even from the sidewalk out.
Sure. Okay.
Any other questions? Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Hello, Rosalind Bayo and Juan Bayo, 99 East Hillside. As you can see, the current steps are deteriorating badly, and we want to replace that with the deck. We're willing to go smaller if you would approve that. And there currently are 3 other houses within the block with decks on them.
On the front?
There's one with it on the front, one on the side, and actually there's one other one on the front, but it's way smaller.
Okay. Do you have a deck on the back, or do you have a
No.
patio door or a back door to the backyard?
There's a side door.
But the backyard goes up further again?
Yes.
Okay. So you have a practical difficulty.
Yeah, there's like 3
Okay.
different levels to it.
Yeah. Just say that louder, that's funny. If we were to look at maybe, a 10 by 14, they also sell boards in lengths of 8 by 12. Would that be acceptable?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I'm just curious. Okay.
Always check.
Tell me about if you built the deck, I think on the picture, are you going to have it covered underneath so people can't see underneath the deck?
Right.
That will be closed in and that'll look nice.
Like a
Okay.
lattice work?
Right.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Is there a deck along the side of the house?
No.
By the door, is there a little?
Is that a side door there we see in the
There's
picture?
a side door and there's like one stair, 2 stairs.
We went to the back to the house.
Looks like that side door might be open in the picture or something. Is that?
Yes.
It looks at an angle. Looks like a bay window almost.
It almost looks like there's a little
Ah.
under, so I just wondered if you would consider doing a wraparound with.
We have 2 big dogs, so we can't really leave that open.
That's a good idea.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here to speak in support? Is there anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion, go to board decision.
What if we just scoped it down just a tad and asked them to put the lattice work in?
8 by 12?
Why do we
Yeah.
have to scoop it down?
I'm interested. It is a rather large thing because we've got that slope, and having a deck fully out front starts to get rid of the front yard idea. I just don't want necessarily a captain's platform out in the middle of a yard.
It's only going to be 10 foot deep. If that's what it's going to be. It's going to be 10
Right,
foot.
right. But it'd be 14 foot long. I'm more looking at 8 by 12. Then we're not out in the yard as far, and but
I mean, you're on a hill right there.
Okay.
Well, if you have a fence, if you have a deck that comes out, it's just going to give them more room to be and sit, with a table and chairs and things like that. I don't.
would it
I
add
don't
value to the home, Linda? I'm not trying to push the territory.
Enjoyable. And
Okay.
the topography makes it so difficult there.
Okay. I just want to keep a little bit of a front. I understand the need for the deck. I just want to keep a little bit of a front yard. But, if they put in lattice work and then maybe some perennial plantings or shrubs in front of that lattice work, then maybe they
10
just.
by 14 is fine with you?
Yes.
All right, let's go with that.
Okay.
10 by 14.
So if you motion it, I'll second it.
I don't
With the
care.
friendly amendment. You want me to motion and you do it? You'll second? Okay, all right. I'm going to make a motion to grant the exception of the 12 foot less than the calculated minimum to allow the construction of a 10 by 14 deck, subject to meeting building codes as required. Lattice work shall be on all exposed sides of the deck and staircase, and there shall be perennial plantings or shrubs of some nature in front of the deck.
Front of the deck, okay. I can live with that.
So if you want to put in hostas or you want to put in, evergreen shrubs, your choice.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 5-0. You can get started tomorrow, right, Bert? I can't do it today.
If you stop that deck right
Why don't we take a quick 5-minute break? I want to keep this thing going. Let's get back here at 3:30, no later. about a year or two ago?
Yeah, about, here are the cards. About 2.5 years ago, they had applied for a similar variance. At that time, they were actually proposing a slightly larger sign, but they didn't utilize the relief that was granted 2.5 years ago. So as you know, if you don't use the relief within 2 years of the granting, it expires. So they are back making a similar request. The variance would allow installation of a 4-foot by 8-foot freestanding sign that would include a digital or electronic display. This is owned residential, so the digital display is not allowed, which is where the variance comes into play. The subject property is the First Church of the Open Bible, located at the corner of Beaver Avenue and Hickman Road. This is a picture of the sign that they're proposing. It would be 7.5 feet tall, but the signage part would be 4 feet tall by 8 feet across, and then the electronic or digital display would be just, I believe, 2.5 by roughly 7.5 feet. Here's just a picture of the site as it is today. The sign would be located more on this frontage along Beaver. It would replace the existing static sign. It has a bulletin board display where they can manually change the message, but they're requesting the electronic display so they can change the message from inside. Then here's the consent map. We did get a couple cards in opposition, but the majority are in support. Staff believes that granting the variance would be appropriate. However, we would prefer that any sign be constructed with a masonry base. As you can see, they're just proposing a 3.5 foot tall metal, I guess, pedestal. When the board granted this relief 2.5 years ago, they did put the condition on it that it had to have a brick or masonry base, which, in talking with the applicant, that was one of the reasons it never got constructed, was they couldn't afford the brick and masonry base, which is why what ultimately led to the relief expiring. However, staff still feels that it is appropriate to have a masonry base, kind of as a trade-off for allowing the electronic display. We feel it should better blend in with the architecture of the church. So we've recommended approval, just subject to a number of conditions. And again, in the interest of time, I won't read these, but one of the more critical ones is condition number 4. We don't want the sign to scroll, flash, display video animation, or change in intervals less than 8 seconds. If you drive around town, you'd probably see a lot of signs where there's flashing going on or almost full video. That's technically not allowed, and in recent months the city has been doing some enforcement on those electronic displays. So we're recommending the message change in intervals not less than 8 seconds. So any other questions?
On the 5th condition, we've heard people that sometimes they might have something going on till 10 o'clock at night, and they might have something starting at 7. So would it make sense to have the lights go till 10 p.m. and then start at 6 a.m.?
If the board feels that's appropriate,
Well, we can
that
find out,
wouldn't
yeah.
put up a real big argument. We felt that this 9 to 7. I'm sorry, yeah, this prohibits it from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m., meaning it can start at 7 a.m.
Right.
and turn off at 9 p.m.
Yeah, so
But
that's
you
what I'm
want to
saying.
start at 6 a.m.
Yeah, so I was like,
Yeah.
go as late as 10 p.m. and start as early as 6 a.m.
If you want to
Because
go that route, yeah.
and they may not need it. I'm just saying.
That's not your recommendation,
Right.
right, Bert? Okay.
Okay.
Another question I have, I don't know if you know the answer to this or not, but it seems like the base is awfully tall. Should the base be shortened, or is it tall because of the size of the sign? Is that what's
I think
necessary to-
they're wanting the height just to increase the visibility from the street. I would guess if the board moves staff's recommendation, which, you know, the first condition is for the brick base, I would guess that they would probably, in the effort of saving some money, they would probably do a shorter base rather
How
than.
tall their sign is now?
I don't. Their existing
It's
sign
sitting on that
kind of
little
sits
concrete.
on-
Yeah, it's not very tall.
It doesn't, this new sign seems tall to me. Very tall.
How tall would it be there? 8?
It would be 7.5 feet.
I would guess what's there now is well over 5, isn't it?
I would guess 5.5, probably.
Yeah, almost
I guess
6.
it's a 4-foot tall sign, and it's
Right.
maybe 1.5 feet off the ground.
Yeah, so an average adult would be about the height of the sign now, so it'd be a little taller. Bert, you want to stick to the idea of having a brick or mason, did you say brick base or masonry base? Would you want brick because the church is brick?
Brick to match the.
Okay. And I usually think monument-style signs, the base is as wide as the sign that sits on it, but if they had a sign like that and still had a brick base, but it was narrower, do you care about that?
I think we would still prefer the brick base to be the entire width
Okay.
of the sign. I mean, I understand what you're trying to get at, just having
Yeah.
a narrow brick base.
Sure.
I think that wouldn't be a.
And I understand what you're trying to get at.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions? Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Good afternoon, gentlemen and gentlewomen. I'm Greg Roberts, elder at First Church, representing First Church of the Open Bible at Beaver and Hickman. Another elder's with me, Dick Crawley, same address. We did allow our variance to expire. It basically was because I think our pastor was attempting to see if the thing got cheaper, but I really don't know why he did that. And
Most things don't get cheaper.
No.
Time
no.
goes by.
And this sign actually came into, was brought into being by a memorial money for a dear member of ours that passed away 3 years ago now. The money was donated by her widow. And we've tried our best to cut all the costs out of it that we can so we can actually make this happen. The estimates we were getting in town by local sign companies for the sign itself was getting up into the $25,000 to $30,000 range, of which we only have $16,000 in memorial money. So the sign itself, there was a mention about the height of it. This is actually a sign that is set dimensions. It's not a custom item at all. So anything you do to this non-customized, kind of off-the-shelf sign raises up the price. So that's why we kind of took it as is. The base itself, the masonry base that was recommended, we priced out, and it was anywhere from $5,000 to $12,000 depending on who you asked, of which we have none of that money available for that. And it really is a decorative item. We feel like actually this is the prior sign that you were discussing. That actually can't be, I'm 5'10" and a half, and I cannot see the top of that sign when I'm up next to it. It actually is probably a half a foot taller than I am.
So it's 6 foot or more then?
Yeah, easily 6.5.
Okay.
So this sign here would be 7.5, but in essence, it's actually smaller. The square footage of this sign is 4 by 8 feet as opposed to the 5 by 10 foot that was previously proposed and granted the variance for. And the digital component of this sign is actually less than even what I gave the Bert here when I gave him our papers. I just hadn't researched it well enough, but the actual digital component of this sign is less than 12.5 square feet as it presently sits. And we certainly will be agreeable to all of the previously recommended items for the variance. The one that's going to give us the most trouble is the masonry base, simply because if that is included, we can't afford to construct this sign. The money is not there. It's a set amount, and we're trying to make as much as we can, go as far as we can. We have contracted with Eagle Sign Company in Des Moines to install this, and they've agreed to that. They also quoted the sign and were one of the bids that we couldn't accept because it was just way too much money, up into the $27,000 range. But they will do the installation of this and pour the base, so all of the structural integrity of this thing, minus the actual sign itself, will be under their control. And we really do want to make this happen for the reasons I've described, and would really, really appreciate a renewance of the variance that you already granted us 2.5 years ago now that we didn't make good use of.
We can do with the masonry that's already there.
That's all gonna get demolished, and, you know, we gotta take that out to put the new one in, because we're gonna use the electric from that same sign, if it's usable. We're gonna have an electrician come, and we have one, well, actually, we have an electrician in our congregation, which is a good thing. We don't have a brick mason, unfortunately, but may I also recommend just one thing? If the bottom of the base of the sign is a problem, we'd be more than happy, and probably would want to anyway, plant some shrubs around there, just to cut that down a little bit with something that we actually can afford to do, which is, you know, flowers or a flower bed and some taller shrubs or something. We'd be all ears for any of that. It's the brick mason that really we can't afford.
Well, this is on my walking path. I see it every day. I kind of hate to see the masonry go away, but I guess I can understand it, so.
That's kind of a dated style there for the architecture of that masonry, though.
Kind of right back when the building was built in 1970.
No offense to the building.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and we got Westminster, there's a nice monument masonry sign.
Yes, it is.
And you go down the street, you got Medicap as another monument sign.
Yes, sir.
Those are my preferences.
I like them too.
But sometimes, okay.
We'd be more than happy to cut that vertical, because it is kind of monolithic standing up there, although actually that sign is not but a shy foot taller than the one that's there, and much less square feet takes up, because you got a lot of see-through there. The middle one with a monument thing on either side, you couldn't really tell what was going on underneath anyway.
Must be just an illusion. It just looks taller. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the black portion that we wherever it went here. Oh, here. That portion up there that has the pastor's name.
Sure.
That doesn't really show up that well because it's black. We probably wouldn't even include any of that kind of information, because, you know, then if we get a new pastor, we have to put up a new. We'll probably, the only thing we want to do is a brass plaque on there, small. You'd be able to see it walking, but nobody driving it. Just dedicating this to the memory of our sister.
Okay. Any other questions? Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support?
Oh, sure.
Due to the hour and stuff, I'm not going to take much time. My name's Dick Crawley. I've been a member of First Church for 20-some years. I just want to tell you, the lady that passed away is a wonderful lady, and we would really like to get this thing put up. And there's two things with the mortar and stuff. Number one, we can't afford it. And number two, you hit the nail on the head. Whoever said it, it's kind of old-fashioned. And I think we could make this thing look really good, and we would just really appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion, go to board decision.
So if we didn't do masonry but had some other considerations, can we make it work, or do we want the masonry as a...
Well, we'd pretty much kill it. I'd say if we could put some flowers down there.
I want to go a step further. I tried as a volunteer to do flowers at the YMCA sign on Army Post Road. I got sick of the darn things. They don't grow to more than 9 inches tall. They're hard to maintain. I'd rather see some year-round green with some evergreen shrubbery around that. If you don't do masonry, and just drop the sign down 6 inches, then the bottom of the sign is no more than 3 foot high off the grade. And if you've got shrubbery that's 2 foot high, that sign's only sticking up. You'd only have 1 foot of the sign base to even see.
So you hear what Mel's saying? You're good with that?
We can't actually reduce
that's what I thought.
the height of the stand, because this is
Really?
This is a stock item. If we customize anything, it's going to add to cost.
They just can't cut 6 inches of tin off the bottom of the...
They could. It's just what they charge us to do.
Well, I think if we're going to meet in the middle, you'd want to explore that.
Well, what we could try to do is just sink the anchor
There we go.
down into the
Kind of being ingenious, I like that.
Just so that the bottom of the sign is no more than 3 foot above grade is what I'm getting at.
Okay,
However you arrive at that, that's a, yeah. Yeah.
good with that? All right.
And then they have some evergreen bushes, which, so, whatever others think.
All right.
I miss Jeff Clayton.
And Brooke. Oh.
Yeah?
I miss Jeff because he kept us on our toes regarding signs. You know, and we're trying as a city to come together and have monument signs. And we put some things in place that, you know, that they want to have them be monument signs and look alike. And this is, I mean, I understand that, you know, they don't have the money, but it seems to me that when we make decisions, if we're going to let one person do it, are we going to let all the people out on Real Hay Road do this?
Oh,
Because
you know,
I don't understand how we can say it's okay for you because you don't have any money, but it isn't okay for you to do it because you have to do it this way because you have money, you have to do it this way because you don't have money. I just don't quite get that.
well, and I'm listening to the money.
I understand the plight
Well,
of the
that's-
church,
yeah.
but I don't know, we're trying to get our sign ordinances to break.
Right, but I like what Mel did. If we can lower the
Right.
sign down, sink it into the ground deeper, and put shrubs around there, to me, that's about as close to a monument sign as you're gonna get.
And when we look at monument signs, I see a difference between having masonry bases than having a Hardee's sign, no offense to Hardee's, it's 40 foot in the air and that's legal. This isn't the kind of highway signage height that I think, even in the discussions I've been involved in, that we're trying to lower. I'm just trying to lower signage,
Yeah.
you know.
I'd
be happy to see a sign like this in my neighborhood, let's put it that way. But I understand what Linda's after, and you know, it's always nice to shoot for the best, but to kind of meet in the middle sometimes.
Well, as long as it's down.
Yeah.
And it, to me, would look like a monument sign, in my view.
I'm just reading one of the cards from somebody.
Right.
And they said, you know, the Beaverdale neighborhood is working really hard to make it, you know, to beautify the area.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of wonder what their thoughts are.
Well, I take a look at the sign they got now, and this is a marked improvement, so.
And I do have a clarification question. Item 3 on staff recommendation says, sign construction can be no larger than 2 feet by 7.5 square feet. And they're asking for that bigger size, and I don't know if I missed that from the applicant.
No, number 3 is the electronic component.
Oh, the electronic, all right.
Is this part here.
So we don't have a problem with that if it's within,
And he leaned over and told
all
me
right.
that it's actually going to be a little bit smaller
All
than
right.
what this is showing.
so as long as it's generally in compliance with the sketch submitted from the area perspective. Okay.
I forgot to ask one thing. If we let you go up until 10 o'clock, do you have a need for that?
We would actually welcome that, although we would adhere to the 9 PM to 7 AM, but an hour on either side of that would be great.
Okay.
Bert, can you put the sign picture back up? Thanks. Okay. Right.
Well, in the interest of time, I'll put the motion out there.
Sure.
I make a motion that we approve staff recommendation, striking number 1, and changing number 5 to 10 PM to 6 AM.
And with the friendly amendment, I want to add that the overall, the sign shall be no more than 3 foot higher. The base of the sign shall be no more than 3 foot off grade. Or should I just say it's no more than 7 foot tall? I want to bring it down to 6 inches. Because remember, he said he'd just bury that
Sink it
base
in.
a little deeper.
And you're going to add in the shrubs too?
Yeah, and a minimum of 4 evergreen shrubs. They're welcome to plant more.
Yes. More the merrier.
As a friendly second amendment.
I accept that. So you second it, Mel?
Yep.
Did you get all that,
Second
Bert?
amendment. Didn't mean that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any
Yeah.
further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay.
I look forward to a sign the next time I walk by, okay?
We'll do our best.
Thank you. Item 16 is an exception at 2935 East Douglas.
Yes, that was Southridge. He couldn't stick around.
Okay, Mr. Chair, the subject property is just north of the note, the commercial note at Euclid and East 29th Street. Right now, there's a credit union, I think, under construction, right? in this area.
Closed gas station.
So you go up to past the old Douglas School and to the right.
Did they doze?
We're talking about this residential street here, where Douglas is a residential street on the portion of town.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
It's characterized, it's got the large lot sizes, Douglas acres kind of feel to it. I don't know if it's technically in Douglas acres, yeah. Two-story colonial. It has this area bumped out here. That's enclosed. And then you'll see right now they have the driveway paved with parking up into the sidewalk that goes to the front entrance. What's being proposed is, and I'll show you the footprint first. They want to add an addition off the front of that lower area that sort of looked like a garage, but it was it was a part of the house.
Intriguing.
It wasn't a garage. They did get previous relief for a garage in the back here, I think, didn't they? No, I'm sorry, they built a garage back here. So they're wanting to project within 22 feet of the front property line here, which is close to the projections that you see here towards the corner, but the properties to the east, and I'm showing you this upside down, from north being at the top, but as you go east, the property's set back much further. So right now, this projection would be well within the line of sight of the that front of the house to the east. If it helps you at all, I'll turn it around. So you can see it. This is a rendering sketch that they provided to show how that would come off. They would extend a little further off the east side of the existing addition, and then with the same roof plane, and then do a cross gable for this garage addition, with using the same exterior materials, construction of the principal dwelling. In evaluating this, staff was concerned, primarily centered around the criteria that you have that this remain within the essential character. And it's really based on how far that does project forward. Based on that, staff believes it would be somewhat of an anomaly from an architectural standpoint in the neighborhood to project out that far. It'd be different if it was the entire building face all being in line, because when you looked at the neighbors, they were that far towards the street in this area, but not with their entire dwelling. So you're going to have this odd, what we think would be an odd looking additions projecting out into the front space. And then as we sort of get further to the east, the houses step back even further from the street. So we're really interrupting that view shed of the street, along the street. So from that standpoint, staff is recommending denial at this time, based on that essential character.
Questions?
They currently have a garage in the back, and they want to add a garage in the front. They have two garages. Is that?
Yes, correct. There's a detached garage, and then there's also some paved area back here.
Is that paved area, to your knowledge, drivable, or is it more like just a?
I think it's more like a patio.
And I can ask the applicant. Okay.
You can clarify that with the owner.
Sure.
it's probably too hard to even see on the,
Right.
I mean, you can see a little sidewalk
Yep.
area here, so.
Go ahead,
And
Linda.
Eric, is it all going to be garage, or is it some of it going to be additional?
Well, my understanding is the portion coming off to further east off the end would be more to in addition to the house itself, and that the garage would be a tandem situation.
And Eric, the paved area in the front for the kind of the cross parking, was that something allowed or previously approved?
With the width of property that they have,
Uh-huh.
that's probably still within what they would be allowed for their percentage of the front yard coverage, so.
Okay.
It wouldn't have required any permit or.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions? Thanks, Eric. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Kevin Subra, 2935 East Douglas. I've never done this before, but I have a whole new appreciation for my government at work.
Your fellow citizens.
Yeah, once I found out it was volunteer, it's even worse.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yes, worse as in thank you.
Okay.
I'll give you a little bit of background on this, just so you know. The addition here, let's see if I can do this. The addition is proposed as an additional living area to provide housing for my wife's parents. It's kind of like if you think of it as an in-law apartment or something like that. They're getting older, and kind of part of the reason we bought the house was to do that, to have them live with us. We didn't know we would consider building on until they asked us to do that. The garage comes out. The idea is for them to be able to have one level access. So it isn't the garage itself as far as a function of, for us, it's just they would be able to access from the road, get into the garage, and not have to climb up or down stairs. They're not able to do that real well. So this is just a one-bedroom addition, if you will, with some living space and all that, and then the garage for that logic there. So it is a variance, or an exception, I guess is what you call it, beyond what I guess the average is required. But as, I don't remember your name, but Eric pointed out, the houses to our west are actually closer to the road. I understand they're not the garages, but I discussed the purpose, and really for the purpose, the suggestion, at least from the staff recommendations, we have plenty of space in the back, but it really wouldn't address the needs of my in-laws at all. Putting a garage, an additional structure out back or whatever isn't going to meet that need at all. So that would be kind of a deal breaker for us. Also, the best case scenario here for us is as you go to the east, which is to the left there's a huge drop off. So this is the least expensive way to do it. The garage would be pretty much grade, but as you go to the south, which is up, it just drops off into the backyard, so it's very low, so it'd be a lot more costly to build that and a little more difficult. Plus, it actually would increase the requirement for concrete significantly if you moved everything back. So, and I'm not sure how the garage, if you moved everything back, how it would hook up, or even if that would be a consideration of yours at all. The third thing is Douglas Acres is kind of interesting. We've been there, I think, 3 years now. Just over 3 years, actually. This, can you zoom in at all? Maybe even real close, and I can move it back and forth. But it's actually, this is the house right here. Here's the two that are closer. But actually, if you look at it, if you look at Douglas Acres, on both sides of the road, I don't know that you can say there's a normal. Because, I mean, and I don't say that in a bad way. It's a unique neighborhood. It's a beautiful neighborhood. But there's no, I mean, you see structures and they're different. Two-story garages, you see strange additions and all that. And I don't think they're outside of code or anything. I just don't think there's a normal. If you go continue just a little bit to the east, you have houses up close again. So it's not like it's the whole neighborhood. The whole neighborhood depends on what lot you're looking at, what is normal. And we really like the neighborhood. It's good. I have not had the privilege of talking to all my neighbors, and I don't know what card responses you would receive, but I talked to the neighbor that was next to us, and he seemed fine verbally with it, as long as I cut down his dying walnut tree. And then I talked to these two across the street, and they didn't have any problems. They've met my in-laws, and they think that's a good idea. So that's the reason why I need to build it, and also the reason why it's designed the way it is. And I've told you more than I know because I've never done this before.
Well, you did fine.
Yeah,
I'll put that up there. Yeah.
Yeah, afterward. Well, Kevin, you've done a fine job, and you've had about 3 hours to learn how other people have done it, so.
I thought it was all downhill after the first.
Questions?
So you can't just give up your parking spot for your in-laws, huh?
It would just, if they're living over there, they would have to park over here, and it wouldn't be enclosed. I don't know if any of you have a garage in the back, but the garage in the back is not for parking in for weather.
Right.
It's for storing stuff or for, we don't use the garage for our cars because it's too much work.
Yeah.
It's too much work.
Yeah. We keep junk in our garages, and then the thing we have a loan for sits outside.
Exactly. Yes. And if you have more than one car, then it's, you do the car shuffle every time you need it.
Any other questions? Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak in support? Is there anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion, go to board decision.
Well,
if I knew somebody in that neighborhood.
I'd just say that Kevin's one heck of a husband and son-in-law here. I appreciate his approach to this, but from everything I'm hearing, he's got a situation that, you know, it could be a number of years, but it's not permanent. But this change would be permanent. So to accommodate a situation that's occurring for a while, could be occurring a number of years, could be decades, hopefully. But eventually that's in a weird way, it's a temporary situation. He's trying to accommodate his in-laws so they can live with him. But he's making substantial changes to the property. How it looks, how it functions, a second driveway. That's a permanent change. I don't know how thrilled I am about that prospect. Because I do think it does stick out. I don't know that architecturally it really fits. There is a progression to how those setbacks change. Some are closer, some are further. He's in the middle, so he's kind of mid-range. So I don't know, thoughts that others might have?
Well, he's asking the exception range. I'm a little bit more comfortable with that. Also, I wanted to see the consent map. That gives me a little bit more indication. You know, if I knew a realtor that could sell a place like that, you know, it would. I guess what I'm getting to is that it is kind of an odd addition, but given the alternatives, I don't see. You know, you got the slope around the back, and if I were trying to resell the house down the road, I could probably use that front garage because, like you say, Mel, the back one ends up turning into storage.
I like stuff too.
I do too.
Yeah.
I think the way I'm looking at this, and it is the exception range, I think it can fit in well with the neighborhood. That's the way I see it.
My thoughts is that I am familiar with the home and I am familiar with the neighborhood because I live in the neighborhood. So I drive by this house, I know it, I'm very familiar with it. I think it's I typically don't go against what the staff recommends, but in this case, I do think it's a good addition. You know, Douglas Acres has been designated is a designated neighborhood through NFC, and we're really working hard. That neighborhood is working hard to make things better and to rehab our older houses, although this is not an older house, this is a newer house. So anytime somebody wants to come in and put value into a home, I'm usually for it. So, and he's right, it is a unique neighborhood. There are all kinds of houses in that neighborhood. There's a house just around the corner on Colfax that I think recently sold for like $400,000 or something. I mean, it's crazy. You know, we've got $20,000 homes and $400,000 homes. So I'm going to support it because I think it would be a good thing.
You know, that's helpful to me because my question was, would the value of this property end up being substantially more than, you know, surrounding properties? But if there's that, you know, but if there is some variation, you know, maybe that isn't such a bad thing.
All right. Well, let's put it to motion.
Well, I would make a motion that we grant the exception at 2935 East Douglas Avenue and make it in compliance with what the city would require.
And with what the exceptions that he's asking for.
Yes, the exception that he's asking for.
I'll second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Those opposed?
I'm just going to say no in principle, but not in disdain. It'll still pass, so.
Motion carries 4-1. Thank you. Item 17, an exception, 4521 Fleur Drive.
Item 17 is it's actually two exceptions, but the two exceptions would allow installation of a second sign for an existing business, an existing tanning salon. The subject property is a strip commercial center just to the east of Fleur Drive. Here's the Hy-Vee, Mazzoti's restaurant is back here, or between the property and Fleur. The Fleur Cinemas is back here, and there's a new Taco John's at the east end of the strip center.
Yeah.
The tenant has 40 feet of frontage, or 40 feet of occupant frontage on the south facade of the building, which means they earn a total of 80 square feet of signage. They have an existing 60 square foot sign, so they're really only allowed an additional 20 square feet of signage. And what they're proposing is a second 60 square foot sign that would go on the west facade, which kind of faces Fleur Drive. So they need an exception to allow that. Here's a site photo. You can see the existing sign for the Sunseekers Tan Spa. They would have pretty much the exact same sign, sorry about that, on the west facade. Not sure if it's going to cooperate. On the west facade of the building there where it's currently blank. So then this is just the view from Fleur. You can see Mazzoti's here.
Right.
The tanning salon is right here. The existing or proposed sign would go here.
Okay, and okay.
We did not get any consent map, or consent card back. So.
Bert, are they also listed on the larger tenant sign at the front? I see tanning.
I think that's all I saw too, was that one place where it said tanning.
All right.
But they do earn the freestanding signage. It's just the wall-mounted signage where they're limited to 80 square feet.
With their wall-mounted signage they have now, about how many square feet do they have?
They have 60 square feet now, so they're technically allowed an additional 20 square feet.
Okay. Could their sign be lit that's on the building now if they want it to be?
It could be.
It's not now?
It's not right now, and the proposed sign would not be lit either. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Staff did feel that there were other reasonable alternatives. They could either put a 20 square foot sign on this west facade, or they could reduce the sign of the existing sign to 40 square feet and then put another 40 square foot sign on the west facade. So we had a hard time coming up with the practical. So we did recommend denial. However, if you were inclined to grant it, you might put the condition that it not be lit, or it,
Right.
or just be in compliance with these submitted sketches. So.
Okay.
Thanks, Bert. Any questions?
If this were approved, if we went ahead and approved it, then would that carry on to the next person who had a business there?
Yeah, because the allotment is just by the area, so they would still be allowed the sign of a similar measurement, unless you put the condition on it that
stays with this
the sign
business?
be in substantial conformance with this sketch here, then that would probably prohibit it from being swapped out.
Okay. Any other questions? Thanks, Bert. Applicant, representative of the applicant? Nice tan.
Thank you. Laura
Where'd you get
Nance,
that?
3401 Brookview Drive, Des Moines.
I'm sorry, would you
Laura Nance.
Okay.
And 3401 Brookview Drive. And we're asking to get the exception for our sign because driving down Fleur Drive, you can't see that we are there. Our main sign faces the parking lot. And we took over, it was a tanning salon before, and they went bankrupt, and it caused a lot of problems when we took it over because people thought we were still associated with it. And that same tanning salon had the same size signs on both sides of the building. Their name was quite a bit longer than ours as well. So we're just, and since we did have temporary signs put up there until we put up the permanent sign. The sign company did recommend we do put up a bigger sign because if you go small, they're not even going to be able to see it. It's not even worth our money to put it up.
Right.
But our main thing is that since the temporary sign did come down, people are coming in and saying, "Are you still open?" They're thinking that we closed like the other tanning salon, and it has impacted our business. And we did sign a 10-year lease there, and so we're not planning on going anywhere soon.
Good.
So, all right, thank you.
Questions?
Yeah, Lauren, just a couple quick questions. If somebody calls you and says, "Hey, where are you guys at?" How do you define your location?
We tell them we're just north of the airport for Fleur Drive, and we have to tell them we're behind Mazzoti's.
Gotcha.
Because they don't know where we are when they're coming down Fleur Drive. We have Mazzoti's in our way, trees, we have Walgreens in our way. So the best way you can see our sign is you happen to be going to Hy-Vee.
Right.
So other than that, we're not visible at all, and we need that visibility for.
Are you planning to change the sign you've got out on the big marquee with all the tenants to your actual name?
That is our actual name out there.
It just says tanning on the sign, doesn't it?
No, it says Sunseeker's Tan
On the
Spot.
pole sign. On the large pole sign that has 8 tenants on it.
Yeah, no, we just put tanning on there because if we
Yeah.
put Sunseeker's Tan Spa, it's going to be so small, they won't be able to see it. I mean, how often do you really look at a sign as you're going by?
Well, you're kind of going where I'm going to go, and I drive down that street almost every day. I live very close to you.
Okay.
Even if you had that on the side of your building, I don't think it would change anything for me. If I'm driving northbound on Fleur going up the hill,
yes,
I'm going to see tanning on the big marquee sign with the other tenants. I'm going to turn right. Then I'm going to see your sign just fine on the front of your building. I might honestly say it should be a little bigger and a brighter color.
Okay.
But I don't see how a west facade sign is going to help you, because all that does is let people in the Mazzoti's parking lot really see you. And if you're southbound on Fleur, going toward the airport, nobody's got time to be gawking over to look at your west facade. Mazzoti's is in the way, and they're going to get clipped trying to turn left. They have to see your marquee sign with everybody else's tenant sign. I think that's your real key here.
Yeah, 'cause we can only do black, and that's the biggest we can get on the marquee sign.
Right.
We're also on East Euclid, and I used to tan it that way before we owned it. And I didn't know there was a tanning salon there for the longest time, because you drive by and you're just so oblivious to everything. You don't even notice. We didn't even know there was a tanning salon there, and it said tanning in red letters.
Well, from everything you told us, your biggest discussion has been people want to know if you're still open. You didn't say that anybody couldn't find you, okay?
We have had that problem, though.
Okay, but
so
in your presentation, you didn't really articulate
okay,
that.
but they call us and say, well, where are you located? And
Well,
we
of
tell
course.
them, and then they still call again, where are you located?
Okay.
So we're having that problem there as well.
Okay.
And then they do worry because they saw our temporary sign up, and now they see it gone, and they're thinking, oh my gosh, did they go bankrupt and
Right.
take my money like the past?
Right. But
business did.
that's different than how many sides of the building you have a sign on. They just want to know if you're legit and sticking around.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
that
think it would
doesn't-
benefit our business to have some signage facing Fleur Drive, which is,
Okay.
pretty heavy traffic
Which is why you're
area.
here.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else here to speak in support?
Hi, guys and ladies. Tina Bedford. I'm at 830 Red Hawk Way in Altoona, and I recognize one of you on the board here. I think, Linda, I think you've came into our establishment on the east side before. Yeah. It's okay. We're not doing signs there. It's all good. Yeah, my tan isn't as good as Laura's because I'm too busy working hard. So, I, as a general manager of that location, both locations, I can tell you that customers have commented to me. They're like, oh, where's your sign? They've actually walked in and said that. I'm like, oh, they just did a refacing of the building and we're working on getting another one. They're like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. They just kind of make little comments in passing. And our sign company, when we were working with them, they had actually, told us that we could put a 20 square foot sign up there, but they said that they wouldn't recommend us wasting our money because you couldn't see it from the street. They actually told us maybe it's a good idea for you to put it on the west side of the building originally, but obviously we know we need something on the front of the building. Taco John's, I think, did it right. When they opened at the end of our strip mall, they understood that people from Fleur weren't going to see them on that if their sign was flat against it. So they actually built an angle out and it has Taco John's on this angled arch so that you can actually see it from both places, from, the parking lot, the Hy-Vee parking lot area, and from Fleur Drive. So I just wanted to let you know that customers do comment on it, that they're not seeing our sign. So, thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in support? Is there anybody here to speak in opposition?
I don't know.
Any last questions from staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion, go to board decision.
As a South Sider here, for those of you that travel that way, I don't care what Taco John's does for signs. I ain't going to be able to see them from Fleur. It's just there's some signs out there by the street that say who the tenants are in the buildings, and you've pretty much got to be on the property. I don't see how an extra sign on that west facade, because you can even see from Bert's picture, that's still a pretty small presence. They could have a larger sign. They could have it 25% larger. If they could go up to 80 feet, it's 60 feet now. They can make it 25% larger. They could have it lighted. They could have it a brighter color. I'm going to go with the staff recommendation on this one.
Oh, I guess I don't see.
You can be nice.
Under their signage, what they could have.
Okay. But we just talked about signage, proliferation of signage.
We did.
One
Keep
good
in mind-
sign is fine with me.
Keep in mind, they could put a 20-foot sign up legally.
Sure. Fine.
Can't see.
So there's no need for me to dive in and give them more than they can have already.
My thought is, though, they're signing a 10-year lease. They're committed to the place. If this can keep business, maybe generate some more, would that not be a good addition on the south side?
Sure.
Yeah. Just a thought.
Yeah.
Would it make sense to have a smaller scale sign?
Well, see, they're entitled to a 20-footer. They're just asking for a 40-footer to match what they've got on the
Yeah.
front.
They're asking for 60.
60, okay, match the front.
Which would pretty much double what they've got, and then they'd be over their allotment by 50%? 40%. Public school math, yeah. Okay.
There we go.
What if you allowed a smaller sign on that front instead of a 60? maybe
40?
a 40.
What do you think of that, Mel?
To me, I think we would start to then take away from them further. I mean, as I approach a strip mall, I like to see bam, 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 uniform signs of either, scope or area. Some may be lit, different colors, but if you go by the average strip mall, the successful businesses, just like on Merle Hay at Douglas there, you got 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all in a row, they're all similar size, and they make it work on their frontage. So,
I mean, they could also maybe if they put a sign on the front, or I guess we can call it the front, maybe just put sun seekers instead of all of that extra.
right.
Since the one out front just says tanning, they could
Sure.
even do tanning and make it big enough
Sure,
that it could
yeah.
be a 20-foot size.
I'm open.
Just my opinion, just one opinion. Yeah.
Can we look at the picture? Is the problem that when you're going down Fleur, you can't see it head on because they're behind some businesses, and so if it's on the side.
Well, I think it's kind of a little bit of both, Linda. I
Right.
think they're back behind.
Yeah, you can see the Walgreens building is right here, which
Right.
for northbound
Yeah.
Fleur traffic, Walgreens really
Yeah.
does hinder.
And if you're southbound, Bert, you have to be in the turn lane already before you'd even see the side of their building.
Right.
So if we're really thinking about, oh, we can see it better from Fleur if it's on the side, at a minimum, I might say you could use that argument when you're northbound. I really think if they had a larger sign within what they're allowed on their frontage, even lit, or a red color, that sign's like dark brown or some, if, put that back up there. It's purple. Okay, well, okay, give you credit for that.
I'm not opposed to having a sign along that edge. I just don't know that 60 square foot, that seems awfully big.
The existing sign here is 60 square
Yeah.
foot, so it would be the same size.
So if you follow Mel's reasoning, 60 foot should be on the other side too. But you think that's too big though, right?
Oh, yeah, it's too big, yeah. They could do 20 foot on that side right now.
Yeah. So give an exception to go 40?
So then they could just put tan spa on that side and have 20 feet. It could be the same size lettering it is now on the front. If it appears to work for them on the front, when people do get close, they could put tan spa on the left side and they don't need to be here. I'm just one vote of a number.
But we're a board and we vote as a unit, so.
Good consensus builder.
Well, we've got a lot of ideas out there.
Right.
Let's put together one motion. Let's see how we like it. Mel, you want to start it out since?
I'll let somebody else start that.
Well, it's your neck of the woods.
No, that's okay. I've kind of made my statement in some
I'm going to look
principle
over
here.
to Cindy. How about Cindy?
I guess I would move for a 30 square foot sign on the west facade. Is that west? Or am I looking at south?
Yeah, that's
It's on the west facade, yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, on the blank facade.
I'm all turned around.
Yeah, you've been behind the wheel all the time.
You know, and that's 10 square feet more than they're allowed now.
Okay.
And then it doesn't have to be as presented. They can put any.
Creative with what they want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me get in on this. Are they one of the larger tenants in square area in that strip mall?
Yeah, they actually are. They have
Okay.
40 feet, where a lot of the other tenants only have 20 feet in front of
Okay, now that goes a long way for me. We have allowed more signage when we've got an anchor tenant. So
correct.
So you're coming around.
maybe just a little. But yeah, no, I do think, if we've got anchor tenants, I could see a little bigger preeminence.
How big is big then, Mel?
Well, I don't know. Whatever Cindy's got there sounds okay to me.
Cindy's got 30.
Yeah.
You bump it 10 and give them 40?
And then make it like the sign on the front. And then
Well, the sign on the front's 60. You'd have to, yeah.
I'd go for 40.
Okay.
Oh, boy, we're up in the bids now. Okay.
Well, you get good convincing evidence, so.
So that's twice what they would be allowed.
Right.
Right, and they,
Okay.
they have a fair amount of space over there.
Okay.
Not really as much as they have
Okay.
in the front width-wise, it doesn't look
Right.
like.
But then they won't be able to make a larger sign in the front if they ever wanted to.
Right.
They'd be limited to what they got now.
Right, they need to keep what they have in the front.
Right. They'd have to live with what they have. Okay.
Okay, Bert, can you figure out the exception range if we're going to give them a 40-foot sign?
Yeah. Technically, they're allowed to put 50% of their earnage on that side facade. So they earn 80, so they could put a 40 square foot sign up there by right. But then they exceed 40 plus what they have is 60, so they would only need an exception of 20 square feet over the allowed 80 square feet.
Okay, that's what we'll put the motion in. Good with that? Okay, the motion is to allow 20 foot over the maximum 80, what's it?
Over
80 for signage.
Okay.
Do I hear a second?
I second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 5-0. You good with that? Went from nothing to 2/3.
Something.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought it was his.
Item 20 is a special permit at 3102 East 8th Street.
Okay. Does that help keep it?
Item number 8 is a special permit for a home occupation, and it would allow use of portions of the house and garage for a home-based business involving the sale and repair of firearms. The subject property is located on East 8th Street, just north of Hull Avenue. It's within the Highland Park Neighborhood Association. It's a single-family house on a block that is made up of entirely single-family dwellings. There is a north-south alley along the rear side of the property. Here's a photo of the house from East 8th Street. You can see the house has the detached garage accessed by a driveway from East 8th Street. Here's some photos from the alley. So you can see some graffiti painted on the side of the garage. And here's some other photos of the garage. And as I'll mention later, staff is concerned with storing guns or having gun work done in this garage, considering it doesn't look too secure. There is a door right here. Another photo of the garage. Just another photo from the alley showing the fence encloses the rest of the backyard area. We did get several consent cards back. I'll pass them around now. All in opposition. All have concerns. Staff also shares concerns with having guns like delivered to the property or repaired in the garage. However, the administrative component of the business we're not as concerned with. He could do a lot of the sales over the phone or over the internet or eventually at gun shows. And talking with him, it doesn't sound like he's planning to sell at gun shows or has any intent to do that in the future. But in order to get the FFL license, the Federal Firearms License, he does need to have a secure, consistent address for that where the business mail could be sent. So again, we have recommended approval. We've just put a number of conditions on it that really significantly limits what he would be permitted to do. So I'll just go through these conditions that we're recommending. One is that he maintains a valid federal firearms license kept in good standing with evidence of such, with which requires annual renewals, and we ask that those be submitted to and filed with the zoning enforcement officer each year. 2, we've recommend that no firearm inventory for resale purposes be stored on the property at any time. Any firearms awaiting repair or off-site delivery or personal firearms not being carried shall be stored in the dwelling in a locked safe designed for firearms so long as the storage meets the federal firearms license requirements. 3, any storage of explosive powders or primers related to the ammunition reloading activity shall be in compliance with all code requirements of the Des Moines Fire Department. And in talking with him, it doesn't sound like he intends to sell ammo or gunpowder, so I don't think that's going to be a issue for him. But the 4th condition, I also know he's not going to agree to. There should be no parcel deliveries of firearms to the premise that are related to the business. We feel he needs to get like a post office box or some sort of FedEx mailbox where these deliveries can be made. We're just concerned with the UPS delivery person leaving a box or a package on the front steps that could be, picked up by a random person walking by. 5, we also recommend there should be no customer traffic on the site, as all sales or bartering shall be conducted via the internet or phone and or catalog. He did indicate he would only have no more than 2 customers coming to the site per month, but we still feel that all customers' transactions shall be delivered or be conducted off-site. That means he needs to be delivering the guns to the people buying them and picking up the guns from like the post office box and delivering it to his customers. The 6th condition, the home occupation shall be conducted entirely within the single-family dwelling and not within that garage. Those photos I showed you show it doesn't look like that garage is entirely secure, so we would prefer everything be limited to the single-family house. Then number 7, they shall have no signage advertising the business on the property. So.
Questions?
I guess my concern would be the fact that, this is in a residential area, and we would hope that, the appellant would comply by, all 7 of these directives. Is there any mechanism for any kind of oversight, or is there any way that you check in with these people?
Well, you're right. It does open up the door for, I guess, code enforcement nightmare. It would heavily dependent upon neighbors, monitoring and turning it in if they see anything suspicious. The first condition requires them to maintain the license on file with the zoning enforcement officer, and that kind of would also serve as a reminder that the zoning inspectors need to be, aware that this has been permitted and there are conditions of approval that they're supposed to be abiding by. But I definitely understand your concerns. So.
We have had some kind of home occupations where people had, FFLs for sale and gunsmithing. These conditions you are proposing, have we imposed those conditions on others where they've been successful to, in general, run the business they intended to?
Yeah.
Okay.
The most recent one was on 59th Street.
Yeah.
In the Waterbury neighborhood. It had pretty much these same conditions.
However, there was a concern about the garage, and we did not allow the use within the garage there.
Correct.
Okay. But if I wanted, so with the way you're setting up these conditions, if I wanted to buy a firearm from him, because I couldn't do that through a catalog. The average citizen can't do it without special FFLs. He could order it for me. He could have it delivered to some legal P.O. box. He goes and gets it. He could bring it to his house to prepare it for me.
Yeah, but we say if he brings it to his house, it needs to be stored in the safe.
Right. And then to sell it to me, he'd have to take it to me at my residence or somewhere else. I couldn't come to his house to pick it up.
Right.
Okay. So in general, he can have a firearm for sale on the premise for a short term, but locked up. He just can't have 20 AR-15s in inventory, even if they're locked up.
Right. And
okay. Otherwise, Bill and I would go check it out.
Closely, we're saying he can't have any inventory.
Gotcha.
That he's wanting to spec.
So it'd be special order and special delivery to his customers.
All the guns that he would have a known customer.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
And I remember one too, Mel, on just across the street from Meredith on
the school.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he sold specifically to policemen. So
sure.
He did everything exactly like Bert described.
Okay.
Had a UPS box. Okay. Went there, and I don't even think he brought the stuff to his home. I think he went from that UPS box to the policeman's home and gave it to him. So,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So it can be done.
Okay. To your knowledge, was the appellant agreeable to the conditions?
No, they want to have up to 2 customers a month coming to the property. So.
Thank you.
And they want to use their garage as well.
Sure.
All right.
All right. Thanks for clarifying that.
Any other questions? Thanks, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
I'm not used to this, but Mike Ross, 3102 East 8th. I clarify a couple things. When you order a gun, it's got to be signed by me if I order it. So UPS or FedEx can't drop it off at the front door and leave. It requires a signature.
Yeah, and what the gentleman was doing is UPS would call him, and then he'd go sign. So
And go pick it up.
Yeah.
At the UPS facility.
Right.
And that's how we've done the other permits.
So you're absolutely right. We're following that.
Okay. And other than that, it's pretty much straightforward. I mean, in order for me to ship anything, I got to have a federal firearms license.
Right.
And work on it. And like I said, it ain't going to be like Bass Pro Shop. I mean, I don't plan on getting that big. I've been a collector for over 30 years.
Yep.
So I got a pretty good selection of guns, and I never had anybody break into my house and take them.
I don't understand that, but you can see there's a big red splotch around your house. So that's why staff put together the recommendation that Nothing is, if it's stored, it's just one item and a locked safe. Can you do that?
I won't order the gun until the customer comes over and pays for it.
Okay.
And then once it comes in, then he'll come over and do all the paperwork, and it'll be done.
Well,
Now, the thing is, they don't want to have any customers coming there. What we're saying is that you have to take the gun to the prospective buyer.
and do the paperwork there.
Right.
Right. You can't, what staff is proposing is that the customer cannot come to your premise. I know that's what you would like, but what staff is proposing is that would not be allowed. Would you still be able to work with your customers by going to their homes and having them fill out?
I was kind of hoping to be able to branch out a little bit, you know, and if I do somebody's gun out of Oklahoma, you know, then I got to make that trip.
Well,
But more than likely, I'd probably send it to him.
Mm-hmm. Well, we can always make this offer to you. If this goes good, you can come back to us and request for a change in your home occupation.
Right.
And that probably, by that time, you know, your neighbors will be a little bit more settled down. They're used to you working it, saying there's no issues. You might have a better chance of getting it through. But I think as what staff has put together, this is a good first step operation so that you can do a home occupation with a hobby that you like.
Okay.
Okay?
I do want to make a clarification with Mike, though. You had said that, well, they can't deliver to my house unless I sign, so I have to be there. It sounds like you still want permission to receive the items at home.
Yeah.
Because you're saying by default, well, they can't deliver it to me anyway. What staff is saying, even though that's the federal law, we don't want to take that chance. I mean, I'm a Second Amendment supporter as an individual myself.
Yeah, but
there are some
I
things.
can't have it shipped to a P.O. box. They won't do that.
Well, we aren't the experts on FFL requirements.
UPS or FedEx, they'll do that.
Yeah, but.
Yeah, because we've had people come before us, and that's how they handled their
Right.
deliveries. Because they couldn't have it at their home
Right.
either.
So you'd go over to, I don't know if it's still on Hull Avenue, but you'd go over to the UPS facility and then pick up the gun that you've ordered.
Okay.
I'm just asking if that's okay with you, but I want to make sure that you understand if we would be supporting this, one of those conditions that staff has is you can't have the guns delivered to your house. Even if legally under the FFL, that's allowable with your signature. Staff doesn't want to take the chance that a trustworthy driver decides he knows you and he tucks it under your doormat. Can't have that.
Okay.
But like I say, you know, show us you're doing a good job. We can come back and take a look at it down the road.
All
This
right.
is a good first step. I agree.
All right, thanks.
All right. Anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff? Bert, we're good with all these conditions in here? Okay.
And although there's nobody here to speak in opposition, the cards have come in and people don't like this. I think perhaps the idea they don't like, but with these kinds of conditions, I think we'd be taking some concerns into account.
That's what I was going to ask, Bert. When the notice went out, what did it actually say?
I can show you. It was pretty much.
You know,
Yeah,
people's
yeah.
perception, what they see.
Right. And I know that some of the cards talked about the garage, and so since we're able to kind of deal with that issue, if we'd be inclined to approve this, I hope that alleviates a concern.
And I know staff did take a few phone calls, neighbors concerned, and some would say, well, we don't want to go on the record opposing it, but I said, I can tell the board that, but it's just hearsay.
Right, but were a lot of the concerns about the garage or just about the guns?
About the guns.
Well, see, here's where I'll help out Mike and anybody else. I could own 100 guns in my house as an individual.
That's right.
So the idea that he'd operate a firearms business, he isn't going to necessarily have any more guns. He'd have a whole cache now. But the idea of transferring guns and having customers and things exchanging and stuff in an unsecured building, we're avoiding all of that. So, what do you think, Linda?
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to support this. I'm surprised that there aren't neighbors here. I mean, in the past, we've had people that have dealt with police forces, and they said, we want to do this home occupation. because we service all of the police, you know, their service revolvers. I just don't think that this is an appropriate place for, it's a residential neighborhood. If you look at those maps, we don't have, we've got a lot of houses in a block. I mean, you're probably talking 50-foot wide lots. I mean, even the one that we approved on 59th, and that had lots and lots of discussion on it. And it was only because it was kind of in a commercial area, and, you know, I mean, it really wasn't around a lot of houses.
And just to,
I just don't think we're doing our neighborhoods a benefit by having a home occupation.
just to point out, this is a use that typically requires a commercial designation. So if the board denies this, he could still find a commercially zoned property and maybe not have a full-fledged store there, but he could keep an office there where he could even have deliveries to that office.
But yet, Bill, I wasn't on the board at the time, but there's been a long-standing home occupation for gun sales near a school in a dense occupied neighborhood in another part of town, right?
And
right.
We've had no repercussions.
Right. And without paraphrasing, I think the folks in the Waterbury area, they were just concerned about guns. And I clearly said, well, your neighbor down the street who's a big buck hunter, he could have 50 guns. If he's a responsible owner, as he should be, they'd all be locked up and secured. But I don't think it's about having guns in neighborhoods, which I don't think is what Linda's directly saying. I think it's about controlling this while allowing somebody to do something that the way it's done should be innocuous. It should be no different than somebody baking cupcakes. If he does a couple transactions a month, they don't occur on the premises, he loads and unloads the firearm himself after picking it up and taking it to deliver, that's no different than the amount of guns I'd load up in my driveway to go to the range every weekend.
And what I would say,
which I don't
the bottom line is that he's just using most of the home occupation for paperwork.
Right, because
We understand that, though.
I hope Mike does, and I think we've tried to clarify that, because under federal law, you have to have an address to conduct your business at. And I think that's the biggest thing with some of this, why these folks come to us. And under the FFL, you have to state you've had approval with your local law enforcement and zoning, correct? Correct. So he's on file with the sheriff and a bunch of other stuff for his FFL.
Do we have any idea how many special permits there are in the city of Des Moines for this type of business?
I can think of 4.
Yeah. Do we have the south side one?
One on the south side, one in the Meredith neighborhood, one in Waterbury.
Right.
Okay.
And as I recall, most of the ones that I've been involved with have been for very specific service. I mean, it's not just somebody who says, oh, I want to sell guns. It's been, I work with the police department.
I know 2 of them are. I don't know if Whitfield had that, the one on 59.
He was a repair a little bit, I thought.
But I don't necessarily see a difference between a legal law enforcement officer buying a handgun and a legal citizen buying one. I don't see a differentiation to me, because anybody he's selling to, if he's doing FFL paperwork, they're just as upstanding of a citizen as a police officer should be.
And if we would have let him do it at the house, it was only going to be 2 a month anyway, so we're not going to let him do that.
Right.
So, 2 transactions a month, that's not high traffic to me.
And how is a special use permit different than a conditional use?
Well, this is a special permit for a home occupation.
Home
For a
occupation,
home-based
all right, because
business.
you don't do conditional use permits for a home occupation.
Right.
But the same things apply. If he messes up and it's not working and we get complaints, it can come back in front of us from zoning enforcement and we can yank it.
Where is Cattell School from here? Because I know we've got a school.
I don't know if it's Finley is to the.
Finley's on
No,
the other
Finley is
side.
further west.
Yeah.
Cattell is very in close proximity to this.
Cattell's got to be,
North of block or 2?
It's probably it's probably within 2 blocks or so.
Well, we got 2 blocks. There's Snoozeville right there.
Hall. I mean, there's, okay, which way from East 14th? We've got.
There's Snoozeville there at C1.
Wouldn't it be? Okay, see, okay.
Well,
so-
Right?
Yeah, Cattell would be east of there, just a block or 2. In fact, yeah, within a block, literally.
if we had foot traffic coming and going, I'm not following the school angle here.
Well, I guess, again, my biggest concern is the fact that, we need to make it very clear, I guess, that there are some real expectations here and recommendations. And the only real oversight would be the neighborhood.
Sure.
And so I think that they seem to be aware of the fact that, this is something that not everybody is comfortable with. I think that the recommendations are really good. I think the plan is really good. I'm always concerned about, enforcement. And I'm not sure how active that neighborhood group is, but I would assume that they would notice, traffic or sort of an unusual amount of traffic. And I would just hope that, giving the recommendations, that you would be able to follow those, and that you would be willing to be a good member of your neighborhood and not create a kind of insecurity. That would be a big responsibility on your part.
Well, let's get a motion out there, see where we stand.
Well, I would make a recommendation for approval of the requested special permit subject to the staff recommendations presented. Because that prevents the on-site delivery, the on-site sale.
That's correct.
And no customers coming to the property. Right. And there's no inventory besides what he owns himself.
I'll second that, Mel. Is there any further discussion?
Wait a minute, let me ask you one.
Sure.
Did he say his name was Michael Cross or Ross?
Ross.
Ross, okay, all right. Okay.
ROST.
Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Those opposed, motion carries 4-1. You got to start. Item 21 is an exception at 2703 Cottage Grove, and we got some communication on that.
Yes, you should have gotten a communication from the Drake Neighborhood Association. The revised staff report is basically a correction on some of the years in the dates to make sure that the chronology made sense. You might have read through the one that was sent out in the mail and wondered what was going on there on the chronology. So we made those corrections. In this instance, I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. But based on the timeline that's in your staff report, this property has lost its non-conforming rights to maintain a laundrette, another space on the main level for retail or office, which was not occupied. Most recently, it was a food mart, I believe, is what it was described as. And then there's 2 units in the upper floor as well. This is in the Drake neighborhood area. Probably more specifically the area that's just west of Drake Park. You can see this is Cottage Grove as it comes into the Drake neighborhood diagonally, 28th Street. You might remember another property down in this area, another commercial property that's Woody Smoke Shack. So I think sometimes people get those 2 little areas confused on occasion, but this is the property we're dealing with. If you're looking at the west side of it, there's a small parking area and garages. This is as the more of the storefront portion of the property. Looking at it more directly to the north from the south. And then this is looking up the east side at, from the 27th Street side. There is another entrance to the duplex unit on the east side. And that just gives you a sense of how close that comes, that back part of the building comes to the property line. So it is a very small property and irregular shaped. So when you look at how it was formed by the Cottage Grove coming across that. I'm going to give you a couple cards here. The circumstances, and I'll let the appellant give his case, but the circumstances are generally that there was a mechanical unit that had gotten out of repair and caused water damage to a roof structure of the business, which also affected the integrity of the building. The city asked the appellant to vacate the structure, and so until it was demonstrated it could be safely occupied again. In that time frame, it was determined to have lost its commercial rights over time. There's a legal action for the appellant agreed to mitigate the public nuisance, which is the unsafe structure, and they had not complied with that up to this point. But in the meantime, in order to get occupancy again with the same uses, the appellant is asking for a certain provision in our code, which has criteria to it that allows them to sort of reestablish their legal nonconforming rights to those previous uses that were in the property. And it's not a very frequently used exception provision, but it's in there, and the criteria are in the staff report. It essentially puts the burden on the appellant to demonstrate there was some unique circumstances which prevented them from having the continuous operation of that use, which caused it to lose its rights. So it causes them to have to provide evidence which would show that there was something that kept them from being able to, that was out of their control basically, that kept them from being able to occupy that. From staff's perspective in reviewing this and working through this public nuisance process and with the consent decree process, there was extensive periods of time where there was no activity, and there's not really a large explanation as to what caused that period of inactivity. So from our perspective, we believe there was a conscientious decision not to move forward or make a continuous effort to get back into the property with their occupancy. So from our standpoint, we recommend denial because we don't believe it meets that criteria. But I will allow the appellant to make their case and their perspective of the timeline of events. And if there's any questions about the legal component process, Sue Donovan is here to answer those too.
Questions?
I have a question, Eric. What's a laundrette?
A laundrette is the
Laundromat.
listed use in our zoning ordinance. I think laundromat is actually a copyrighted.
Okay, sure.
I think a laundromat is actually a copyrighted brand name. Yeah.
Kleenex or Vice Grip or Xerox.
So
right?
it's a tissue versus a Kleenex. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
And the laundrette, I mean, is it good for anything else? Is it always, I mean, was it built as a laundrette?
I think it probably was something previous to the laundrette retail-wise. So if you look in the C1 district uses, laundrette's one of those uses. Many retail types of uses, specialty type sales of retail sales are in there. So I would say there's an equivalency of retail use to a laundrette based on the C1 district regulations. I think the Drake neighborhood communication alludes to that they would support a rezoning on this property, either to NPC or a C1 designation, which would fall in line with those uses as well. But and at the end of the staff report, we also indicate if this is denied as a exception to this resuming the non-conforming rights, then the next remedy would be to seek rezoning, and then if rezoning was denied, the next remedy would be to come back to you for a use variance.
Has has it been the same ownership for a long time?
Yes, my understanding is that it has. So I'll let the
Good question.
appellant speak to that.
Do you know, have there been utilities on this whole time? Because the cards are indicating that maybe there's something else going on here.
You know, I don't know. I'll let the appellant ask if the utilities have been on, but there's reason to not have them on if this was vacated or asked, you know, if the city ordered the premises to be vacated, then there may be reason to also not continue the utilities. So I'll let them describe what they've done with the property. But I don't think that had any bearing in the review that we looked at it from. We looked at it in terms of their progress to come to the terms of their consent decree and where that stands.
So the question is how long the premises was vacant?
It's been vacant, yeah, over 6 months as of of September of 2012. So we're now approaching an entire year.
Right. Now,
Since we've ordered them out of the building, yes. Now, there may have been a business on the east half that wasn't currently operating when we did that, but there was occupants in the residential units, so portions of the building were being used when we ordered the building be vacated.
The whole entire building vacated, even the tenants, so
Yes.
nobody was living in apartments. 'Cause when
Right.
I think of water, I think, okay,
goes
the
down.
washing machine, something.
Right, I think initially it was just with regard to a part of the building, and I'll let Sue correct me if I'm wrong, but my review of the case, the building code cases and so forth, is that the building initially had a problem in a portion of it, but then after looking at it further, there was concerns about the integrity of the ceiling and the floor structure in the residential component, and so therefore they were asked to also vacate the premises, and so at that point it was completely vacant.
Any other questions for staff?
And this is the real one, the one that you set on our.
The one we set out is the one you should follow in terms of the timeline.
Not
It was on our desk.
Right.
set out, not sent out, yeah.
Yes.
Set out.
So Andrew, you want to add something? I see when you're getting up and making your way up here, usually there's some words of wisdom that follow.
Board, Chair and members of the board, Sue Ann Donovan, Zoning Enforcement Officer. I did want to enter another exhibit. I was able to get a hold of a copy of the consent decree that was signed by Mr. Hiskey regarding repairs to the property. I'll pass a copy around if you want to review that. The timeline is accurate as Eric was explaining. The business portion, the laundromat portion had some structural problems and was ordered to be closed. And subsequently, we had to move the tenants out because it's not safe to have tenants in part of a building where there's an unsafe structure. So we moved them out, and it's been vacant for an extended length of time. The argument obviously is that Mr. Hiskey started repairs, signed a consent decree, agreed he was going to do this, but never has done it. So the argument is loss of legal non-conforming rights at this point. So.
Thank you. Applicant or representative of the applicant? That would probably be you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear some of that. But I got the gist of. I'm the owner, Gene Hiskey. Been here in Des Moines for 58 years. And shortly after I moved to Des Moines, I bought some real estate in the Drake area. One of which was the property on the corner of 27th and Cottage Grove. It needed some work, and at the time it was partially empty. And I needed an office, and I looked around as to what was needed in the area. Almost everybody that I talked to said we need a laundromat. As most of you know, that area is area of many built apartments made over with no laundry facilities. That's very rare. As a result, they had no place to go. While the parking only holds 5 or 6 cars, I've never had a problem with parking. They walk there, or some of them drive, but the majority will walk, often with children. And since we've been working on it, almost daily when I'm there, someone will come by and say, when are you going to get this open? When are you going to get this open? I have tried very desperately to get some help in what I needed to do there. Now, going back concerning the comment about the roof had a huge, can't think of the name of it, water type air conditioning. And over the time, the roof curved a little bit and the water came down and froze in that area. And in January of 2012, a leak developed in that area. The city came out and looked at it, and it definitely needed it. I had no quarrel with that. It was cold, and it was not a good time to try and repair it. They had me put the laundromat, couldn't operate it, which of course cut down whatever I was making there, but that was all right. That was a safety hazard. Then, before much happened, they came and said, well, you can't have those 2 apartments operated. It's dangerous out there. And I said, well, wait a minute. It doesn't seem to some of us that it's dangerous. What can I do? What can I do so that we can keep these people and help with their rent to pay to repair part of this building? I was told, and so were the 2 tenants over there, that if we got a licensed, certified engineer, I can't think of the other term, certified licensed, but there's another.
We get the permit. Yeah,
anyway, he's one that writes the thing and checks things and has a degree. And I got an engineer, licensed engineer, to go in and check it. I paid for that myself, and I turned it in. And they said if I got it, that the engineer said it was safe to keep the people there when they were repairing the roof. It was all right. Well, that didn't turn out to be all right because the engineer said there was limited things that needed to be done for the part in the laundromat, because the laundromat was separate. There's no building on top of the laundromat there. Anyway, they didn't accept it, so then they said I had to evict the tenants. That I did. Then I got into what it cost. They wanted me to fix the roof, and that's what I tried to do. And I began to find out how much it cost to fix that roof. And I finally made a deal at $25,000 for the roof. Now, it's a beautiful roof. I think I could park a tank up there. But it solved the problem. But then I became a little short of money, so I had to drag that out a little bit. I had time to do things there. We continued to work on it as when we could, when we had money. The majority of the work there has been done. But as time went on, they added on to the things that we had. When that was checked in at the time the leak happened, at the time the people came around, the entire building had a certification. The place where the two tenants lived had a current inspection. In fact, they sent me a letter about 3 or 4 months ago, said it needed to come around and inspect again. But it had to have been inspected. So the whole building was certified. There was nothing wrong with it. Now, as soon as they started on the working on the roof, other things began, well, you got to do this, you got to do that. And I didn't necessarily argue with them, but they were adding things without even going into the other side. The first, it's divided in half, basically half. And on one side there were offices, and then upstairs were the, but all of a sudden, the whole building, according to them, needed work. Now, over the years, we've done a lot of things there. Various times we've done some wiring. The electric now had the whole laundromat rewired, certified. We've put in new sidewalk on the east side. I put in a new large water pipe, I guess you'd call it. The new one, and replaced the old one. They dug up the yard and so forth. We painted the building. I spent a lot of money on it. It's a nice place. It's a safe place. It's something that's needed in that area of town. There's none around there. There's none around there. It's something you can be proud of. But the time ran out. I wasn't aware of the time factor until it ran out. But anyway, that's my fault. I guess I should have known that. But what I need was some time, and we'd have that done in 6 weeks. I have some money now to do it. They claim I didn't. I had a hard time over the winter. I tried to sell buildings. I was in the real estate business. Some of them I had up for 6 months, one a year and a half. I finally sold some so I could have some money to work with. My income came primarily from a rental at that time.
Jerry's got about 1 more minute. Do you want to wrap it up?
Anyway, I think that I didn't think I was treated fairly. I think I should be able to go back in there and finish the job. I don't want anything new or anything different, just what was expected of me at the time. I appreciate your patience, by the way. You've always, I'm certainly wish I could be that patient. Thank you, and if there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Mel, you?
Mr. Hiskey, I'm going to try to keep this simple. You say that you just need some time to get some things done, like 6 weeks, and then everything will be hunky-dory, right?
It should.
Okay.
I have the...
Well, didn't you agree back in October of 2012, almost 10 months ago, that you'd get things in shape?
Yes, I did, and at that time, I had three properties for sale.
Okay.
I couldn't sell them.
All right, so to keep it simple, now you've sold them, now you've got some money, so if you get 6 weeks, everything will be great. You'll have it fixed up, you'll get your occupancy permits back, you'll pass your building codes, and if we're really generous here, then you'd be back operating a laundromat and renting those units above, right?
Yes.
All within 6 weeks.
Well, it's mostly done.
Okay.
A good share of it, they've never looked at it.
Okay. Well, this actually sounds like a pretty simple issue. I fully agree with the staff that you're past your 6 months, but subject to our discussion here, you know, I'm trying to put you on the spot here. There's been a lot of dilly-dallying and delaying.
In 8 weeks would be better.
Aha, see?
Well.
Well, you just told me 6 without me asking. So then when I want to take you up, now you want 8 weeks. What do you want?
Oh, what would I like?
Yeah.
Well, I would like as much as I could get, but I think...
Well, you're never going to have any income if you don't get it fixed.
Well, I've got most of the money right now.
Okay. Well, we'll have to discuss that, but I'm just curious, when staff explains it to you and then the time runs out, if you're asking us to give you time, I'd need to know how much you need and make sure that's reasonable, because I wouldn't want to wind up here again in a few months.
Well, I stopped doing things when.
Sure. I can't say I blame you for that, so, okay, that's my only question.
Do you live in the neighborhood, or where do you live?
I have been associated with Drake for for that area
Right.
for many years. I taught at Drake.
Right.
My children
Where do you
live,
live now?
pardon?
Where do you live now?
On 46th Street,
Okay.
block east of Hoover.
Okay, so you live in Des Moines.
Both of my children lived in that area. They got married. The first place they lived was in the Drake area. One of them still owns property there.
Any other questions for the applicant?
That's the only property I own, by the way, except I've been trying to sell the building that I had the cleaners.
Okay.
It's sold, but I haven't gotten the money out of it. The Driggin
We got it. That's good. Thank you. We'll call you back if we need you. Anybody else here to speak in support? Is there anybody here to speak in opposition? Any last questions for staff?
I guess from a legal perspective, since this is a non-conforming use now, if I got that right, his 6 months his 6 months has run out. Can we grant him an extension on that?
Here's,
Yes, that's actually, if you look at the applicable standards there, that's the provision that he's asking you to consider. After his non-conforming rights have expired, the board has the ability to grant an exception to reinstate them, essentially.
But is it kind of an all or none? We just reinstate them, or can we say?
No, I think you have the ability, just like
Okay.
you do on any other exception, to establish any.
We'll reinstate them if, and we can put a
with
condition.
the, I think,
Okay.
drop dead date.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Okay.
but you have to find those two items that are
Right,
in there.
right. Okay,
And
thanks.
Eric, is the property zoned residential now?
Yes.
So he's paying taxes as though it's just a residential property?
No.
No.
No, he would still be assessed as what it's used for. So the zoning might be a factor in the overall determination of value perhaps, but for tax purposes, he's probably classified as a commercial for at least a
Right.
portion of the building.
Right.
Okay.
So
And then, because you talked about, I mean, if we did nothing, if we just said, no, time has run out, he could still continue to fix everything up, and then
I don't think we'd issue him any permits, or we wouldn't be able to
we would do,
inspect for any type of
what would happen
rental code or anything.
if we denied it? If we didn't grant the exception?
Well, he'd have the ability to do things that are allowed in R160. So he might have to remove the building and redevelop the property,
Or fix it up for a single family to live in it.
What we had suggested at the end is if he's denied this, he would seek rezoning as his next remedy.
Right.
And if he's not able to get rezoning, he would seek a use variance back with the board.
Okay.
But those are certainly other different criteria that the board would review that under at that point in time.
Yep.
So if we deny it, the building's just going to sit there.
It would
say
not
it's right.
have the use that he was proposing for it, for sure, yes.
What if we said, I just want to have a duplex?
Then he'd still need to seek a rezoning as his
Because
next
it's an
step.
R180.
All right.
Yeah. Even if you want to run a comic book shop in the laundrette, he couldn't do that without.
Correct.
Yeah, because again, all commercial rights have expired now. Okay.
Unless we extend it.
Right.
Thanks, Eric. Close the public portion, go to board decision.
Well, I don't want it to sit and fall apart any further.
Nope, and I think we're partway there.
Yeah, I am a little troubled. He's been the property owner for 38 years, and I think he's let the property slip a little. First, he said he wanted 6 weeks. Then he said he needs 8. Why, by golly, I'd give him 3 months till December 1st to get
Whoa.
it done in my book. Yeah.
All people, Mel, wow.
But if you don't have carpentry work done by December 1st, you don't have roof work done, you ain't gonna. And then you're gonna have another winter.
I've never heard you do that.
He should have. Now, I'm usually pretty nice, but we should be.
You're gonna cut him down to 3 weeks.
No. No,
He said
but
3 months. Go, whoa.
But if somebody tells me they have something, then when I press them and they say they need more, but I'd have no. He's going to have to figure some stuff out. He's going to have to talk to the permit center, get some things squared away, probably get some stuff squared away. But December 1st would be my drop dead date, or that's the end of the line.
Yeah.
And I don't think he wants to see that happen.
I think he's got a plan. I just think if we don't put a drop dead date on it.
Right. If you want to make it November 1st, that's still 8 weeks right there.
Nah, I'll go December. Yeah, you never know. You might run into heavy snowfall.
Right.
General election, things like that.
So December 1st.
He's out of here.
Well, and we're not giving it from the decision and order. We're going to say December 1st.
I do want to make a note of one thing. As I read through his consent decree with the city, it didn't say that if he doesn't have this done at a certain time, his zoning allowance goes away. It didn't really say that. And I'm not saying that's at fault by the city. He's got to be smart enough to know what zoning regs are. But had that been in there, that might have been a little extra impetus for him to complete this.
Well, I think, it'll be in this one.
So we're giving him the impetus now.
Right.
If this is what you want to do.
We'll explain it here in a second to see how this turns out. I think this will work out for you. So you want to let's get a motion going here. We got 2 more to go through.
Sure. I'd make a motion to approve the requested exception, can I say for a period, or approve the requested exception subject to the owner getting a occupancy permit for both the rental and commercial uses no later than December 1st of 2013.
That qualify, Eric? Certificate of occupancy?
Yeah, he's got to get
for us
that.
to look at, yeah.
Got to have that occupancy permit in his hand by December 1st.
Both the rental unit and the laundrette, right?
Yes, and there's
Yeah.
been both rental inspectors and building inspectors in the premises, so they know what has to be done.
Yep, yep. It has to have all building permits, rental certificates and inspections completed, and occupancy certificates issued no later than December 1st, or the exception, yeah, he loses the exception.
Goes back to R160.
Right.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Rick. Been moved and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Those opposed, motion carries 4-1. You got another shot at this, Mr.
Could you hold the vote up again for us? Was it all?
Yeah, Linda was the only. Linda was
What's the
the only
discussion?
objection. Yeah, right.
It was 4-1.
Linda.
Linda voted against,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
It's all right.
That's in principle.
Yeah. Well, what we're saying, Mr. Hiskey, is we're going to give you till December 1st, and that's all we can do. If it's not done by then,
Okay. Okay.
Well, we like what you got going so far, and
Keep it up.
That's close to my neighborhood. I've seen it a lot, so.
Everything's close to your neighborhood.
I know, I move around a lot. So December 1st, we want to make sure we get you in business, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
You'll make us proud. Item 22 is a variance and exception at 1617 Oakland, and we have correspondence on that as well.
And I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you there's both cards and some correspondence between the appellant and the The subject property is a residential property located just north of College Avenue in the Riverbend neighborhood. You can see 5th or 6th Avenue here to the west. so north of College, east of 6th Avenue. This area is called the Arlington Oakland. I think it's a National Historic District, but it's also within the River Bend local historic district as well. So from that standpoint, there's some other layers of things that come into play. Kind of along with the property is this other separate segment with a driveway that accesses through another property to the east to get to the premises. But it actually comes off of College. So if you're looking here, if you're looking down the driveway, that's actually not the property in question. It's a little further to the west, across. So again, going back to the aerial again, that building you're actually seeing is the one that my pen is touching on the aerial photo. From the street perspective on the Oakland side, clapboard type siding, gabled roof structures, double hung windows. So it is representative of the era that's within that historic area. This is a picture that shows at the time of the rezoning, the state, they were doing some repair work based on a utility line service that they had to have repaired. Also involves some sidewalk work, which in the staff report we sort of mentioned that we're working with the owner to comply with the local historic district regulations on the sidewalk that was installed without a permit. This aerial maybe gives you a better perspective of what's going on in terms of the scale of the building, that type of thing. The subject property has been through the rezoning process. It was denied. That's what gave it the ability to come in front of this board and ask or request a use variance. The appellant is requesting a use variance to allow a correctional placement residence, which though that is defined in your staff report, but essentially is it's a group home setting where the individuals are placed by the judicial system for there's I think 3 reasons or 3 bases on which those are done, either for probation, to finish out their sentence. So that makes them different from a supervised group residence. And when you look at the zoning ordinance, supervised group residence is something that's allowed in R180, which is the zoning that's in place. A correctional placement facility requires the R3 zoning. And so the city council did deny rezoning to allow that, with the understanding there's other uses that are allowed in R180 that this property could be. So the appellant's burden is to show the variance criteria now, that without a use variance granted, that there is not a reasonable economic use of the property. From staff's perspective, when we looked at the R180 district, we saw a number of possibilities other than just single-family dwelling. Certainly it's large. It's a almost 5,000 square foot dwelling. It's arranged in a fashion that has multiple lavatories, bathrooms, as it had previously served as a boarding house and group home for many, many years. So that's pretty much a given in terms of the way it's internally arranged. There are examples of single-family homes in the neighborhood that are as large or nearly as large as this structure. So it's been constructed to be added onto from its original construction as well. So there are some components that aren't part of the original structure, but certainly there was a large home on this premises to begin with. Some of the other uses in the R180 district that staff believed this could comply with were elder home, family home, And these are all things that are protected sort of by the state code and allowed in the same districts that we allow single-family residences. Supervised group residence is a permitted use in the R180 district when it meets separation requirements. However, in this instance, this property does not meet separation from two other supervised group residences within the immediate area, so less than a quarter mile. And those addresses are listed in your staff report as well, that they do not separate. Both of them happen to be operated by Polk County, 1812 Oakland and 1730 Arlington. The previous owner of the property, Harbor of Hope, was granted a use variance, or not a use variance, but a separation variance in 1996 to separate from both those two properties and an additional property that no longer would require separation. It's been converted to a nursing home. So basically, the board could consider a separate application, not in front of you today, that would ask for a variance to those separation requirements. What I believe that the most recent communication, the appellant has inquired as to whether a mixed supervised group with a small number of correctionally placed individuals was acceptable. Staff's determination on that was any number of correctionally placed combined with a supervised group scenario constitutes a correctional placement. Therefore, even to do 1, 2, or 3 correctionally placed individuals, staff maintains that a use variance would be necessary. So they couldn't, there wouldn't be any provision to just give the separation variance on a supervised group residence and also allow somebody correctionally placed to reside in that supervised group residence based on staff's determination. And if you have any specific questions on that, the zoning officer is here to elaborate on that as well. So at this point, staff is looking at it in terms of the criteria for variance, and it is our belief that as we recommended denial of the zoning, that the use of this premises for correctionally placed individuals would not be in character. We also believe there's no demonstration that this is the only use that would be a reasonable, make it a reasonable use of the property. So we can't find that it meets the criteria for variance.
Okay.
I think I passed around the
consent map and the cards. Yeah, we saw them.
Oh, I gave the map. I passed it around. Sorry, I meant to keep the map and give you the cards. So.
Mel, you want to throw that map back up there? Any questions for staff?
And then you had the Riverbend Association's communication.
Letter, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Eric. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
My name is Kelly Wolfcool, 1617 Oakland Avenue. Some pictures. This photo is of the front entryway to the home. As you can see, there's a little check-in window that would not be conformatory to like a single-family dwelling. This is our large kitchen. I purchased this property in November of 2012 with the intention of running a recovery home for men, which is what it had been for many, many years before. And I did some research and went to the library and looked at the city directories. And as far back as 1936, it was used as a boarding house and then used as a place for women to stay while their husbands went off to the war. And after that time, it was used for a men's boarding house. And so it hasn't been a single-family dwelling for many, 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 many years. And when I purchased the property from Harbor of Hope, I was under the intention that it would be ran as the same and zoned as the same. And in the contract, the purchase agreement and contract, it stated that it would remain the same. However, I was informed 4 months after I purchased the building that I was not zoned correctly for what I had been doing in the building. So, needless to say, it was quite a shock. You know, I probably wouldn't have purchased the property had I known that it was a single-family dwelling. And, you know, or maybe I would have done something different with the house. I don't know. I did have a realtor come through to see if this could even be marketed as a single-family dwelling, and I do have a letter from him that states that it's definitely not a single-family dwelling, and that I would have a hard time, you know, marketing or selling it as such.
Is that in there?
Yeah, it is. I have letters from neighbors that are in support of what I'm trying to do at the home on Oakland. And I also have letters from previous residents and current residents that are living there now. I do not currently have any correctional type residents. They're not allowed there right now because of the zoning. I do have gentlemen there that would be otherwise homeless. And I did speak with the Polk County Board of Supervisors about having like the folks from the Randolph come and stay there. And they were very excited about that, but of course they want to make sure that I get the proper zoning and all of that taken care of. Because as you know, those folks will be homeless real soon since they're going to close that building down. I also spoke with the historical district, and they were very excited at the improvements that have been made at the home. And they were excited that I was keeping, you know, everything at its natural state, and I haven't changed anything. And, you know, all that I have done have been improvements to the home. You know, painting, carpeting, new flooring. Had to replace all of the bathrooms completely. I did all this work myself with 2 other people for 3 months. From November, December, January, we worked every day, night and day, to refinish this entire house and get it up to code so that we could open in January. And I have spent nearly every penny that I have on this home. I love this home. It's my dream, it's my passion. And I just ask that you please consider letting me have these men, you know, stay there. They're doing very well. You know, if they have to move, it would disrupt their entire life. I'm asking for 20 beds for men who are in recovery. And if correctional men can stay there, that's wonderful. If they can't, I'm not going to let it detour my passion and my beliefs, my mission, my goals. My goal is to help them. That's it, bottom line. I'm not in this regardless of what the Riverbend neighborhood thinks about me wanting to do this for financial gain. That is not so. I'm doing this from my heart and because I want to. I wouldn't be here if I didn't, trust me. I haven't been paid a dime since I've started this venture. And, you know, for them to even suggest that really hurts me. I've spent over $100,000 of my own money, you know, refurbishing this place. I had to pay $23,000 to redo the sewer system in the front yard. The sewer went out from the front yard to the street, from the house to the street. Had to replace the entire water line, had to replace the entire sewer system in this house. And I had to use my own money to do that. No one has helped me. I haven't gotten grants, I haven't gotten anything. It's all me. And for them to say that really, really, really hurt me. All I'm trying to do is help people. I've been in the helping field my entire life. That's what I want to do. I love helping people. All I ask is that you let me.
Appreciate that, thank you. Questions?
And I have more stuff, more pictures.
But maybe let's see what she says. Kelly, I have a lot of questions here, so bear with me for a minute.
Turn on your mic.
When you bought this property, and was there an active water and electric? I mean,
Yes.
is everything all okay?
What happened was in July of 2012, the Harbor of Hope moved out. And so the building was empty. From July to November, it sat empty. And I had been working or volunteering with the Harbor of Hope, helping them. And I was basically paying all the bills, doing all the bookkeeping, you know, taking the clients on job interviews, just helping out because I wanted to volunteer. I had volunteered with them for a year in the building that I purchased even, and then I helped them with the move.
Okay, so you were familiar with this building?
Very much so.
When you started doing your rehab, did you go to the city and get permits? Are there permits on file for the work that you've done? I mean,
Well,
like you said, you did bathrooms and things?
Yes, for like the plumbing, yes. There should be permits on file for that, yes. And for the sidewalk, there should be a permit on file. And for all of that, because I hired and paid contractors to do this work.
Okay.
And, you know, they told me they had gone to the city and gotten permits. I do have permits for the plumbing. I have that in my possession. The others, I do not. And I went to the city of Des Moines.
I mean, there would be inspectors that come and, you know, walk through and inspect it?
Yes, and I've seen them, yes.
Okay.
They've been to the house.
But you
a couple
don't
of
know what exactly what permits were pulled?
I
And we
know
can
for
find out.
sure that the plumbing was pulled because I have like the little slip.
Okay.
And then the other, the sidewalk, I was told by the contractor that he had pulled the permit.
Okay.
And it's been,
And so you were familiar with this property?
Yes.
You volunteered there?
Yes. For a year I volunteered
You
there.
volunteered there, and you gave
worked with
do
the
you
other
live there
director.
now, or do you live somewhere else?
I do not live there.
Okay, so you live somewhere else?
Yeah.
But you were familiar with this property? Did you have any conversations? Did you know that this was a historical neighborhood? Were you familiar? I mean, if you'd been there, I'm thinking that you probably would have gotten some information. I know Riverbend sends out newsletters and things. Did you
did
you
not
have any
get a newsletter.
conversations with them about what I can do with this house?
Well, when I was thinking about buying this property, I did speak with Mike, the president.
Uh-huh.
And what he said is that there would be some opposition.
Okay.
And so I was like, okay, what does that mean?
Did you go to the city and say, what can I do with this property?
Yes, I had spoke with Bob Reynolds several times. He came out to the property in January, looked around, and we were in the basement. He was all over the house. And he said that I was doing a fantastic job, you know, updating everything.
Did you tell him what you wanted it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
But he's the building, so he may not be zoning. So I don't.
Yeah, but he came to the house a couple of times.
Okay.
I gave him a full tour of the house the first time.
And so now let me fast forward, and if you want to make this a group home or correctional facility, how would you get paid for this, if you
Well,
don't mind
the
me
men
asking?
pay $12 a day to stay there. And, you know, right now I have 10 people. That is barely enough to pay my gas and electric, water, phone.
You have 10 people living there now?
Yes. Yes.
How can that be?
Well, it's under enforcement. It's not this enforcement.
I'm in the process.
Okay, okay.
While I'm in the process, I can still be open.
Okay.
I can't have any correctional type individuals, but I can have, you know, homeless per se.
People down on
How
their,
do you
People
get your-
who are
how
down
do you
on their
get
luck.
down on their luck, right?
Your boarders? I mean, where do you just?
How what?
Where do you get the men from? I mean,
They refer them to me. There's a letter in there from Broadlawns.
Okay,
Like
great.
the Sands unit at Broadlawns, when they have people that are being discharged, you know, where do those folks go? And so a lot of them come to me because, you know, with mental health, they usually have addiction problems also, they need addiction services. I have just finished my 1,000 hours at Broadlawns to become a certified drug and alcohol counselor, which is what my goal was all along, as to have, you know, my certification, have this house, you know, and do counseling. That was my goal, my dream, my passion, my, you know, my plan. My plan wasn't to have a bed and breakfast or to have an elderly home or, you know.
So Harbor of Hope had it, they went away, and
Well,
then
they
you-
moved to another location. They're still in operation.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you started One Way Recovery.
And then
That's the name of your,
I purchased One Way Recovery on November 19th.
okay.
And, you know, when I bought it, they knew what I had planned to do. They knew that I was going to
Who's
open
they?
Harbor of Hope.
Oh, all right,
They knew-
I'm confused. You just said you purchased One Way Recovery.
I purchased One Way Recovery.
I thought it's called
from
Harbor of Hope.
Harbor of Hope owned it,
Okay,
and I purchased the property.
and the property's called One Way Recovery.
That's what I named it.
That,
yes.
right, that's what I'm getting at.
Yes.
Okay, so you started this enterprise at the time you bought this from Harbor of Hope
Yes.
with your upcoming 1,000 hours of training through Broadlawns. Okay, so do you have a degree in social work?
I have a master's degree in public administration,
Okay.
bachelor's,
Okay.
and an associate of science in
Do you have
criminal justice.
professional work in group home management or previous employment experience in that
I
field?
have a year with Harbor of Hope of running,
As a volunteer?
yes.
Okay, all right, okay.
But I basically did everything.
Sure.
I was like the director,
Okay. All right.
executive.
So you haven't run other facilities or been an employee of other facilities in
I
the
have
past?
worked at the Polk County Health Department for 18 years before that.
Okay.
That was my profession.
Ah, okay.
I was an investigator. I investigated communicable diseases like TB, hepatitis.
Sure, I got it, yeah.
That was
I mean,
my
I
profession.
understand.
Yeah, yeah, you don't want it. I worked at the health department for Polk County, for the government for 18 years, retired because they offered early retirement to every single employee. And so I did that, and they gave me a severance package, and that's how I could afford to have bought this property.
Gotcha.
I bought it with cash. And then I put 50 grand in it because I had to. I mean, the place was in shambles. I don't know how they ever operated, but,
All right.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Cindy?
Do you get more than $12 a day for a correctional type person? Or is
No,
it
it's the same.
still
$12 a day, period.
But you want to take correctional folks
Because
of goodness
there's a
for-
huge need, huge. Because, and in fact, I get letters every day from people in prison or jail because there's no place for them to go, and they have to literally sit in jail or prison until they have a place. Because they can't just release them to the street. They have to have some place that they're going and have it approved.
And I have one other question. Where do you live?
I live in Ankeny.
So you live
The
in
assessors
Ankeny,
don't have
and
that.
this is in
The assessor's office, county assessor doesn't have that. No.
I grew up in Des Moines my entire life and married my husband who happened to have a house in Ankeny. Otherwise, I would still be in Ankeny or in Des Moines.
Oh, like improvements, okay. Let me try it. 16, 17.
Yes. And if you guys give me a stipulation that I have to live there in order to do it, I'll move. I don't care. I want to run this house. I want to do this. I mean, I don't want to just sell it or give it away or run a bed and breakfast. I can't cook, for one thing.
We got,
I mean,
All right.
are there any other questions? Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak in support?
Hi, I'm Linda Ford. I live at 3915 Forest Avenue in Des Moines. I've known Kelly, I worked at the health department. I worked for Polk County. I was the health services administrator for the sheriff's office and for Polk County. I'm well acquainted with the population that we're talking about, and I want to tell you a couple of things. First of all, the population that we're talking about, the correctional population that leaves the jail, has no place to go, a lot of them. Unless they're going to long-term correction, there is no place for these people to go. And they do sit in jail at our expense, the taxpayers' expense, because there's no place for them to go. There are a whole lot of them that have no place to go. And we need houses like this. Harbor for Hope closed and we lost beds that people needed to go to. Kelly opened up this place because we needed those kinds of beds. She was a volunteer at the jail, and she did health education and so forth at the jail. Those people loved her, and that's how she got a passion for working with these kinds of men. There would be easier things to do, but that's how her passion started. That's why she decided to open a house like this. And she got caught up in the system where she thought the zoning was in place and the zoning wasn't in place. So she got caught up in the system. We do need these places. We do not have enough of these places in Des Moines. It just so happens that the place is in the Riverbend neighborhood. You know, and I understand the Riverbend neighborhood doesn't want all these places in this neighborhood, but neither does any other neighborhood. One example of that is the recovery place that opened up at the jail. West Des Moines didn't want it. It ended up in the jail because West Des Moines refused it. I live in the Forestdale area. I wouldn't care if they opened up a place like this in my neighborhood. I'm a nurse. I know that we need recovery homes. And I wouldn't care if they opened up one next door, because it's our civic responsibility to have recovery areas like this in our neighborhoods. There is one available with a large capacity in the Riverbend neighborhood that was being used for that capacity, and that needs to continue, in my opinion. As a Des Moines citizen, I think it needs to continue. Kelly has the capacity to be able to do this. She's a very good social worker. You know, I told her to live her dream, and I support her doing that. She has the capacity. She backed it up with her money. She backs it up with her compassion, and she's been caught in a quagmire because of the laws of Des Moines. I think that she needs this variance, and we need to support her in carrying this out for the people of Des Moines. And I ask that you do that for her.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question? You mentioned, you said Harbor of Hope closed. I thought I heard they moved.
Well, they closed that home because it was a mess they didn't want to take on and rehab.
Okay, but did I hear they moved someplace else and now they're operating a home someplace else?
Yeah, because they didn't want to go to the expense of rehabbing this home.
Right, but they didn't really close, they just relocated.
Relocated,
Okay.
Right.
So
But believe me, we probably need probably another 25. We need another probably 20,000, 10,000 beds to house people like that in Des Moines.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak in support? Is there going to be more than just you three? That this will be it? Okay.
Hi, my name is Mary Lipper, and I just wanted to speak for having a recovery house like this.
Need your address too.
6120 East Oakwood in Pleasant Hill. And when my son was released from jail, it was because he had a place to go. If he hadn't been able to go to one-way recovery, he would have had to stay in jail. And he was able to go there because he was able to go to a clean, safe place for his recovery. And without places like this, where are our young people going to go when they get out of jail? I just want you to hear from someone whose son it really helped him to go there. Thank you.
Thank you. I hear that's going to be the last of the support. Is there anybody here to speak in opposition? Going to be more than 2, 3? If you would be so kind as to line up over here behind. Marty, let you go first. Line up on the wall over here. Thank you.
How much time did they get?
5.
5 minutes. I always forget.
Marty Mock, 2701 Arthur. When I saw this on the agenda, I've had a couple of neighborhood leaders call me about this. This has been an ongoing issue for years and years, this issue of group homes and the proliferation that we see in certain neighborhoods, particularly River Bend. I remember being on Zoning Board of Adjustment when we had a big one, and that was the issue of the county and doing some things in there. And the reality is that this is not a indictment about the people who run the group homes. It is a problem of proliferation in certain areas, and the reason why this quarter-mile separation became so important. Yes, there are some places in the city that have a large homes that are cheap because of the neighborhood they're living in, but they're in the neighborhood they're living in cheap because we have group homes. And we have all the other kinds of things that's going on. And the reality is it becomes a cascading effect of the value of homes and the quality of life for the people who live in them. I'm sure that River Bend can talk more eloquently about their history about that. But the reality is that this is it's one we have been fighting. When I was on the Neighborhood Advisory Board years ago, and it was called that, this was before that board a number of times, this kind of situation. And we struggled for years trying to work with the city in developing a policy that doesn't punish them, but realizes that their actual presence can cause a detrimental effect to neighborhoods. And so I'm sure she does a great home, and as does other people who have great homes. The reality is that you put them in neighborhoods, you have a perception that goes with it, and you have a down cascading effect upon the value of the homes in the neighborhood and the quality that they see within those neighborhoods. I encourage you not to look at whether she can or cannot do a good job. Let's assume she can. But instead, let's also look at the effect that this has had historically in the city of Des Moines, and look at the fact that the reason for quarter miles is to start separating throughout the community into other areas, and so that we have a proliferation of group homes and those kinds of situations. So and again, she doesn't meet the test for variance. When you get to a legal restraint, that home can have other uses, and according to your test of variance, that she does not qualify for variance under that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Hildebrand, 410 Franklin Avenue. I'm the Riverbend Association Board President. I've lived in the neighborhood about 6.5 years in a 4,500 square foot home, 2 individuals. I appreciate the gentleman that just spoke. He saved us all about 5 minutes, because I'm not going to go back through that. That's what I wanted to make sure that was understood. It's not, in my opinion, the opposition that we're hearing in the neighborhood is not against Kelly herself. It's in opposition of this type of facility. Some of the leaders in my neighborhood have been there 20 years working against this type of thing. That's what the message is. We're not opposed to Kelly in general, although I do want to bring up some points after this, but we're in opposition of any further shelters or this type of facility in this neighborhood. We've been moving forward. Mm-hmm. When I joined the neighborhood 6.5 years ago, there was a very contentious battle about locating another shelter near the neighborhood. It's not this facility, it's all facilities, because there's a proliferation already there that we're trying to spread across the city so we don't have to deal with the ramifications of a cluster of them. So that is our opposition. Not that we're opposed to her making money or we think she'll run a bad facility. We're opposed to any facility in general, any more facilities. We're moving the right direction, spreading those across the city. What I do want to bring up, also, is in addition to the opposition to the shelter, I did speak with Kelly October 3rd of 2012, about a month before she purchased the facility. I didn't use the word some. I said there would be opposition if we had the opportunity, and that's why we're here. We do oppose it. I told her before she purchased it that we would. There was no hesitation in my statement. Back when the sewer collapsed is when we first became aware of the situation there, that there was problems. We were under the impression that we could do nothing. But we were made aware that there was an issue there, that she was not zoned for what was going on. That was, I believe, April. From then on, I've been dealing with this almost weekly. I met with Nancy Robinson, the Assistant Director at the 5th Judicial District, Probation and Parole. When I found out there were individuals on probation and parole there, she was the one that told me that they walked in and discovered a probation person running the front desk. That's the hen watching, or the fox watching the hen house. We have advised Kelly numerous times on proper way to do things. We advised her that she should not pour the front sidewalk until she got a permit and went in front of the Historic Preservation Commission. 2 individuals told her that at her house while I was there. She poured the sidewalk. She got the permit afterwards, and now they're working to correct the issues. She was told not to pour the stairs. She poured them. She's been told by the inspector numerous times, and Sue Ann Donovan and others, that she can't do certain things. She continues to do them. We've had neighbors say that there's people at 4 a.m. out on the picnic tables smoking and talking. So, in addition to the opposition of a facility in general, we are quite concerned that if this facility were to be established or allowed to continue to operate, we will be fighting this for years, and it's going to be a problem just with the track record that we've seen so far. And I'm not saying that she's doing anything intentional. I just believe that her ability to run the facility the way the neighborhood would require is not there. I believe her expertise is helping people, as she says. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, question for Mike.
Sure.
Mike, I want to thank you for your service to your neighborhood.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know it takes a lot of time just to be a volunteer. I do have a couple quick questions, and it is not your job to interpret all the city regulations and ordinances and everything, but I appreciate it when you can give somebody a heads up. I try to do that in my neighborhood too. But I'm curious, when you first talked to her about just the operation itself, and you said there would be opposition, to your recollection, did you mention anything about, well, you know, you're probably going to need permission just to have that kind of a use with the city, or did that angle even come up?
No, honestly, I'm probably in the same boat as Kelly. It was operating as a facility.
Sure.
My assumption, it was going to continue to operate, but I did state
There'd
if
be
there was an opportunity
Okay.
to change that we would.
And again, it's not your job to have put up the first stop sign, well, the code says this or that. That's not your job. But I was just curious
No, I did
if
not
you had
have
maybe given a warning that you hadn't even thought of today.
I wish I would have known,
Sure,
because I would have been much stronger in saying you
Right,
won't.
right. Well, at least on the sidewalks and stairs, you got it. You mentioned earlier that you're opposed to shelters like this. Then you had said you're opposed to any kind of facilities. If somebody said, hey, we know it's R180 now, but this house probably it's going to be hard to convert to just a single family residence. We'd like to put some adults that maybe have are mentally disabled and need to have a home care guide live with them. Are you opposed to any use of this besides residential single family?
I believe, and I haven't been able to go back, I believe I could say that the neighborhood association would be opposed to group facilities.
Of any type, okay.
I believe that would be the stance of most residents and members.
Okay. And again, not to put you on the spot, I'm just curious what the vibe would be. So
I believe that.
You'd basically like to see this go back to somebody who would turn it into just a big single-family home.
If I had my druthers living in a 4,500 square foot house, knowing others that have larger houses, that would be my preference.
Okay.
I believe, because I'm in some construction type activities, I could see where that would be, in my opinion, not speaking for the neighborhood, because I'll get chastised for it.
Right.
a duplex or a triplex would probably not be
Out of the question.
Out of my,
Okay.
no. I believe something like that would be
Okay.
suitable for my position, but not.
But at least in
fitting the name.
summary, not this, and probably not anything similar to this.
I believe there would be opposition by most members of any group type facility.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Candace Jones. I reside at 306 College Avenue. Not going to take long, just wrote down a few quick notes and then I'll be done. We've all been here for hours, so thank you. Number one reason, the neighborhood was rezoned for a reason, to keep low density. That's the main point, the reason why we're here. Nothing else besides that. Number two, we've had plenty of men sitting on the church, which we live directly right over here. This is the church. They sit on the church's wall. They sit there not only waiting for people, talking about drugs, and loitering. Who's watching them then? This is supposed to be a house of men that are watched, supposedly. I don't think that we want child molesters, drug addicts in our neighborhood or in close proximity to all the children that walk back and forth to school. We've a tremendous amount of little kids that walk through our alleyway to get to school right up College Avenue, because there's a school that resides up there, which I don't know if we can even have the ex-cons that close to a school also. And if this is such a big thing for her, why wasn't the property purchased right next to Trilene Avenue? So that way it wasn't in our neighborhood and hers. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak in opposition? Well, well, go ahead, yeah, because she gets rebuttal too, but might as well do it after you talk.
Yeah, I think it would be better to have rebuttal after. Chair, members of the board, Sue Ann Donovan, Zoning Enforcement Officer. Couple things, just to recap, I don't want to go over everything. She was informed clear back in March that she shouldn't move people in there when the housing inspector went through, that she had zoning issues. There was never a complete inspection from our department giving her the right to occupy it in a group setting like this, either from housing or zoning. She's been repeatedly told not to do things that she goes ahead and does. One of the inspectors also reported that he was out there at the house and there was a person who was released for correctional placement running the front desk. I think that causes, for me as a zoning enforcement officer, a lot of concern about how this will be operated. If up front she isn't even supervising it, she says she doesn't live there. We don't have any indication of how supervision is being provided. She hasn't met the variance requirements. She doesn't meet the quarter-mile separation from other like uses. I think it would be a mistake to grant this variance for this use in this building. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Yeah, one thing.
Well, don't you want to, well, go ahead.
It's a clarification. You may be wondering why it lost its rights. The variance granted in 1996 to Harbor of Hope was limited to them as long as they owned the property. So that wasn't stated. It's written in your staff report, though. So that was the actual triggering mechanism that took away the rights for it to be a supervised group residence.
Harbor of Hope would have known that.
They should have known it. They went to the board to get that right. So
And wouldn't a realtor know that too?
the finding would be on file with the city, and Harbor of Hope would have been given the finding as well.
Very careful about what I say.
Well,
I understand.
and of course, a person could potentially if a buyer bought something when the owner should have known or was told what it was and didn't disclose it, they could file a suit against the previous owner of the property.
Okay. Kelly, you got 3 minutes for rebuttal, closing arguments.
I don't know if Harbor of Hope knew about it, but yes, I do have an attorney, and I'm going to, work that out. We are not allowed to have sex offenders in the house because we're too close to schools and parks. I wouldn't anyway, and I check every single person when they move in to see if they're on the sex offender registry. I don't want someone on the registry in the house. As far as people sitting by the church, there's an apartment building here, an apartment building here. My house is back here. It could be one of my guys, or it could not be one of my guys. I don't know. As far as an inspector coming out and telling me what I need to do, no one came out and told me that, Kelly, you need to fix this, this, and this, or I would have done it. I'm not someone who just doesn't do what I'm told or blatantly does the opposite. I'm not like that. I want to have a professional, structured environment for these men so that they can, get well and be able to move on and get their own apartment and become a productive citizen. That's the goal. It's not like I'm just, I don't know. I'm not a bad person. I'm trying to do the right thing here. And, if there was a house next door to me in Ankeny that had 10 bedrooms and was $42,000, you betcha I would have bought it. I would have bought that, snatched it up in a heartbeat, and opened a house right next door to me. And like I said, I will move in on Oakland if that will help. And as far as someone in corrections being at the front desk, I have no idea what that's all about because I do not allow correctional people to be in charge of other correctional people or anybody else. That person may have been sitting at the desk, I don't know, but he wasn't like an employee or anyone in charge of anyone. I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Any last questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll close the public portion, then go to board decision.
Well, I'm just going to say, I live in an older neighborhood and I've worked real hard, and I know that Riverbend has worked exceptionally hard to make their neighborhood what it is today. They have worked hard to take houses that is an older housing stock and said, we love our city enough that we're going to come back here and we're going to live and we're going to raise our families. And, I see a young mom with children out there who chooses to live here. And this is not an appropriate place for this group home to be. Kelly, I believe, you have a good heart, and I understand that, but this is not the place for it. It's too many people, it's too dense, everybody's had conversations. I mean, we know you can't just say, well, I want to do a group home, and so this is where I'm going to put it. You have to go get permits, you have to visit with zoning. I mean, there's a whole lot of things that have to be done. And I cannot support it. I would move that we go with the staff recommendations. It's just not appropriate.
Well, and I can give you a little bit of different perspective. That's where I went to school, is right up the street, 10th and College. And, I've had...
Old Dowling?
That's right. And it's something to be said that the last building standing is a correctional facility, so, but...
You paved the way.
But, I've seen that neighborhood and how many group homes were in there. There was a nursing home right down the street from the old school. I applaud what River Bend people have done. Let's get this back to single-family dwelling. And I've seen the improvement. It does work. That doesn't take anything away from Kelly. I absolutely adore what you're doing. That takes a lot of guts to do all that. But, when you look at the staff report, you know, the thing that's the biggest problem, the stumbling block here, is the fact that, you know, you're within too close a distance for other group homes. There's not a whole lot of decisions in making that decision. I guess I'm with Linda.
But it doesn't meet
The premise you got is great, but you haven't met the variance test to do that. And I wish I could give you something better to go on from that, but it is a variance, and there's nothing we can really jump in and say that's going to be any different than saying you can't have them that close.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a quick comment too. Kelly, I hope that you can tell that we really think that you're attempting to provide a real need. It's really shameful that we leave people sitting behind bars because there aren't adequate facilities. But the separation distances are there for a reason, and we have to kind of abide by that. I think that your heart is in the right place. There's no doubt that you're a great social worker and nurse. What you're doing requires some other skill sets, though. You know, it's kind of, there's some administrative skill sets that you'll need to have. You know, I think that you probably bit off more than you realized. There are certain licenses and permits that you need to respect before you begin building steps or sidewalks or whatever. So, you know, I think that you need to continue to pursue this dream. You know, you may have just jumped into this arena a little prematurely before you understood all the skills that you need to be able to bring to bear. But you know, we are really limited by the separation. So, you know, that's what we're up against. But I hope that you understand that your heart is in the right place. You might have just, you know, jumped into this, you know, prematurely too.
Any other comments? Linda, you want to throw a motion out?
I'll move staff recommendations.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Last but not least, item 24. Wow. This is a variance and exception at 656 Polk Boulevard. I don't think all you people are here in support, so when we get to the opposition, I'll give you some instructions.
Mr. Chair, starting to think that you went to as many schools as Mel has ways home from work. So.
It's after 6, we can have a little humor.
This item in front of you here,
thank you.
Last item of the evening, is in the Waterbury neighborhood along Polk Boulevard, just north of Woodland Avenue. There's actually one lot at the corner that would be south of it, then it would be at Woodland, and it's on the west side. Polk is a true boulevard here with the center boulevard section. There's kind of two different sets of character here as well. You have these block faces are a little bit different than what you see to the south here. And so when staff looked at this, we looked really hard at the character of these block faces that face each other between Harwood and Woodland Avenue when evaluating this. And it starts to change character as we transition down to the Ingersoll area. And then at that point, certainly that's a more higher volume traffic corridor. It starts to split off. This is where the old streetcar used to go. So that was definitely an area that had a higher traffic concentration and so forth. What's being asked at this time is this property is a conversion with 5 units. Some modification has happened to the dwelling over time, but it's, for the most part, it's an intact square, you said 6 units, I'm sorry. It's an intact square type design. I'm going to pass this around because I don't think it's going to show up along on the overhead very well, but they've done a very simple sketch of the area they want in the front of the dwelling to be their off-street parking. It would come off of a driveway that would not have the width necessary for two-way traffic for off-street parking. So there's also a appeal of that width provision for the drive entrance. From that perspective, if it was allowed, we certainly wouldn't want them to look at widening the drive approach because the character of the area is the single drive. I think it's pretty simple in this case that when you go up and down both block faces on that area between Harwood and Ingersoll, you just don't see parking occurring in the front yard area. Homes are set back quite a ways. They do have shallower rear yards on the west side, which makes it a little bit of a challenge to provide some parking. However, there's a significant amount of on-street parking available by not providing parking for this property doesn't necessarily jeopardize the neighborhood in terms of congestion of parking. Now you're going to hear the argument that when the snow ordinance is in effect, they do have to be off of Polk Boulevard. I think that's few and far between that they can get to the side streets or find a location nearby to temporarily store their car to make that work. So I'm also going to pass you a petition that is signed by some people that also sent cards. So we did note on the petition which ones had submitted cards as well as the cards themselves. So I'll quickly show you that too. Oh, I'm sorry, Cindy, this was actually an addendum to the petition so that people were agreeing to those points. Okay. This is a picture of the consent map, so you can see that the surrounding neighbors are definitely not in favor of having parking in the front yard area. Are there any questions?
I don't think I've seen a map that red in a long time, Eric. Questions for staff? Thanks, Eric. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Yeah, I'm Randy Crone from 1363 Northwest 137th Court in Clive. Kind of feel like Rocky up here.
Oh, boy.
Well, I purchased a little history here. I purchased this sixplex. It was a repo, January 2012. It's a beautiful area, and I bought it because I needed a lot of improvement. Since I purchased it, I've roughly put about $40,000 into the unit already. New windows, carpeting, cabinets. And since it is a sixplex, there are 2 units that are 2-bedroom units, and the rest are 1-bedroom units. So my 2-bedroom units, they each have a car, a husband and wife. And so we always got a lot of parking on the street. And I mean, there's a number of reasons I was trying to beautify the street, because there's a lot of people, they go out walking at night, and it is a nice area down through there, and I felt if I could get some cars off the street, it would improve the streetscape a little bit, whether it's the cops or the firefighters coming down, or it's the garbage truck, or it's the snow removal. There are others. I went around the area and I took some pictures of some other houses out there that do have parking. I mean, I got some ideas where I can shield the parking to where it doesn't stand out. Just south of Forest down there, or Ingersoll, there's a place that has, per se, some parking in the front yard there. Right across the street, there's another place that has parking in the front. My parking is going to have a buffer of about 25 feet between the sidewalk and the parking, which I'd like to maybe put like a 2-foot berm in there and put some plants in there and landscape that a little bit to where the cars are, per se, from the street are buffered. Here's another one not too far from these 2 houses. They've done a nice job. It's actually a circle driveway. That's what that one is. Kind of hard to tell with the picture, but they've done some landscaping in the front, which makes that look real appealing. I also thought about coming in and putting, just widen out the driveway, fan out from the sidewalk and put, maybe another stall in there, a 2-car stall driveway, and then my people could back up bumper to bumper and they'd have to take turns moving out. But I didn't really kind of like that look. Here's my neighbors to the north, which ends up, you just got all you got in your front yards is a lot of pavement. And I was trying to think about trying to eliminate that. And here's a neighbor right across the street. Here again, you end up having a lot of paving that's visible from the street. And what I was really looking at is coming in and, like I say, between the 25 feet from the front lot line, do a berm, maybe a 2-foot berm, kind of shield those cars so they're not visible. Maybe come in and even do a little, like a fence area here, a 3-foot high fence, just so when people pull in, the lights at night aren't reflecting on the neighbors. So those are the options. I was just looking at other options, how to get some vehicles off the street to make the street look nicer down through there.
Okay. Questions?
This might be a question for staff, I'm not sure, but are there other properties around this area that are subdivided like this into apartments, or are these mostly single family? Or do we know?
Well, this was built as a 6-plex. I mean, it's got a solid brick wall all the way up through the middle between the units, and they're all separate units. And actually, to the south of me, that house on the corner, there's actually a tunnel between our houses. And I don't know if that was like a 3-plex or a 4-plex before, but I got a big steam boiler in the basement. And I don't know if they use that as a coal chute or what, but I think they actually pulled heat from that building to heat the other building to the south. So, but it was actually built as actually at that time it might have been built as a 4-plex. It looks like at some point in time, maybe the upstairs, the big attic space was converted into a unit.
So it's never been a single family residence?
It would be, no. The way it's built, because like I said, between the basement, 1st floor and 2nd floor, it's got a solid block wall all the way up through there. Because kitchenettes back up to each other, and I've already yanked all the plumbing out, run PEX to everything, and it was a job, because it was just a tile wall all the way up through, so.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else here to speak in support?
Okay.
Just as a show of hands, who's here to speak in opposition? That's what I thought. You guys would be kind enough to line up over here. And in the interest of time, if you're just here to express your opposition, you can say we agree with the person and just say that. That'll be fine. We're looking for any new information. We may ask some questions, but if you're here to voice your opposition, that'd be fine. Just let us know that. Okay? You line up over here. Whoever wants to go first.
No, I have a question for City, so I have to ask it after.
If you want to ask it right now.
Ask it now.
Okay, yeah. Eric, before we have one question from one.
I have a question. Okay, if this was
He might need to address it.
yeah, if it's a legal non-conforming, why did it not lose its legal non-conforming status if it was a foreclosure? It must have been vacant for some time.
I'm not aware that it was vacant or it didn't have certificates that expired.
Okay.
So-
If the certificate expired, maybe that'd be different?
Yeah, by adding the parking, it is considered an expansion of something that doesn't conform.
Right.
But I don't think there's anything that was demonstrated that it lost its rights for the.
For the multifamily?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so even though it sat vacant for however long, I mean, if it was a,
Yeah, and there's no documentation as to how long that might have been.
So between rental inspections that the city does, it was shown as occupied probably at all those times, and you didn't see
Yeah,
any
there's no
lack of
challenge here as to whether
no-
it still has 6 units.
okay, that's just what I didn't know if there had been current rental certificates up until the whole time?
I could certainly find that out. That wasn't really something, an issue that we were kind of
Okay.
looking at that,
Okay.
at the
Okay.
point in time. But
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
My name is Lori Bogart. I live at 5817 North Waterbury Road. I am a frequent walker in the neighborhood. I went to school at Roosevelt. My kids went to school at Roosevelt, which is just down the street. Polk Boulevard is lined with cars parked along the curb, all the way to University, down to Grand. Ingersoll is lined with cars, parallel parked. There are apartments all along Ingersoll where people have to park on the street, and it's just a norm for us. I would rather see the cars parked on the street than to see the cars parked on the yard, or in the yard, or on a parking lot. I'd rather see the pretty houses, the beautiful homes, the beautiful yards, than to see a parking lot.
Thank you. Well done.
Thank you to the board. My name is Steve Miller, and I live at 4907 Woodland Avenue. I'm also the president of the Waterbury Neighborhood Association. And I don't think there are a lot of other comments I can add that some of our neighbors here will, I'm sure, fill you in on. They've been longer in history here than I have. I'm a transplant from Minnesota of about 5 years ago.
You lost your accent.
Don't hold that against me. At any rate, our board met on Thursday, August 22nd, to talk and consider this request, and the board voted unanimously against the request. Their feeling, and as has been expressed by the city staff and by others, is that the scope, the scale of this parking lot is grossly out of character for that street. I'm sure all of you have been along that street. It's a gem, a beautiful neighborhood of old houses that are very well kept. And this, to me, would just be jarring in comparison to the rest of the neighborhood. So for that reason, our board voted against it. We have also spent a great deal of time working on Polk Boulevard. As many of you might know, where Ingersoll and Polk come together is a common garden that we have spent countless hours and a lot of money on. And then our neighbors work together on the end caps. We just think this would set back all those efforts that our residents have dedicated themselves to. So I want to thank the board for your patience. It's been a long day, but we would urge you to vote against this.
Thank you.
When are you coming home?
I want you to see the red. My name is Catherine Dietz Keelan, and I live at 645 Polk Boulevard. Right there. It should be red. I apparently didn't get my card in on time, but I did send it in.
It is now.
Didn't make it. So you can see that all of us who got cards turned them in. 2 points I want to make. When the letter came to our house, I opened it up and I said to my family, "Oh, look it, something's going on in the neighborhood. Let's figure out where this is." My teenage daughter's comment was, "Mom, that's the house that's always, the yard's always such a mess. That's the one place in our neighborhood that doesn't look good." And so I have a great concern about hearing about berms and, landscaping. I don't buy it, just on the history of what I've seen on that property for the last year or so. The other thing I'd like to say is there are times we have to not be parking on Polk Boulevard. A snow emergency may be one of them. But it's also all those times that we show off our neighborhood. When the marathoners come running through, when the bicycle ride comes running through, and every single day when people are going up and down the street, we find places to park, not in front of our houses, when we need to. And so I don't think that a snow emergency is going to happen often enough to inconvenience the people that would be living there or bring down the value of the people who might want to live there. And lastly, it's my understanding, although I don't have personal knowledge, that it was built as a duplex. Okay.
Thank you.
I learned that from the city.
Jim Dietz Keelan, also at 645 Polk Boulevard. You know how close we are to it. You know that we at least attempted to get our card in opposition. Just a couple of additional points that I'd like to make. One, I believe that the statement that this was built as a sixplex is incorrect. My understanding is that it was built as a duplex, and I'm sure that staff probably has information about that. So I think that my personal opinion is that as a sixplex, that it is already out of character in the neighborhood. There are very few houses in that immediate area that are not single family, let alone there are only a few duplexes. So I think that this would be grossly out of character with the neighborhood to allow this. I agree with the staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Whitmer. I live at 650 Polk Boulevard. The property that is right next door to the property in question and the one that's connected by a tunnel, which has been sealed off on our side. But
What's the tunnel for?
Well,
I don't mean to interrupt, but
it's a long history of the house. The house, our house at 650 Polk was built by a concrete contractor. It's architect designed, and at the same time he built the property next door. We actually do have the plans to both properties from the architectural archive. So at a later time, if you would like to see those, we do have those. Another thing that I heard earlier about the vacancy during the transition, during the foreclosure, it was never vacant. It wasn't vacant during that time period. Okay. There was a lot of transition through the property through that period, and we're hoping that that improves, but it was never vacant. I am here in opposition to the proposed lot for a lot of the reasons that you've heard. A few things I would like to point out about the parking. First of all, I don't really think that it's a parking problem. I think that it's a population density problem with that many units in that property. The house that we live in at 650 Polk is a duplex. When we bought it, it was a triplex, and we took the one unit out of service to reduce the density. And one of the reasons was parking. There wasn't any place to put the cars, so we did reduce it down to a duplex. The snow ordinance that was referenced and moving the cars off of Polk, it's actually the entire Waterbury neighborhood. So moving the cars off to the side street, we all have to deal with that issue during the snow ordinance. This isn't anything unique to this one property. We all have to deal with that, and it's something that we have accepted, and we were a pilot project neighborhood for that ordinance. But the proposed lot really would significantly alter the essential character of not only the property in question, but the entire streetscape of Polk Boulevard, which I think that is a high-value streetscape to the city of Des Moines. There's been no plan to mitigate the streetscape impact. Mr. Crone talked about possibly doing berms and things like that. We haven't seen anything that would mitigate the impact to the streetscape, so we're unclear as to what that would be. I'm also unclear, as far as use of my front yard. There are two mature trees on the property at 656 that I'm not sure if those would need to be taken out in order to accommodate the proposed lot or not. The installation of the proposed lot would impact values, I believe, of the adjacent properties due to diminishing the use of the neighboring yards and negatively impacting the historic streetscape of Polk Boulevard. So for those reasons, I support the staff recommendations and oppose the variance and exceptions.
Thank you.
My name is Richard Early. I am a homeowner at 674 Polk Boulevard, and it was my wife Sarah who arranged the petition that you've seen and received. I can just concur with everything that's been said. The one thing that I want to point out is that the photographs that Mr. Crone showed of other homes that have accommodated one or more cars, quote, in their front yard are private one-family residences, and what he is proposing is completely different. We believe he wants to pave his front yard and create a parking lot for multiple cars. It's a very, very different thing. That's all I would say, and I certainly agree with the recommendation of the staff.
Thank you.
Good evening, John Niederbach, 642 Polk Boulevard. I'll just add, well, comment that we bought the house on the north, well, the block to the south. We have one property on the south on the corner there. It was a threeplex, and we took it to single family. One of the concerns, one of the reasons we did that was because there was a lack of parking. There were many reasons, but parking was certainly an issue for a threeplex. I just add that it's not only a matter of aesthetics. Paving over this much property would certainly increase the storm runoff, and I don't think, I think there already are some issues like that on Polk Boulevard during heavy rains. We haven't had very many heavy rains recently, but when we do, there are some storm runoff problems. And also, of course, lawns do a much better job of absorbing sound than does pavement. And I think one of the things, Polk Boulevard is a fairly busy street, but we all like the quiet we feel on it because we're set back so far and the lawns absorb for sound. So I would urge you to follow the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Mr. Crone, you have 3 minutes.
Well, like I said, my initial thought was just to get some vehicles off the street and still be able to, I've done a lot of work to the unit. I've only owned it a little over a year and a half. And I still got more work to do, getting it painted and do some more nice things exterior-wise to dress it up for the neighborhood. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you. Any last questions for staff? Okay, we'll close the public portion and go to board decision then.
I would move staff because I believe that this property there's too many units in this property. I think it needs to be scaled back. That's not why we're here, but I think that's the reason the applicant who lives in Clyde is here today to talk to us about parking because there's too many units in this property, which is creating a problem for his tenants. But I would move staff.
Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's moved and second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you all for your time. Long day today. Try it again, Randy. We'll see what happens. Let's see. We got to vote on minutes.
That's quite a door back there when you go out.
Good Lord.
Yeah. Were we all here last month?
Yes, I think so. I think, yeah,
Yeah,
we're all here.
yeah, 'cause you chaired-
No, Cindy, were you here last month? August.
So July 25th or so.
So you just got to abstain on the.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
All those,
Second.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. 4-0, and 1 abstention.
And what time is our training next month?
10?
It's
10 a.m.
10 o'clock. It's going to be,
Where?
we're going
Basement of City Hall.
where we had it before.
Are you buying pizza?
Yeah.
As long as it's not out of your pocket.
Right.
Okay, otherwise I'm happy to chip.
$50.
No.
You said beer?
Now,
Yeah.
Bert, one thing. Can I eat pizza, or is that over the
$3 limit?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, for a number of reasons now.
We'll find out. I'll tell you what. I'll eat $2.99 worth. How's that?
Perfect.
I better do that. Meeting's adjourned. Thanks.